Moments away from the start of the 2025 edition of the Canadian Junior National Show. If you're in the first class of Pee Wees, you should be making your way to the marshalling area for the South Ring. A reminder to all of our exhibitors that we do hand out show numbers and they are handed out ringside. Right now, D. Young is in possession of them. So when you get to ringside, make sure you have some way to wear it. You have your show harness so that we can put your show number into your harness and we are then ready to go. I think we're ready to start with the first class of the day. Always a pleasure to start off with the Pearson or with the Pee Wee class. This first class, which is the Heifer Calves, is sponsored by Pearson Farms. We have three splits of Pee Wee Heifer Calves coming in, and once we've concluded those three splits, we will have a champion Pee Wee Heifer Calf vying for those honors, and that champion will be coming back for the Grand Champion Pee Wee class. Coming into the ring, leading off, Emily Richards with Crooked Creek Tibby, 17N. Number 2 is Brooking Scream, 5179 from Elida Morrison. Number 3, W2 Dreamer, 520N from JC Waltz. Number 4, LLB Oakleaf, 341N from Wynn Henderson. Number 5 is Murray Bride, 87N, shown by Arlen Murray. As I mentioned, this is our first split of Pee Wee Heifer Calves, the first of 3 splits. We're very pleased to welcome our judges for today, Blair Allnut and Stacy Young. Stacy's not a stranger to this show ring, as she has shown here in a number of different shows. She was an exhibitor at this event, as well as very prominent at the Junior Simmental show. This is the first time Blair's been able to make it or to Bashaw for one of our shows, and we're pleased to welcome them here. They reside at Brome, Quebec, where they operate a purebred shorthorn herd, Millbrook Farm, and a purebred Simmental herd, Highwood Land and Cattle. They combine the combined herds make up 65 head in both breeds. They strive to raise cattle with balanced, maternally oriented females with added look and eye appeal. Throughout the year, cattle are exhibited across North America, including the Royal Winter Fair in Toronto, the Nile Farm Fair, and Agribition. The last few years, they've also exhibited numerous champions across the country, including sweeping both Grand and Reserve titles in the same year at every major show in Canada. The shorthorn females are sold on the first Wednesday of October in the Millbrook Northern Exposure Sale, held online with AMS online sales. The Simmental females are sold through consignment sales later in October. Select frozen genetics are sold through the Northern Exposure Spring Edition every February. When not working on the farm with Blair, Stacy owns and operates Innovation Media and has been receiving a number of accolades through this last while. Videographer of the Year, and has been named the official photographer of the Royal Winter Fair. Blair and Stacy are both actively involved in their respective breed associations, growing up, and look forward to the opportunity to give back to youth wherever possible. We'll get comments from Judge Blair Allnut. It's not
on. Well, we're glad to be here, and I think a pretty incredible way to kick things off with our Pee Wee exhibitors. I think the quality of livestock is certainly even been outmatched by their level of enthusiasm and talent for getting these cattle presented out here. We lead off with one that we like a fair bit. I think just a combination of look and balance from the side. We love the shape to her silhouette, particularly her underline. I think she gives you a good look out of her front 1/3. I think she's high tying and attractive. I think what gives her the biggest advantage, I think, is her basic build, particularly down low. I think when you put that one on the lead, she gets out and travels with ease. Young man's heifer in second, sure a long body, long spined, attractive individual. We sure like the added product when you get around behind her. Heifer that when you study her from the side, we sure like the look to her underline. I don't think she's got just the impressiveness that class winner does, but from a shape standpoint, I think that one's got a lot of future to her. The Baldy heifer coming out next. You talk about one with some boldness, some product to her, some power. You study that one from the side. And again, I think she gives you a balanced look. It just hawked down. We want to rearrange that one, unwind her in her hawk, give her a little bit more flex and freedom at the ground out of her pasture. The red heifer coming out of fourth, again, a really attractive one. And I think from a type call, we like the freshness, we like the look, we like how good she is in her chest and her underline. It's when we put this one on the lead, she just wants to get a shot tighter out of her spine, just wants to get a little bit tighter out of her hawk and get outside of her skeleton, but a really nice, dense made one there to go fourth. We round out on, again, a heifer with a lot of product, a lot of substance. I think that's a practical one. In terms of her look, she's long-bodied. Again, just wants to get a little tighter out of her hawk, wants to get a little straighter there at the ground, but really 5 really nice heifers to kick things off here today.
Thank you very much, Blair. Placings in this group. First place goes to entry number 4, LLB Oakleaf, shown by Wynn Henderson. Second in class, Murray Bride, 87N, from Arlen Murray. Third was entry number 2, Brooking Scream, 5179, from Elida Morrison. Fourth, entry number 3, W2 Dreamer, 520N, from JC Waltz. And fifth, entry number 1, Crooked Creek Tibby, 17N, from Emily Richards. Wynn and Arlen, we want you back for the championship class for the Pee Wee Heifer Calf Champion. We've got 2 splits before that. If you wanted to mark your show program top to bottom, number 1 is 5th. Number 2 was 3rd. Number 3 was 4th. Number 4 was our class winner, LLB Oakleaf 341N from Wynn Henderson. And number 5 was 2nd. Class entering the ring now is the second split of Pee Wee Heifer Calves. Leading off, entry number 6, LFEBS Smooch, 87N, from Rylan Lewis. Number 7 is Murphy's Missy, 2504, from Austin Rabel. Number 8, Majestic Hot Flame, 12N, from Harper Deagle. 9 is W2 Darlin, 515N, from Cash Waltz. And 10 is Brooking Rose, 5077, from Kiefer Morrison. That is our second split of Pee Wee Heifer Calves. Thanks again to Pearson Farms for their sponsorship of this class.
Again, a really nice set of cattle here in our second class, and we're going to go ahead and use the bigger frame black heifer to lead things off here with, again, I think just such a balanced and attractive look when you study this one from the side. High tying, attractive out of the front side of her skeleton. She blends the best, I think, shoulders back, and particularly from her chest back into her forerib and underline. Just a really logical spot to begin here today. Young man's heifer in second. One that we like a lot. The longer you study this one, I think the more she comes together. Just super well balanced, super complete in her build. She's got some substance. She's got some shape. She maybe just wants to get a little straighter out of that shoulder and knee. But again, I think just a really nice heifer to go second. We switch it up here and land on one with a shot more product here in third. Big bodied, massive in terms of her design and kind. She just wants to get a little awkward when we put her on the ground. She kind of wants to land on her toe when you put her on the move. One that just wants to run downhill, but big bodied, powerhouse one there to go third. The light red heifer next, kind of an interesting study here. I think that one's got some look. She's got some style to her. She's got some shape. She's got a big round rib cage in her. Again, just wants to get a shot awkward when we put her on the move. Wants to get a shot courser out of the top side of her blade. And then we round out with a shorthorn heifer again. She's got some length of body to her, got some product to her. Wants to get just a shot straighter off both ends, but a heifer that I think's got a lot of, practical purpose to her there.
Thank you very much, Blair. Placings in the second split of heifer calves. First place goes to entry number 10, Brooking Rose 5077 from Kiefer Morrison. Second, entry number 7, Murphy's Missy 2504 from Austin Rabel. Third, LFE BS Smooch 87N from Rylan Lewis. Fourth, entry number 9, W2 Darlin 515N from Cash Waltz. And fifth in class, Majestic Hot Flame 12N from Harper Deagle. A reminder to Kiefer Morrison and Austin Rabel, we want you back in the ring after this class for the Champion Pee Wee Heifer Calf class. Marking your program top to bottom in that class, number 6 was third, number 7 was second, number 8 was fifth, number 4 was first, and number 9 was fourth, and 10 was our class winner. Class in the ring now is our third and final split of Pee Wee Heifer Calves. Number 11 is shown by Raina Sullivan, that's CMS NA Bar Heirloom 511N. Number 12, Dunk Essence 404N from Avery Pearson. Number 13, Erickson Honey 16N from Holden Erickson. Number 14, DMM7N, and this animal is shown by Ames Wilson, not Arrow Wilson. That's a change to our program. And number 15 is Deeg Ms. Diva 4N, shown by Allie Deeg. Our third and final split of Pee Wee Heifer Calves. We'll get some comments from Judge Blair Allnut.
Well, I think the contest gets a little tighter here at the top end. There's just some give and take, but ultimately I think we find the most comfort in our class winner. Shoulders back. We sure like the build of this one. She's practical in terms of her kind. We like the shape to her hind leg. We like her hip. We like when we put that one on the lead. She maybe doesn't give you the most amount of look from the side, but I think that's an awfully good one there to lead things off. The heifer in second, again, you like your length of body. You like how level that one is out of her forerib and flank. I think that one's got enough to look to her. When you study that one from the side, though, she just wants to get a shot upright in terms of her shoulder and knee. Wants to get a shot rigid and jump out of her spine when you put that one on the lead. But two nice heifers to lead things off here with. Young ladies, red heifer next. I think, again, it just about look and balance here. I think one that from the side, you like her hip, you like her added rib. Again, I think one that just wants to get a shot upright out of her knee when you put her on the lead. But I think that one's got some mass to her. Young men's letter, red heifer there. You sure like the look. You like how attractive that one is, particularly out of the top side of her blade. She gives you a good look. She just doesn't want to balance, particularly out of the center portion of her body, the way the heifers above her do. But again, I think that's a heifer that's got some density, got some product to her. Young ladies, black blades face heifer to round things out. I mean, that's the one we like a fair bit. She's attractive. She's fresh in her kind. We just need to unwind that one in her rear hock, give that one some more freedom, some flexibility when we put her on the lead.
Thank you very much, Blair. Class winner in that class was entry number 13, Erickson Honey, the entry from Holden Erickson. Second in class was number 14, DMM 7N from Ames Wilson. Third, entry 11, CMS NA Bar Heirloom 511N from Raina Sullivan. Fourth, number 12, Dunk Essence 404N from Avery Pearson. And fifth, entry number 15, Dig Miss Diva 4N from Allie Deeg. In the ring now, we have our champion Pee Wee class coming out of our first split. Entry number 4 is LLB Oakleaf 341N from Wynn Henderson. Entry number 5 is Murray Bride 87N from Arlen Murray. From the second split, entry number 10, Brooking Rose 5077 from Kiefer Morrison. And entry number 7, Murphy's Missy 2504 from Austin Rabel. And out of our third and final split, entry number 1, Erickson Honey 16N from Holden Erickson, and DMM 7N number 14 from Ames Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, what a tremendous group of Pee Wee showmen and Pee Wee heifer calves we have. Thanks to Pearson Farms for their sponsorship of this class.
We get these cattle racked back out here for First Division, and boy, are we pleased with the quality of cattle as they get them stacked back out here. We got a lot of cattle to get through for the day, so we're going to keep things brief, but what an incredible set. Congratulations to these showmen for getting back here. We're going to go ahead and show you the two that we like best.
Coming out of our second class, congratulations to entry number 10, Kiefer Morrison, Brooking Rose 5077, the champion Pee Wee heifer calf. And reserve champion goes to entry number 4, LLB Oakleaf 341N from Wynn Henderson. So congratulations to Kiefer Morrison with Brooking Rose 5077, our Pee Wee champion, and LLB Oakleaf 341N from Wynn Henderson, entry number 4, reserve champion. Kiefer and Wynn, make sure you go around to the photo booth because the 7D media crew there are over there waiting to take your picture. Photos, backdrop is straight across from me on the south side of the ring. Coming into the ring now, we have class number 2, the Pee Wee Bull Calves. Entry number 16 is a scratch from your program. Number 17 is Grant Lodge Mr. Tibbs 4N, shown by Toby Grant. 18 is DMM Missouri River 8N, coming from Colt Jacobs. Some comments on the Pee Wee Bull Calves from Judge Allnut.
We get out here on the bull side of things, and I'm really happy with the way these two shake out. I think both quality in their own right, but some subtle differences between the two of them. We like the product of the first calf. I mean, that's a bold rib, bold centered type of a calf to lead things off. He's got some look, he's got some presence, he's got some levelness out of his hip and hind leg. Just a nice one to lead things off. Young man with the black calf in second has been doing a heck of a job out here. He's got a bull calf that's got some product to him, got some length that's fine, got some natural shape and density to him. He just wants to roll off his hip a little, wants to get a little trader off both ends, but two certainly impressive individuals out here on the bull side of things.
Thank you very much, Blair. Placings in this class, entry number 18, DMM Missouri River 8N from Colt Jacobs, was the class winner and also is the champion Pee Wee Bull Calf. Reserve champion honors and second in class goes to entry number 17, Grant Lodge Mr. Tibbs 4N from Toby Grant. We'll get those two gentlemen over to the photo backdrop as well to get some photos. The 7D media crew is over there doing shots for taking all of our pictures. So we appreciate them being here. All of the pictures that they have will be posted on their website, 7D Media, and that's SEVEN. And if you want to go there, I believe they will be free to download. So all of the fabulous pictures that Tia has been taking throughout the weekend or throughout the week, along with the backdrop shots being taken today, will be posted on the 7D Media website, and you can access them there. We have the Pee Wee Junior Yearlings in the ring now. Number 19 is Miss Mackey from Riley Culligan. Number 20 is Lightning Bolt from Blakely Watmow. And number 21 is Popcorn from Logan Watmow. So we are sending our champions and reserves over to the photo backdrop. But if you are here with an animal and you would like a professional photograph taken, Whitney is over there. Put her to work. All of the images that are taken here are free off the website. So Tia says she's paying Whitney to be here. Let's keep her busy. So if you do want a photo taken of your heifer or your bull calf and you weren't a champion or reserve but would still like to have a photo, please you make use of the backdrop and the photographer.
We lead off here with a long spine, bigger skeleton, baldy heifer here. I think she's got a bit more go to her. We sure like the length of spine to her, the shape of her underline and rib cage. I think a heifer that gets advantage in terms of basic build, inability to get out and flex. The black heifer out of second. We sure like the turn to that one's rib. I think she's got some mass. She's got some capacity. She gets a shot more conservative in terms of her size compared to her class winner, but I think that's all right. Heifer, we just want to pull apart in terms of her hip and pin set, but again, I think that's the practical built one there to go second. We round out with another baldy heifer that again has some length of spine, has some grow to her. We just want to pull her apart in the center portion of her body, give her a shot more balance when you read her from the side, but three really nice heifers again.
Thank you very much, Blair. Entry number 20 is Lightning Bolt from Blakely Watmow, our class winner. Second in class goes to entry number 21, Popcorn from Logan Watmow. And third, entry number 19, Miss Mackey from Riley Culligan. Blakely and Logan were our champion junior yearlings, so don't forget, head over to the photo booth and get a photo taken of our champion and reserve. Intermediate yearlings are in the ring now from the Pee Wee division. Entry number 22 is Dinant Sweet Lady Jane from Ivy Lingley. 23 is Boss Lake Miss Passion 414M from Brooklyn Bolter. And 24 is Red Allison Astor 184M from Tucker Doran.
another unique trio of cattle out here, but I think the one that we go ahead and lead off with, when that one gets parked and her ears come out, that one hits you the way a show cow should. Fresh and lean in terms of her condition. We love the shape to her underline, the turn to her rib. I think that's a good built piece of livestock there to lead things off. The red heifer in second, kind of a unique case study. I think that's a big top, big ended type of female there. She's got some mass. One that we just need to whoa up in terms of her condition. That one just wants to get a shot looser there in terms of her chest and underline. She gets full up high in terms of her pones, but I think that's the one that's got some genuine capacity to her. We round out with a black heifer that, again, I think long-bodied, got some turn to her rib, got some look. She just doesn't want to balance up, particularly out of the center portion of her body. Wants to get a shot straighter out of her shoulder, but I think three really nice females here.
Thank you very much, Blair. First in class goes to entry number 23, Boss Lake Miss Passion 414M from Brooklyn Bolter. Second in class goes to number 24, Red Allison Astor 184M from Tucker Doran. And third, entry 22, Dinant Sweet Lady Jane 40M from Ivy Lingley. First in class from Brooklyn Bolter was our intermediate yearling champion, and second in class from Tucker Doran was the reserve champion. Don't forget to go over to the photo booth and get your photos taken, please. We're going to move into the senior yearling class now. Leading off, entry number 25, Majestic Raggedy Ann from Kennedy Deagle. 26 is Oaks Rose 4019 ET from Ava Mackey. 27, Avalon Pride 872M from Raleigh Fisher. 28 is Circle J Maneater from Raina Downing. 29 is 3T CCT Tier Shania 1M from Callahan Taranchuk. And number 30 is RF Cream Soda 456 from Dalton Doran.
another challenging set, but I think it's basic build that's going to go ahead and sort the top. We sure like this Hereford heifer. I mean, high tying, attractive. She's extended through her front 1/3. She's long bodied. She's got a nice turn and shape to her underline. At the ground, I think is where she gets the advantage, just her added flexibility. Just a nice one there to lead things off with. The Shorthorn heifer in second. Again, I think the longer you study that one, the more you just like how complete and well balanced that one is. She's got some hips, she's got some length of spine. Her added freshness is what's going to go ahead and make the sort on the next pair. Young Man's Black heifer, certainly a dense made one that's got some product to her. We just want to pull this one apart in the center portion of her body, freshen her up, particularly through her underline. That one, when you go ahead and put her on the move, she just wants to get a shot outside of her skeleton, and I can't help but think maybe that's a hindrance of the added condition she's carrying. Young Man's Black heifer following next. Again, I think one that's really practical in terms of her build. We like her hip and her hind leg. She just wants to get a shot course through out of her front blade, wants to tie in on the top side of her neck just a shot lower. Then we go ahead and two white-faced heifers. I think we just go ahead and sort them on structure and flexibility when we put them on the lead. Young Man's Black heifer's got some genuine product to her top shape, got some shape to her stifle. And then we round out with a lighter colored red heifer. Again, when we put that one on the move, she just wants to get a shot awkward. We want to free her up, give her some more flexibility.
In class number 5, the Pee Wee Senior Yearlings, number 26, Oaks Rose 4019 ET from Ava Mackey was our class winner and our senior yearling heifer champion. Second in class goes to entry number 25, Majestic Raggedy Ann 33M from Kennedy Deagle and reserve champion Pee Wee Senior Yearling. Third was entry number 30, RF Cream Soda 456 from Dalton Doran. Fifth, entry number 28, Circle J Maneater from Raina Downing. And sixth in class, entry number 29, 3T CCT Top Tier Shania 1M from Callahan Taranchuk. Next class to come into the ring is the Pee Wee 2-year-old class. We're expecting 4 animals in this class. We will determine a champion 2-year-old, and then we're going to bring all of our champions back to determine the Pee Wee Grand and Reserve champion. We'd also like to acknowledge Jill Mader and Garth Rancier, our ring people for today. We appreciate them pitching in and giving us a hand. In this class, we have entry number 31, WBHR Ladylike 1L from Ava Mackey. Entry 32, DMM Blackbird 39L from Jameson Hunker. Oh, pardon me, I should have made note. The calf on entry number 31 is WBHR Noteworthy 1N. The calf on number 32, the DMM entry, is DMM Blackbird 145N. Entry number 33 is DMM Blackbird 24L from Colt Jacobs with the calf DMM Missouri River 8N at side. And entry number 34 is Dunk Red Tramp 1006L from Greta Pearson. The calf at side is Gret Red Tramp 482N.
I sure commend anybody that has the courage to bring a pair to town, let alone at this age, this time of the year. Each and every one of you guys out here sure deserve a lot of respect and credit for doing so. I think a bit of a type call here on the top end. You can certainly jockey them around if you wanted to. For us here today, I think the advantage goes to the longer, more refined female that wins the class. I think with that refinement comes a shot of smoothness. I think she's attractive through her front 1/3. We like the added length of spine. I think that one's just a shot tidier in terms of her underline. And then you study the calf of foot. I mean, that's a big powerhouse. There's pounds, there's beef there. Certainly a nice pair to lead things off with. Female in second, we like the look. We like the balance from them. I think that cow has got a lot of capacity and mass to her when you study her through the center portion of her body. I think the calf, if anything, might be the genetic improvement. I think the cow just wants to get a shot straighter off her blade and knee. But I think two really nice black females to lead things off here. We go to the lighter red cow next, and you sure like how genuine they are in terms of that added product and stoutness. That cow's got a big turn to her stifle, big turn to her rib. I think with that, they just want to get a shot courser, but I think a really impressive female there. We round out again with another pair that I think, again, is a genetic improvement when you study the calf. I think that cow's got some length of spine to her, got some product to her. Just wants to give up a shot of mass in performance to go up any higher, but four really nice pairs.
Thank you very much, Blair. First in class, and our champion Pee Wee 2-year-old goes to entry number 33, DMM Blackbird 24L from Colt Jacobs, DMM Missouri River 8N at side. Second in class goes to entry number 32 from Jameson Hunker, DMM Blackbird 39L with DMM Blackbird 145N at side. Third, entry number 34 from Greta Pearson, Dunk Red Tramp 1006L from Gret Red Tramp 482N. And fourth in class, WBHR Ladylike 1L with WBHR Noteworthy 1N at side, and that entry comes from Ava Mackey. We're going to move into our Pee Wee champions now. And we are starting off with our Pee Wee heifer calves. The champion was entry number 10, Brooking Rose 5077 from Kiefer Morrison. Reserve champion, Pee Wee heifer calf, was number 4, LLB Oakleaf 341N from Wynn Henderson. In the bull calves, our champion was entry number 13. Or pardon me, that's wrong. In the bull calves, our champion was entry number 20, Lightning Bolt from Blakely Watmow. Reserve champion was number 21, Popcorn from Logan Watmow. Oh no, I still got that wrong. It is DMM Missouri River was the champion from Colt Jacobs, and that entry is on the cow. And number 17, Grant Lodge, Mr. Tibbs 4N was the reserve champion from Toby Grant. The junior heifer calf champion, or junior yearling champion, was number 20, Lightning Bolt from Blakely Watmow, and reserve junior yearling Popcorn from Logan Watmow. Intermediate champion was number 23, Boss Lake Ms. Passion 414M from Brooklyn Bolter. Reserve intermediate yearling was number 24, Red Allison Astor 184M from Tucker Doran. Senior yearling champion was entry number 26, Oaks Rose 419 ET from Ava Mackey, and reserve champion number 25, Majestic Raggedy Ann 33M from Kennedy Deagle. And our 2-year-olds, the champion was entry number 33, DMM Blackbird 24L with DMM Missouri River 8N at side from Colt Jacobs. Reserve champion, entry number 32, DMM Blackbird 39L with DMM Blackbird 145N at side. That entry from Jameson Hunker. Ladies and gentlemen, our Pee Wee Grand and Reserve Champion class. We'd like to acknowledge our sponsors for the Pee Wee Grand and Reserve Champion. The Grand Champion Award is sponsored by Cozy Lane Lops. We appreciate their support of the show, and our Reserve Champion is sponsored by Southland Cattle. So once again, our thanks to Cozy Lane Lops and Southland Cattle for their sponsorship of our Pee Wee Grand and Reserve Champion Awards.
Well, the Pee Wee show this morning sure has been an exciting way to start, and I think we need to put our hands together for all these young people. They've put on an excellent show for us this morning. The first time I came to Bashaw, I was about these guys' age, and I have really fond memories, and I hope that all of you out in the ring and that showed this morning had a great time at the show and enjoyed showing your heifers and your cows and your bull calves, and we'll have many more years here to come. I think at the end of it, we came down to about 3 that were in contention for our drive here. The 2 that we've decided on, we think that are really high quality cattle, cattle that excelled not only in their division, but I think are competitive in any kind of nature. And so with that, Blair's going to go and show you the 2 that we like the best. Congratulations to all of you, and good luck on the rest of the fall and your showing.
Thank you very much, Stacy. Congratulations to our champion, and that goes to Brooklyn Bolter, who was the champion in who was our intermediate yearling champion, and that is Boss Lake, Ms. Passion 414M, entry number 23. Reserve champion honors going to entry number 10, Brooking Rose 5077 from Kiefer Morrison. So once again, congratulations, Brooklyn Bolter, Boss Lake, Ms. Passion 414M, our Grand Champion Pee Wee, Reserve Champion Pee Wee going to entry number 10, Brooking Rose 5077 from Kiefer Morrison. We're going to be taking a quick break because we're going to send our judges over to the photo backdrop to get some pictures with our champion and reserve champion. So we'll have a quick photo break, and then we'll move into the open division. Just a reminder that all of the photos that are being taken by 7D Media will be available on their website, and they are available at no charge. So I've seen a few of the pictures that Tia has taken already posted on social media, and they look amazing, and so I would expect all the rest of them do. If you've been following 7D social media, you'll notice that they have some fabulous pictures.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've now moved into the open division. First in is our open heifer calves. Entering in first is entry 35, Crooked Creek Tibbies, 117N, exhibited by Michael Richards. Next in is entry 36, Terron Aeroline, 68N, exhibited by Sully Jenkins. Next in is entry 37, DMM Miss Essence, 61N, exhibited by Julius Winterider. Following him is entry 38, Peterson Freya, 532N, exhibited by Quinn Peterson. And last into the class is entry 39, LFE BS Star, 40N, from Shea Frederick. believe we're now ready for some comments from Judge Blair Allnut.
Again, a nice set of cattle. We're really happy with our class winner. I think this one is just so complete, so well balanced. I think she ties in up high. She's so bold-bodied. We like the shape to her underline. The way that one blends from her chest back into her forerib, I think is awfully nice. We like her hip. We like her hind leg. I think that one's very flexible when you put her on the lead. Heifer in second, again, we really like. I think one that just really so well balanced, particularly shoulders back. You love the shape to her hip. You love the shape to her underline. I think she's got some go to her. She just doesn't want to tie in quite as high, quite as attractive out of the front side of her shoulder. But I think that's a really good fundamental one there to go second. Young lady's heifer in third. Again, we really like the silhouette to this heifer. We like her in her hip. We like her in her hind leg. I think she just wants to get a shot rounder there at the top side of her blade. But I think that's one with some volume to her. Real nice one there. We land on another black heifer to follow out with, I think, one that's really dense made in terms of her muscle pattern. She's got some length of spine. She's got some length of hip. Again, it's just hawk down. She wants to get a shot rigid. When you put her on the lead, we want to square her up on all four corners of her body. But I think that's one that's got some genuine product to her. We round out again with a long-bodied one, one that's got some with the baits, one that's got some shape to her when you get behind her. She just wants to get a shot tight in the center portion of her body, wants to get a shot concave there in terms of her underline. But again, another really nice set of cattle.
Thank you, Judge Allnut. So in our champion open heifer calf is entry 36, Terron Aeroline 68N from Sully Jenkins. Second, our reserve champion is entry 37, DMM Miss Essence 61N from Julius Winterder. Third in class was entry 38, Peterson Freya 532N from Quentin Peterson. Fourth in class was entry 39, LFE BS Star 40N from Shea Frederick. And fifth in class was entry 35, Crooked Creek Tibby 17N from Michael Richards. We now move into our open bull calf class. The single entry in this class, entry 40, Red CS Mr. Watonka 1N from Sheldon Grabler. So one class, and I believe we're ready for comments from Judge Allnut.
Single entry again that I think we both agreed on could stand a lot more further competition. I think one, when you study him down the top side, that's one that's got a lot of shape. He's based wide, he's opened up in the center portion of his body. We love the turn to his stifle, the way that one blends together. I just think a really well-made, well-balanced type of bull calf out here.
So your champion open bull calf is entry 40, Red CS Mr. Watonka 1N, exhibited by Sheldon Grabler. We now move into our first of three splits for our open yearling heifers. First in is entry 41, CMS Raspberry Soda 434M, exhibited by Colt Needham. Second in is entry 42, Sirius Black from Mason Moore. Next in is NLF Sunshine 417M, entry 43 from Abigail Koenig. Following her is entry 44, Dolly from Ellie Anderson. Next in is entry 45, WON 235H Blackbird 45M from Bryn Burkhart. Following her is entry 46, Redline Shawnee 140M from Johnny Page. And we've got an added entry in this class, entry 148, Brooking Beauty, exhibited by Sienna Borison. This is your first of three splits for the open yearling heifers.
Well, Theory Cattle, kind of in various stages of life. And when I say the contest gets close here, I really think it does. We elected to lead off with the big outlined heifer to lead things off. I really enjoy this heifer in terms of her muscle pattern. She's elongated, but she's dense enough. She's got a big silhouette. We love the shape to her underline. We love the way that one ties out of her front 1/3. The longer this one gets out here and settles down and enjoys being a show cow, the better she moves. I just really like this one when we set her from the side. Young lady's heifer in second. Boy, that's a fresh made, good looking one. We love the top shape. We love how big hipped she is, the turn to her lower stifle. When we study this one from the side, she doesn't want to give you that balanced look that the class winner does. We just want to tidy her up in terms of her navel cavity. But that's a flexible, fresh made, athletic one there to go second. We follow out with the red Fallborn heifer. And boy, again, you talk about fresh, lean, good livestock. This is her. She's long-bodied. She's attractive. She's got some turn to her rib. She just wants to get a shot courser in terms of the way she comes out of her shoulder blade, but I think that one's got a lot of upside. She's got a lot of look to her. That one's better days are going to come. We follow in now with a black heifer that I think, again, bold top. Has some density to her. Again, hawk down. We just want to rearrange this one the way that one surfaces with the ground. Just wants to get a shot awkward. Doesn't want to balance in the center portion of her body like the heifers above her does. But again, practical one there. Again, we go to white-faced black baldy heifer that, again, I think has some product to her, has some muscle to her, has some dimension to her. Again, just falls short in terms of balance, the way she comes out of her chest back into her forearm. And then we round out again with two heifers that I think, again, long-bodied cattle that have some look to them. They just fall short on flexibility and soundness to go up any higher. But a really competitive top trio of cattle out here that was certainly fun to evaluate.
Thank you, Judge Allnut. So first in that class was entry number 148, the added entry, Brooking Beauty from Sienna Borison. Second in class was entry 43, NLF Sunshine 417M from Abigail Coening. Third in class is entry 41, CMS Raspberry Soda 434M, exhibited by Colt Needham. Fourth in class was entry 46, Redline Shawnee 140M, exhibited by Joni Page. Fifth in class was entry 45, WON 235H Blackbird 45M from Bryn Burkhart. Sixth in class was entry 42, Sirius Black from Mason Moore. And entry 44 follows out in seventh in that class, Dolly from Ellie Anderson. Now into our second split of the open yearling heifers. First into the class is entry 47, Crooked Creek Glass 53M from Liam Richards. Second in is entry 48, Red Lone Star Bonnie 117M, exhibited by Abby Mullen. Following her is entry 49, Brooking Royal Lass 4207 from Cordell Morrison. Next in is entry 50, Crooked Creek Dewdrop 15M from Michael Richards. Following her is entry 51, Red Cinder Freya 1129M, exhibited by Bryn Yoder. And finally entry 52, Grant's Miss Normac 27M, exhibited by Wyatt Grant. This is your second split of your open yearling heifers. We've got heifers from March 16th to January 30th.
Again, I think the quality runs deep on the front side of this class. We elected to go ahead and use the black heifer to win. I think that's a shapely, robust heifer that maintains some look and balance to her. She maybe gets a shot coarser in terms of her shoulder, but that's a wide-ended one that can get out and travel with ease. Certainly the problem comes in the next pair of cattle. I think you can jockey them around. We elected to go with the red heifer. I think when you get that one parked, she gives you such an attractive, feminine, balanced look from the side. You put that one in motion, she just wants to roll off her front 1/3, wants to get a shot awkward at the ground. But I think that's one that maintains some look, some balance. We love the shape to her underline. We love the shape to her hip. The full-blood heifer coming next, certainly the problem one. I think one that's got a lot of quality to her. I think that one has some density to her, has some muscle to her. We like the design and the shape to her rear leg and hock. One that I think just gives up a shot of look, particularly down low, in the way that one blends from her chest into her forerib, but an awfully good one there to go third. We land on a trio of cattle that I think all three of them, we just need to pull these ones back in terms of their condition. They want to get pretty far out there. We just want to refine them, tidy them up, particularly from their chests back into their underline. But I think the red one here, a bold-bodied one, that maintains some look, wants to that maintains some look and volume. We just need to pull that one back. The black heifer coming out next, again, massive in terms of the center portion of her body and the turn to her rib. I think that one's got some length of spine, got some hip. We just need to pull that one back, freshen her up. We round out again with a powerful one that has some shape to her, has some performance to her, but again, just want to change her in terms of her foot quality and pull that one back again in terms of her condition for her to go any higher.
Thank you, Judge Blair Allnut. First place in our second split is entry 49, Brooking Royal Lass, 4207 from Cordell Morrison. Second in class is entry 51, Red Cinder Freya, 1129M from Bryn Yoder. Third in class is entry 52, Grant's Miss Normac, 27M from Wyatt Grant. Fourth in class is entry 48, Red Lone Star Bonnie, 117M from Abby Mullen. Fifth in class is entry 50, Crooked Creek Dewdrop, 15M from Michael Richards. And sixth in class was entry 47, Crooked Creek Lass, 53M from Liam Richards. We're now into our third and final split of open yearling heifers. First in is entry 53, Wilbard Sarita, 653M from Faith Collins. Entry 54 is a scratch in today's show. Entry 54 will not be making the class. Entry 55 is Red Arrow Fox Row, 11M from Wynn Pittman. Entry 56, Grant Lodge Bride, 7M from Ella Grant. Entry 57, Miss Prairie Cove, 412M from Cam Davidson. And that will be your third and final split of open yearling heifers, ranging from January 29th to January 1st.
Well, welcome everybody this morning to the Canadian Junior Nationals. It's I think we're doing, what are we doing here? Open classes, class 10 yearling born 2024s. This will be the third heat. There's been a couple of good heats come out already, a couple of good splits. Interesting set they have out here right now with a lot of diversity, a couple of blacks. Looks like a real nice Charolais female. They've been moving through them pretty quick. In the Pee Wee division or Tiny Mice division today, I think it was the Boss Girl that ends up winning. Is that correct? And then was it one of Justin Morrison's kids was reserve, and a couple of a nice calf. It ends up being reserve. A yearling heifer ends up winning. Looks like we're going to go with the Charlet heifer here to win. I think is this one that is raised by Justine and Tyler. Is that correct? Yep.
Pretty overwhelming one here to lead things off, and one that I think is hard to make. I mean, that one's shot out there in terms of her frame size. She's elevated, she's long-bodied, but she's proportional. She's got the feet to match it, she's got the added body to match it, she's got the added shape to match it. I think one that reads like a show cow should. I think she's got some look. I think she's got some balance. A real nice one there to lead things off. Young lady's black heifer in second. Again, you like how bold-bodied she is. You like the tapered her ribs up high. You put that one in motion, and she just wants to roll off her front end just ever so slightly. Wants to get a shot awkward off her rear too. But again, I think a heifer that's got some density to her to go second. Young lady's red heifer in third. One we like quite a bit from a balance perspective. I think she's long-bodied. She's fresh. She's got some look to her. She just doesn't want to have the turn to her lower rib that the heifers above her do. She doesn't want to have the same shape out of her underline, but a real nice, practically designed one there to go third. Young lady's black heifer to round things out. Again, you like the length of the side, you like the hip, you like the turn to her rib. She just wants to push out a shot of added chest. But I think, again, 4 really nice heifers out here.
Good stout class of females for sure. Is there a division now, or do we have another split? Oh, we got division coming up.
Thank you, Judge Allnut.
Ought to be a tough
First in
division
that splits was entry 57, Miss Prairie Cove, 412M from Cam Davidson. Second in class was entry 53, Wilbar Sarita, 653M from Faith Collins. Third in class is entry 55, Red Arrow Fox Row, 11M from Wynn Pittman. And entry 56 is Grant Lodge Bride, 7M from Ella Grant, was 4th in that class.
Yeah.
We are now into our Open Yearling Heifer Championship. First in is entry 148, Brooking Beauty from Sienna Borison.
From Texas.
Second in from that first split is entry 43, NLF Sunshine, 417M from Abigail Koenig.
See, who was this that was
From our second split, our first place was entry number 49, Brooking Royal Lass, 4207 from Cordell Morrison.
Yep.
And second in that class was entry 51, Red Cinder Freya, 1129M from Bryn Yoder. And then from our final split,
a little more moderate than
our first place was entry 57, Cam Davidson,
complete, nice,
with
a little more muscle than the one that wins the class.
Miss Prairie Cove, 412M. And second in that class was entry 53, Wilbar Sarita, 653M from Faith Collins. And so this is your champion Open Yearling Heifer Drive.
The seconds look real nice too. I believe this Red Angus heifer that was second in that middle class also.
Since we're already through the POEs, again, pretty deep into the Open division.
May have won a division.
A reminder to all of our exhibitors, if you are the grand champion of the Pee-wee division, the bred and owned division, and the purebred division, as long as the animal is purebred, you will qualify for the UFA Supreme Quest, which will be taking place immediately following our the completion of the our national show here.
UFA Supreme Quest, even the commercials qualify for it. This is for the farm fair.
Oh,
You know,
pardon me.
Commercial and everyone qualifies for the UFA.
Let me rephrase all of that. Everybody who is the grand champion here gets to go on the UFA Supreme Quest. What I just said is actually about the Farm Fair Supreme show. So later this fall, so our Pee-wee champion and our bred and owned champion and our owned champion will qualify, as long as it's a purebred animal, for the Farm Fair Supreme. So quite exciting, and that's going to be great to see these young juniors get to exhibit their cattle.
So it looks like they're going through out here. I don't know. I I got to believe the one that wins the bracket show last night sure ought to be pretty tough out here. It's going to be a little change of pace because we for sure use some bigger cattle to win classes on either end of her. She probably matches up better with the group of cattle and stand in the second place positions. So it's not going to be a slam dunk on any part, I don't think. As far as what it looks like to be, it looks like the heifer in front, big, growthy, extended, big centered. Maybe wants to get a little easy spined on us. Maybe not quite the levelness of hip is what you see in the female coming in that wins the second class. Just the one that wins the second class, I read her as being nice, level spined, ties in nice, really angular, really feminine. Just maybe more so production style female, and then the Charolais heifer that wins the last class, probably more akin to the heifer that wins the first class, frame wise and growth wise, but maybe a little leveler spined, a little truer in her hip structure than the female that wins the first class. So there's some give and take in this for sure. Be interesting to see what they do. I think they're getting ready to talk them now.
Certainly a nice set of class winners in respective reserves, and we get these 6 heifers back out here, and maybe we'll just quickly talk through the first place heifers so you can understand what we're seeing. The heifer that wins the first class was a heifer that we really like. That heifer has huge pieces to her. She's extremely good looking. She's attractive at that front end. As she comes on here in this champion drive, she fought the halter a little bit less, can really get out and move. If we're going to change that heifer, we just need a little bit more upper rib shape, a little bit more top to that heifer, and a female that just maybe doesn't have as true, genuine, as much product as the 2 class winners behind her. So moving to the black heifer in the middle of the group, a heifer that does have that genuine product. She's not the most attractive female out here, a female that we'd maybe like to lay back in the set to her shoulder and the angle that she's constructed in that front, but a female that you really have to like for the true cow prospect that this one is going to be in, how much shape she has, and just Angus character to her. The white heifer that concluded our last class, a female again that has those big pieces to her. She's huge right from the ground up, a female that you like the rib shape to this one, you like how stout made she is, yet she comes in a really attractive package. If we're going to change this one, she needs to be a little bit truer in her hock as she goes, and we'd like to take a little bit of that crest out of her front end. But 3 females, I think, that in their respective classes stood out. And with that, Blair's going to show you the 2 that we've landed on for this division.
Thank you, Judge Stacy Young. And our grand champion is going to be young Cam Davidson with entry 57, Miss Prairie Cove, 412M. Our reserve champion, entry 49, Brooking Royal Lass, 4207 from Cordell Morrison. Those 2 young men will be back in the ring in just a few short classes for our grand champion open drive.
Well, congratulations to the Charolais and then the Angus heifer for being reserve. Two exceptional females. I guess for me, probably on opposite ends of the spectrum, but for sure good in their own right. Charolais heifer sure ought to be tough in the champion drive. Big, growthy. It's going to be hard to outpower one like that. For sure, going to be hard to have one that's going to give you as much grow as that one has. Looks like we're starting off with a pair class, and I assume these would be 2-year-olds coming out here now. Single entry maybe. Yep, single entry. I bet they get this one right.
So we move into our final class before the championship for the open division. This is our 2-year-old females. We have entry 58, Crooked Creek Tibby 90L with calf Crooked Creek Tibby 17N, exhibited by Liam Richards. and just the single entry here in our Cal class. So your class is complete, Judge Allnut and Young.
A good, practically designed one here as their single entry in our Cal class. But I think at Cal, you really have to appreciate from the side her added volume, her added body. I think at Cal, that's got some shape when you get behind her. You sure like and appreciate her outer quality to her. And then you study her calf of foot. I mean, that's one that's got some added product to her, added grow. I think that one's got some top shapes and shape down low. Just a really good practical pair out here on the Cal side of things.
Thank you, Judge Allnut. So there you are, your champion open 2-year-old females, entry 58, Crooked Creek Tibby 90L with Gaffett side Crooked Creek Tibby 17N from Liam Richards. They will stay in the ring, and we will welcome back all of our champions from our earlier open classes.
Looks like we're ready to do our champion female here in the open division. Boy, it's not a big show, but boy, the qualities ran extremely deep.
So we welcome back into the ring our champion open heifer calf, entry 36, Terron Aeroline 68N from Sully Jenkins. And our reserve champion was entry 37, DMM Miss Essence 61N from Julius Wintereater. Our champion yearling heifer was entry number 57, Miss Prairie Cove 412M from Cam Davidson. And a reserve champion was entry 49, Brooking Royal Lass 4207 from Cordell Morrison. And finally, our champion 2-year-old was entry number 58, Crooked Creek Tibby 90L with Gaffett side Crooked Creek Tibby 17N, exhibited by Liam Richards. And so this is your champion open division drive.
Well, I really don't think it's going to take her long here.
Again, I think we're really impressed with the cattle as they rack them out here for another champion drive. I think there's some cattle with lots of quality to them, cattle with some look, cattle with some flexibility to them. I think, we're going to keep things brief. We still got a lot of cattle to get a look at throughout the day. For us here today, I think there was a division in particular where it was a bit of a hard-fought battle to get to this point. So if you win the battle, you're going to go ahead and win the war. We're going to keep these two breds out of that middle division together.
So your champion open female is entry 57, Miss Prairie Cove 412M from Cam Davidson, with a reserve champion also from the heifer, entry 49, Brooking Royal Lass 4207 from Cordell Morrison. So I believe we'll take a quick picture break, and then we will move into the bred and owned division.
So is it on? Yeah. So it looks like we're getting ready to start what would this be, the Bread and Own show here? And I'm Mark Kelly. Sitting in with me is Jaden Warren from here in Alberta. Jaden came down and worked for me last year. He has Simmentals, and we're going to do a little color commentary for you and maybe talk about a few things that we've seen and the fun we've had here at the National Young Cattlemen's, and a little bit of stuff that we do down in Texas and all that. And Jaden's going to come down and help us again. Last year he was down for sales season and stayed all the way through spring. Went to Kansas City, Oklahoma City with us, Fort Worth. And so he knows a few of the stories and all that. He was here for the bracket show last night. What did you think of the bracket show, Jaden?
Well, personally, I think the bracket show was pretty good and fairly interesting. There was a lot of people there. The cattle were fairly good, and I think it could have went either way.
Oh, for sure.
But I got to say the paralyzers and the jugs were probably the best part of it all.
They were a hit. They always are. Boy, the sponsorship around here and everybody that donates stuff is always top notch. And there's no lack of good camaraderie and fun to be had all day, every day, and even into the night. And a few entertaining scenes last night that we all got to watch. There's Cole King. His daughter showed a heifer earlier today. He'll sit in with us here in a little bit. And it's been a good start to the female show today. We've got through the Mighty Mites or Tiny Mites or whatever we call them, and we call them Pee-wees at home. So, and then we've done the open show, getting ready to go into the Bread and Own show. So far, I don't know if this is the first time. It's the first time I know of that we've gotten this far into it, and haven't had a pair win anything yet. That's kind of rare for up here, isn't it, Jade?
Yeah, I would say it's fairly rare. I think pairs usually carry through and do very good up here. We're a very pair-based operations up here, and pairs usually do fairly well, so it's kind of weird that they're not carrying through.
Oh, for sure. We were touring at Lee and Don Wilson's the other day, and and I think this is pretty standard and most herds up here. We drive through a set of 2-year-olds raising big bull calves, and Lee was telling us, we might break that one, or we broke this one last year, and it seems like there's never a shortage of good 2-year-olds to go and snatch out of the pasture, and udder quality obviously is second to none up here, and a big stout bull calf or a big stout heifer calf is pretty common, and it is rare to get this far into it and not have a pair represented.
Yes, with that, you say there's lots of really good 2-year-old pairs, and they're having big bull calves and such, but you also got to look at it and look at the cow herds around and the longevity that goes into these cattle, and you can get them up to 18, 20 years old, and they're still raising big 700-800 pound steers in the fall, or you got your females that are making bulls that are going to go out.
It's now
and produce
time
big
for the
steers
Bread and Owned division. Starting off with our Bread and Owned heifer calf. First in is entry 59, Red Diamond T Lakota 25144 from Hiller Gardner. Second in is entry 60, WBHR Noteworthy 1N from Maya Mackey. Entry 61, Murray Christina 76N, exhibited by Nevada Murray. If you flip to the deeper into your book, entry 133 has been moved to this class. That's Hillcrest Pride 504 from Daniel Pearson. Entry 62 follows him, River Rock Sierra 5108N from Carson Van Sickle. Entry 63, LLB Bardess 1N from Luke Henderson. Entry 64, Tulsa's Cayenne 304N from Tulsa Smith. And finally, entry 65, Red PAS Lois 669N from Heidi Pass. This is your bred and owned heifer calf, and I believe this is the championship. These will be your you'll get your grand and reserve heifer calf champions in the bred and owned division.
We've had some good banter back and forth here while they were announcing these young females coming in. Jaden raises full-blood semis, and Nikki's been a little rough on their show ring viability, but we'll give them a pass. Good stout class. They said this is going to end up being the champion division will come out of this. Well, I'd say a lot of diversity out here.
I would say when you get this in an all-breed show, there's a ton of diversity, and I look at this class right here, and you could go a few different ways with it, I think, but there's also a few heifers that really stand out, and I think there's a lot of quality, but there's also really good young showmen here, too.
Oh, for sure. I think the tougher thing, and the different breeds is for sure tough, but the diversity and frame condition, everybody has a little different opinion on management and all that, and you to compound multiple different breeds and multiple different condition cycles and all that always throws another wrench in the works. But I mean, when you have quality cattle, I mean, it does seem like they come to the top quite often.
Well, I think it's pretty safe to say that the Angus will always dominate.
Well, now, I don't know about that when it comes to pounds in the fall when you go sit at your auction mart, but a little front end never bothered anything.
And that's what we love about the purebred industry. Passion runs deep, and it is one of those things that last night with the bracket show, we debated a bunch, amongst ourselves over a few drinks, where pounds play into the market right now, with calves bringing what they are. It's awfully hard not to take an extra bonus in pounds standing there.
And that's exactly it. Maybe looking at them in a show ring with that little bit of front end, they're maybe not the most pleasing to the eye, but when they carry through in the rest of their body and just
there are
sink that
more
extra 5
programs
pounds,
up
it's a
at
few
the
more
announcer
dollars.
stand. If you like a program or don't have one yet, we've got a whole stack of them up at the announcer stand.
Yeah, without a doubt. And that's something we all sit around and debate. I've always believed that yes, if you
We're going to take the time here quickly to just thank our wonderful sponsors.
If you can not give up structural quality, volume, mass, durability, the front end debate will go on forever. Where we come from, generally, it's going to be a bonus if you have a sharp trim fronted one, but you'll have a hard time finding any cattleman that will say that is the first thing they look at when they go to buy livestock.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly it. You got to look at your different things, and even in our herd today, we're breeding in to try and get something a little more fresher fronted and a little nicer, but with our breed that we have, we work with what we got, and we just keep trying to build it and extend on that.
Oh, for sure. I think that has been the goal of cattlemen from the start of this all, to breed more product, more efficiency, and less waste. And with that being said, there's a lot of ways to skin a cat, and the color debate is one of those things that will go down forever. For a long time we tried to get these things black-hided, every breed black-hided, and we see down at home now, a red or a red baldy Simmental will bring you a premium, and a number of years ago you were almost culling them no matter quality because they were wanting them so black-hided.
And that's always an argument everybody has. I know there's a few neighbors back home, and they
ready for some comments from Judge Blair all night.
There's a few, and all they want is red cows.
Again, I think basic build is going to sort the top end here, and we really like the class winner. I think that one's high tying, attractive, fresh in terms of her condition. She's so good in terms of her silhouette. For being that fresh and lean, I think she maintains some shape and shape to her underline.
I think that's a good female to kick things off with here. We go to a burlier built one there in second, one that has some product, has some shape to her. With that comes a shot of coarseness. She wants to get a little awkward up the ground, doesn't want to flex quite the way her class winner does, but I think that's a big-bodied, high-volume type of heifer to go second. The problem heifer is Treble the Red Heifer in third, one that we really like, the basic build up. I think that one's sound. I think that one's flexible off both ends. She's attractive in high tying. She just wants to get a little lean today to go up any higher. Doesn't want to have that genuine mass to the center portion of her body that the two above her does. But I think that's a good built livestock there to go third. Young men's dark red heifer in third, one that's got the disadvantage in terms of age, but I think high quality nonetheless. You like the turn to her stifle, you like the shape that one has. She just wants to get a shot tighter in terms of a rear hock, wants to get a shot awkward there at the ground, but I think one that's got some shape and go to her. Young men's dark red heifer with the cowboy hat again. I think you talk about one that has some added baits with some shape. We love the shape to her underline. She just wants to get a shot rounder out of her hip, wants to get a shot coarser there at her blade. The blade space female next, again, I think one that has some shape to her, has some product to her. With that, she wants to get coarser, particularly out of her shoulder blade, wants to get a little awkward there at the ground. Young men's black heifer proceeding out of the class next. Again, I think from the side, you'd like the added extension that heifer has, particularly through her spine, through her hip. I think she's got some boldness to her rib. Again, just wants to get a little upright off both ends of her skeleton. We round out again with a Hereford heifer that, again, I think has some added length of body to her, has some added spine to her, just doesn't want to have the muscle and performance to go up any higher. But a really good group of bred and owned cattle.
Thank you, Judge Allnut. So first in that class is entry 61, Murray Christina, 76N from Nevada Murray. Second in class is entry 63, LLB Bardess, 1N from Luke Henderson. Third in class was entry 65, Heidi Pass. Fourth in class was entry 59, Red Diamond T Lakota, 25144 from Hiller Gardner. Fifth in class is entry 62, from Carson Van Sickle. Sixth in class was entry 64 from Tulsa Smith, and seventh in class was entry 133 from Daniel Pearson.
Well, I'm almost guaranteeing we're going to agree on the placing in this one. I don't know if we agreed on all the placings so far, but I'm pretty certain we're
just
we're
a
on the same
single
page
entry here in.
Well, I don't know if there's any other
in
way
the
you
bowl
could go,
class
but I
for
guess
the
if
bred
you're
known,
not first,
entry
you're last, am I
66,
right?
Riverfront 4 Mile, 508N from Paisley Robertson.
Again, I think a calf, you've really got to appreciate the density, the performance this one has. I think he's big hipped. You love him down the top side of his skeleton. He's proud fronted, extended, has some maturity to him. He's robust in terms of the center portion of his body and rib. Really nice single entry that goes without saying could take a lot of further competition.
Thank you, Judge Allnut. And so our champion bred and owned bull calf is entry 66, Riverfront 4 Mile, 508N from Paisley Robertson. If you're needing to get some shopping done, either for clothing or stock show and other pet pad things, the pet pad is behind and their shop is open, as well as the Stock Show shop, and Bashaw Rentals is also here. Not with any rental things, but they have some closeouts. So all three of those trailers are located just behind the ring. So go and browse all of their wares and maybe make some great purchases or some gifts for the family. There's also, I don't know who the ice cream shop is, but there is an ice cream shop just over by the backdrop if you're looking for a sweet treat this lovely Sunday afternoon.
What do we have coming out here next, Nikki?
We're into the junior yearling heifers right now.
Oh, very good, very good. This is where the heat comes. And we'll also have to see. It looks like so far the yearlings have been awfully tough this morning, tougher than what I expected. But heck, you know, different strokes for different folks, huh, Jaden?
Yeah, I suppose so. I don't know. It'll be neat to see what happens here in these yearling division, but I guess there's only one thing we can do, and that's sit here and watch. Am I right?
Oh, I agree. I particularly love the bred and owned. I mean, especially at home, we show a lot of bred and owned, and you know, the Angus at home, bred and owned. All they can show in is the bred and owned. You know, you don't get to show them in the own show. In the Hereford deal, you get to show them in both. But there's been a big push the last couple of years to put more emphasis on the bred and owned, especially in the Hereford and some of them breeds. Now they give a trailer to win the bred and owned at Junior National, like a 28-foot gooseneck aluminum, and they give a bumper hitch stock trailer, more of a range trailer to be reserved. And so they put a lot of influence on something that near and dear to my heart. You know, I mean, we sell a lot of cattle, but there's something special about being able to breed a true quality animal.
I think that's a big thing in today's industry, and you see there's a lot of youth that there's not a lot of youth in agriculture in North
We're now
America
into our
as,
bred and owned junior
Lewiston
yearling
was.
class. First in is entry 67, Dolly, exhibited by Ellie Anderson. Following her is entry 68, WBHR Moonshine 7M from Maya Mackey. Following her is entry 69, Red NLF Eva 409M from Tennessee Schneider. Following her is entry 70, KR Annabelle 483M from Riley Brewer. And finally, entry 71, Cinder Rosette 617M from Tavian Yoder. This is our junior yearling heifer division. Heifers range in age from May 28th to February 3rd.
Out here in this bred and owned deal, it looks like we're well represented. You have a little bit of everything. Looks like we have at least one Hereford. I'm not sure about what the one in front is. Hereford, two Herefords.
Lead things off here with one that when you put her on the lead, I think that's when she gains the biggest advantage, just how flexible and loose structured that one is. Still maintains plenty of look from the side. We like the sweep to the center portion of her body. I think that one's long hipped and extended. Really nice one there to lead things off. The highly presented black heifer in second. Boy, we like this one when we get her parked. I think she's got a lot of look. She's got so much genuine turn to rib, both up high and down low. We like her just from a silhouette perspective. When we put that one on the move, she just wants to get a shot timid, doesn't want to reach out with the freedom and flexibility that her class winner does, but a really nice black heifer to go second. The red heifer in third, again, one that when you get her parked, you like this one a bunch. I think she's bold-bodied. She's got some stoutness to her. She's got some shape to her. She just wants to get a shot upright both ends of her skeleton. When you put her on the lead, we just want to loosen that one up. The white-faced heifer to round things out again. I think one that has some look to her, has some length of spine to her, just wants to get a shot tighter in terms of her hock and pastern set. But a really nice group of bred and owned heifers.
Thank you, Judge Allnut. So, first in that class was entry 68, WBHR Moonshine 7M from Maya Mackey. Second in class was entry 71, Cinder Rosette 617M from Tavian Yoder. That's your Grand and Reserve junior yearling heifer for bred and owned. Third in class was entry 69, Tennessee Schneider. And fourth in class was entry 67, Dolly from Ellie Anderson. Entry 70 appeared to have been a scratch in that class, and so that's your junior yearlings complete. We now move into our senior yearling heifers. First in is entry 72, Red Terron Misty 143M, exhibited by Casey Adams. Following her is entry 73, Red BCC Renee 435 from Winton Brandel. Next in is entry 74, RF Beauty 470 from Cade Rancier. Following her is entry 75, Red Dursta Chloe 403M from Lexi Mathon. And finally into the class is entry 76, DJLR Glory 4M from Dana Razika. This is our senior yearling championship for the bred and owned division.
Well, I'll tell you, Jaden, I'm not placing any bets on this because, well, it's a good set of females. There's some give and take in it. Honestly, I'm going to enjoy seeing what they're going to do because I don't think there's an easy call out here. I mean, when they first walked in, I thought maybe, but since they get out here and move around, structure and soundness is one of those things that really kind of separates the men from the boys when it comes to this. There's a lot of good looking cattle out here these days, and I think everybody would agree that structure and soundness has to be what you build a herd around.
Yeah, I agree with that. You can breed a lot of things into cattle, but I think when you're starting out, that's something you really want to look at is their structure, and that's
if our 2-year-old pairs for the bred and owned division,
and you look at here, and I think you could flip a coin on which way you're gonna go, and I don't think anybody here really knows what's happening. Maybe the judges have an idea right now, but no, really good quality cattle out here.
Well, and I agree, and I know we're far removed from a selling bulls at this stage, but I do believe that it's one of those things. If you're always focusing on structural soundness, structural quality, it even at this level, it's going to trickle down into bull production, and I think everybody's sold a bull that we thought was sound enough, and then you get that phone call, and that's one of the more of those phone calls you can eliminate, the fewer and fewer that you have to replace, and I think that all starts here, obviously, and because we're supposed to be showing the elite of the elite, and teaching these young people a lesson, that if you start off with good bones and move up from there, the road ahead's always easier.
Yeah, I do agree with that, and what you're saying about if you have to replace one, hopefully you can make it to the lowest amount that need replaced, but there's going to be something that needs replaced. Things happen. These are livestock and cattle, and
for sure.
I feel like the most important thing is just stand behind your cattle, and that's something that is good to teach these young exhibitors, is that they should stand behind what they are marketing and selling.
Oh, for sure. That is one of the best lessons that is taught in this side of it. I mean, we all get when we're exhibiting them, we all get wound up and trying to win and always you want to have your best showing, but at the end of the day, this is still supposed to be a teaching event, and I think you find some of the finest young people here that you will anywhere. Looks like we have a placing, and we're going to get some remarks from our judges.
And that is an Angus that came out to the top.
Carrying a Simmental brand.
Wanted to jockey them around a little bit. I probably wouldn't argue with you too much. I think there's some give and take. Ultimately, we came down to, I think we prefer the smoothness, the balance to the class winner. I think that one blends really nice from her shoulder back into her forerib, and from there back from her rear rib and flank. I think that one gives you a good look. She's good in terms of her hip. She's good in terms of her silhouette. I'll be honest with you, these top trio, I mean, we'd sure like to unwind them when we put them on the lead, but I think when we get them parked, I think that one's the best designed in terms of her hip and hind leg. The young man's red heifer in third. From a freshness standpoint, this one sure got the advantage. I like this one from a type standpoint. I think she's got some look. I think she's got some product to her. I think that one sure dense in terms of her muscle pattern. She does want to get a shot coarser there, particularly in the top side of her shoulder. Wants to get a shot rigid there at the ground when you put her in the move. Young lady's red heifer next. Again, from the side, I think you like the added length the side this one's got. I think she's extended in terms of her hip. She just wants to get a shot round at the base of her shoulder, and again wants to fight the ground when you put her in on the move. Young ladies, black heifer next. You sure like the turn to the rib, the added capacity that one has. Again, has some muscle to her, has some dimension to her. Wants to get a shot coarser there out of her blade, particularly at the base of it. Wants to push out a shot more chest. We'd just like to lean that one up a bit. Young ladies, red heifer to round things out again. I think, again, one that's practical in terms of her kind. I think that one's both bodied, big hip. Again, we just want to lean this one back in terms of her condition and just free that one up when we put her on the lead.
Thank you, Judge Allnut. So first in that class is entry 74, RF Beauty 470 from Cade Rancier. Second in class is entry 73, Red BCC Renee 435 from Winton Brandel. Third in class was entry 72, Red Terron Misty 143M from Casey Adams. Fourth in class was entry 76, DGJLR Glory 4M from Dana Rizika. Fifth in class is entry 75, Red Dursta Chloe 403M from Lexi Mathon. And now we move into the exciting 2-year-olds for the bred and known class. This will be your grand and reserve here. Entry 77 Lily is going to be Lily with calf at side. She has a calf at side, exhibited by Julie Murphy. And entry 78 GHR Pulled Let's Go with calf at side SRR Never Looking Back, exhibited by Jackson Coombs.
Here we are. Assuming these are 2-year-old pairs, Nikki? Yes, they are. Yep, 2-year-old pairs. They've made a quick decision in this one. I'm assuming it's pretty cut and dried for them when they walked in the ring.
And you know that's kind of tough at times.
Again, 2 complete pairs out here in our bred and known thing, and I think you just like the practicality to the pair of them. The black cow that goes ahead and gets the advantage, conservative in terms of her frame size, but I think a cow that's got some product to her. We sure like her in terms of udder quality. The calf at foot, I think, again, one that you can see the influence of mom, but I think one that might be even more so stretched out in terms of added product. I think a really well-balanced pair to lead things off here with. The red cow, and 2, again, I think you like the turn to a rib, you like the look to that cow. I think just a practical, well-built pair, one that certainly just doesn't have the advantage to the black cow in terms of udder quality, but 2 nice pairs out here.
So our champion, bred and known 2-year-old, is entry 77, Lily, with calf at side Sarah, exhibited by Julie Murphy. And then reserve champion is entry 78, GHR Pulled Let's Go, with calf at side SRR Never Looking Back, exhibited by Jackson Coombs. We will now welcome Ben in the rest of our bred and known champions. First in is our grand champion, our champion, heifer calf, entry 61, Murray Christina, 76N, exhibited by Nevada Murray. And then our reserve champion, bred and owned heifer calf, was entry 63, LLB Bardess 1N, exhibited by Luke Henderson. Our champion junior yearling heifer was entry 68, WBHR Moonshine 7M, exhibited by Maya Mackey. And then the reserve champion junior yearling was entry 71, Cinder Rosette 617M from Tavian Yoder. Our champion senior yearling was entry 74, Cade Rancier with RF Beauty 470. And our reserve champion was entry 73, Red BCC Renee 435, exhibited by Winton Brandel. And then our champion 2-year-olds were entry 77, Lily with calf at side Sarah, exhibited by Julie Murphy. And our reserve champion was entry 78 GHR pulled Let's Go with calf at side SRR Never Looking Back, exhibited by Jackson Coombs. This is our grand champion, bred and owned division finale.
We're back out here in our champion lineup. Didn't take a long time in this bred and owned show, but it wasn't because of lack of quality. And boy, diversity would be an understatement when we talk about our champion lineup. If somebody can't find their type out here, then you need to look again, I think.
Well, I think so. There's a ton of diversity, but what a congratulate thing to do is make it to this class and this bred and owned deal, and I think it's really cool. And just the quality of cattle we have out here today and the work that's been put into them, I think, is amazing.
Oh, I agree, and we didn't get to talk when those 2-year-olds came out much, but a real functional cow that wins a 2-year-old class. I mean, a good turnout type of female. One that I think anybody could say, I can kick that one out, and mate on her a couple times, figure out what works, and this young lady already has a start on her next bred and owned standing there.
And that's exactly right, and that's what it's all about. I think from them calves all the way through to the pairs, your goal is to end up with a pair that can carry on for years to come and then raise more genetics that can be the calves standing at the front again and work their way. And
we were talking when we were off mic whenever they were announcing the placings. I haven't. This is my second year to come up here, and I came up a few years ago and judged it. I've been to this deal many times. I'm a little surprised at the cow calf numbers to this point. Now there's a lot of cattle still to come, but all in years past, I remember it seemed like a third of the show being cow calves, and I don't know if it's maybe because these yearling heifers are starting to be so staunch and getting more recognition, and it's a lot of work to haul a cow calf. I mean, anybody that's ever been to one of these and done it, I mean, you have everything from keeping the cow in condition, keeping her milking, and keeping the calf healthy, and so it's no easy task to get a pair to one of these deals.
No, it's not, but I think it's one of the more congratulating things personally. Bringing a pair out, it's a lot of work and it's tough, but if you can do it, I think it's one of the coolest
Ready
things
for
there
some
is.
comments now on our grand
I agree.
champion,
We've
bred and owned
had a
drive.
tremendous amount of success with cow-calf pairs that we've shown in the States, but it's almost like a...
I think we sure got to commend these young exhibitors for coming out here and competing in the Bred and Owned show. Put your hands together, if you will. I think we all know the challenges that go into creating cattle and getting them raised, let alone getting them to this point. And when you look down the lineup, I think quality's high. I think, from start to finish, we found cattle that we could tie into and enjoy. Cattle that have some differences maybe in terms of extras. But again, keeping things brief so we can keep things moving along, we're going to go ahead and show you the two that we like best.
Looks like they might give them one last look, or they may go directly out there. I'm pretty sure they've got their champions figured out. This is one of them deals where they seem to be pretty certain on what they're going to be doing. And looks like we have a Hereford near and dear to my heart out here winning the bred and owned deal.
Our champion bred and owned is from the yearling heifer, the junior yearling heifer, entry 68, WBHR Moonshine 7M. Exhibited by Maya Mackey.
I just got to say, that young lady right there is a testament to this junior program. Great girl. We sold her a heifer 2 years ago, and she didn't get to show it on this day last year because that thing got sick, and they are great at taking care of them. They took her home and tried to do the best for her, and that heifer ended up not living. And to have a year later for that
And reserve champion is entry 61, Murray Christina, 76N, exhibited by Nevada Murray.
And so, stuff like that, I know we shouldn't get emotional about this, but stuff like that makes me really love this program, that a young lady like that can have the hardest of hard times.
So we'll take a quick picture break, then we'll be back for the commercial division.
have a year later have something like that work out for her, and that young lady, has some physical challenges, but she does not let it hold her back. I mean, obviously you can tell from the work she does on the female and all that. It's near and dear to her heart. Congratulations. That's a really impressive bred and owned show, and looks like they're going to take a little picture break, and we'll get into what's next. Commercials. Commercials. Nikki said we have a rather large commercial show ahead of us, which is very, very good. I mean, I don't know if there's anybody that doesn't like a good commercial. The fun of it. The getting able to step outside your breed and do a few things that we seem to look at cattle and other breeds and go, man, it'd be nice if we could incorporate that to our herd, and then having something like a commercial deal where you can do it. And I know that we have a lot of fun of them, with a crossbreeder too, when we get a chance to mess with them at the house. We don't sell a tremendous amount of bulls. Jaden, they sell quite a few bulls, and I think the majority of them tend to go on other breeds, so he gets to see the benefits of that crossbreeding firsthand.
Yeah, I don't know. I think crossbreeding's a real neat thing, and way back when great-great-grandpa started the farm, we used to run Herefords, and then to change it up a little bit, after a few years, we kind of got into the Solaires, and they did real good for us. And just getting that F1 cross and breeding back on them cattle, you just get a little more growth and something a little new and different, and it seems to work. And then we switched from Solaires, and we used Angus's for quite a few years, and then we went from Angus's to full bloods, trying to put some more power back into our herd because it went so Cavanese, and we're trying to put some power back in and get some bigger steers in the fall, and we're now seeing it click when we're weaning 750, 800-pound steers, and I think the crossbreeding thing's real neat, and we're already looking at crossing things again and changing it up.
Really, that's and that's unique. I think there's a majority of breeders in this that get into a breed and just own that breed for 30 years, and you don't get to visit with very many people that have had a foot in so many different diverse breeds, and so yeah, I mean it is something that's very important. But I tell you what, can we just thank the Lord for an amazing day today. Holy man, like you couldn't, for as tough as it was yesterday, for all those showmanship and judging contestants, braving the rain and the wind and the cold, and then boy, we're making up for it today with some beautiful weather.
And I got to tell you, I think the weather here kind of stays the same year through year, because last time I was here, which would have been 2 years ago, it seemed like it rained the same day, and then it was nice just like this on show day.
Well, I tell you what, it shows the toughness and the wherewithal of Canadian junior exhibitors to I mean, obviously they've worked a long time to get to this point, and I wouldn't expect anything less than them to give it their all. But yesterday it was quite impressive. I didn't see a single exhibitor out there or judger that looked or sounded like they were the least bit bothered by it. We were all huddled up in the tent trying to stay warm and dry and all that.
Cheyenne
And boy, they're
Simmons,
out there
we're
fighting
looking
through it.
for you ringside. Cheyenne Simmons. While we wait for Cheyenne to arrive, I'm going to go into a little bit of a bracket mode here, and you'll notice that entry 83, it's a scratch just to point that out, but you'll notice that it's exhibited by Janet Kerr. Now, Janet Kerr is a fantastic volunteer for our show, and I believe worked on the program, but as a test animal, put that one in there, and did not take it out. So Janet was trying to relive the glory days here in the show ring, but she will not be racing with us today.
Looks like the first class is getting ready to go in, and we're lucky enough we get to see the raffle heifer from last night that Lee and Don Wilson donated back to be auctioned off. Brings 10.5. Is that what she brings? I think so. So we get to see her come out here and compete a little bit, and well, that was great to see that happen last night. Great. I don't expect anything less from Lee and Don Wilson, but it's great to see the support of multiple families bidding on her to put money back into this program.
That's what I think it's all about, and you got to be super generous when you get opportunities like that and people supporting the youth. But I feel like if agriculture is going to carry on, that's or even just this showing, that's something real important. And either way, what a great heifer.
Oh, I agree. And it's too easy. We get so caught up in the competition of it and all that. It's too easy to forget. There's a lot of places that people can put disposable income, and I think we really need to hold up and recognize those people when they choose to support this side of it, because not only are we trying to build better youth, but we're trying to build something sustainable for the future. And so when people do that, and I in all honesty, at 10.5 he might have got a bargain on that one. A lot of places I go at home and look, and a female like that makes that money back for you on the first calf.
And that's what it's all about, putting that money out there and trying to grow and expand yourself, and hoping if you work hard enough and that things work out and you can make your money back and grow what you're trying to do.
Oh, for sure. And then when you're supporting the industry and all that, it never hurts. We get to see a little bit of it at home. It seems to be on display more up here because it is so much more of a close-knit group of people. I can speak from personal experience. I think a third of the exhibitors here I'm related to through marriage, and that's and third of the exhibitors and half the town.
We now move into the commercial division. First, with our first split of commercial heifer calves. First in is entry 79, Rivendale Athena 33N, exhibited by Jessica Davey. Next in is entry 80, Miss PCC Peachy 576N. It says it's exhibited by Abigail Coaning, but it's actually going to be exhibited by Maddie Ference, as they were able to purchase the heifer last night during the bracket. Following that is entry 81, Riverstone Armani, exhibited by London Matthews. Entry 82 is BB, exhibited by Cheyenne Simmons. Entry 83 is a scratch. Entry 84 is TRS Cherry Lux 48N, exhibited by Brantley Horn. I feel like we are missing a lot of heifers. Oh. Entry 85 is FRL Night Bloom 611N, exhibited by Colt Hrebenik. And entry 86 is Red Toa Toff C1N, exhibited by Reese Wildman. This is your first split, commercial heifer calves.
Out here in this first heifer calf class and the crossbreds commercials, and wow, I mean, this is a stout set of heifer calves. Yet another class I'm not willing to put money on, because it looks like we have what is a speckled park out here, and red and white one, and and I'm just here to tell you that's a good little female. I don't you make that thing any color, big wheeled, good looking, big muscled. You know, maybe not the softest bodied one in the world, but for a young heifer calf, I would, you know, with all that power and gets out and moves nice, I'm going to say she's adequate in my mind.
I got to agree with you on that one. I love the bone that female has, and she gets out and moves. And I think looking at a commercial standpoint, that is just a good female that is going to do good and hopefully come back and raise calves that look just as good as her, maybe even better.
Exactly, and the diversity we have, I don't know exactly what breed we have standing behind her, this black one, but a polar opposite when it comes to muscle and bone, but a good female in her own right, tied together nice, a shot more belly, gets out and moves nice. I mean, and there's several like the donation heifer from last night.
I'd like to take the time
You know,
once again to thank all of our committed show.
The tough thing about this is it ends up being, you know, what our judges feel like they can make work in their own herd. In my mind, I feel there's 3 or 4 different ways you can go to start off the top of the class and not really be wrong.
And you know, I do agree with you there. It's at the end of the day, it's what works for their own herd and what they can make work, and it's their personal opinion. And that female you really liked, I see she just came down into the bottom, but maybe that just doesn't work for their herd or what they're looking for. But everybody's got something different, and it's one man's opinion today, and it could be a different one's tomorrow.
Oh, exactly. I have some very good friends down in Texas that have, you know, been longtime managers of very successful Hereford herds, and he's lamented to me before about judging prospect shows and how. You know, he likes them looking a little more production oriented and beating some of these females like this little heifer that you know, big boned and big structured and all that, but meant to be a club calf producer, and he's told me, he's like, I just can't, that's not my type of livestock. And then he's told me he has people come up to him and tell him, well, that heifer's a full sister to a, you know, a $50,000 steer, and I've always told him, hey, you know, they hire you for your opinion. So you need to get out there and give your honest opinion and tell them what you would do in your herd, and not really worry about what anybody else is doing in their herd.
And that's exactly it. And I feel like you get out here today, and you and I, we might have totally different opinions on what cattle works for our herds. But when that's the cattle you have and that's what you're doing, you stand behind what you like, and you work with what you got.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's never any wisdom in going broke trying to do what somebody else is trying to do, and that's you know, the nice thing is if everybody had the exact same opinion, you wouldn't show but at one show, you know, and that is a nice thing. I have no doubt in my mind that you know, that our judges today believe staunchly in their type of cattle, and I do appreciate that. The nice thing is, you know, it's one show away from having a better day normally. So you know, that is the beauty about what we do. It's the part of this that we all agree to whenever we start showing them, and so, you know, especially getting this commercial side of it. And it ends up being one of those deals where you know, there's so much. Are we try and produce you know, a production female, or we trying to produce a club calf, you know, and so it really just comes down to, you know, where your priorities lie, I guess.
And that's exactly it on what you're trying to raise and what you're trying to do. But I see they're getting them placed, and it seems today to me that they're looking for more type females that are going out to become mama cows over maybe the more clubby calf females, which I think are.
When you study her from the side, young man heifer in second. Again, really fresh in terms of her condition. One that's got some look. She's elevated out of the front side of her skeleton, long-bodied, extended, particularly in the shorter portion of her body, but a heifer that just wants to get a shot upright out of her blade, and we just want to relax her in terms of her front knee to give that one just a shot more reach. Young lady's red heifer in third, one that we really like. I think that one's super complete, super well balanced. we just want to put a shot more foot and heel underneath her, give her a shot more bone to really balance her out. But I think one that's really genuine in terms of the shape to her middle 1/3. Nice heifer to go third. The cream colored heifer next, again, I think one that's got some density to her, got some shape to her. She just wants to get a shot tighter out of her rear hock, a heifer that we just want to blend in a shot differently in terms of the way she lays that shoulder blade into her. The young lady's black heifer again, one that gives you a shot of look. I think she's got some attractiveness. She too just wants to get hinged a little straight off both ends, wants to tie a little lower out of the front side of those blades, but a heifer that I think again sure comes together nicely. The white heifer following out next, again, a really well-balanced one that's certainly at a disadvantage in terms of age, but I think one that's built good. She just doesn't want to, she just doesn't perform and have near the amount of muscle and mass to go up any higher. And then we round out with a heifer that I think just gets a shot coarser off both ends of her skeleton, wants to get a shot rounder in terms of her muscle, wants to get a shot rigid in terms of her tail head, but one that certainly gives you a neat look from the side.
Thank you, Judge Allnut. So first place in that class was entry 81, Riverstone Armani from London Matthews. Second class was entry 85, FRL Night Bloom 611N from Colt Hrebenek. Third in class was entry 86, Red Toa Toff C1N, exhibited by Reese Wildman. Fourth in class was entry 80, Miss PCC Peachy 576N, exhibited by Maddie Ference. Fifth in class was entry 82, BB from Cheyenne Simmons. Sixth in class was entry 84. Sixth in class was entry 79, Rivendale Athena 33N from Jessica Davey. And seventh in class was entry 84, TRS Cherry Lux 48N, exhibited by Brantley Horn. Now into our second split of commercial heifer calves. First in is entry 87, Red Arrow Puppy Snugs 26N, exhibited by Joss Pittman. Entry 88, Z-Bar Slidin' in Style, exhibited by Erica Zimmer. Next up is entry 89, Deeg Miss Indigo 102N, exhibited by Bryn Deeg. Entry 90, Nike, exhibited by Julie Murphy. And entry 91, Carmen, exhibited by Carter Kamla. Oh, and then we've got entry 92, Z-Bar Ruby 5001, exhibited by Paige Zimmer. Entry 93, Diamond T Miss 2506, exhibited by Callan Gardner. And finally, entry 94, Mater Sheila 9N, exhibited by Ollie Medham. This is our second split of commercial heifer calves. Top two from this class will advance on and will be in our commercial heifer calf championship following this class.
Boy, another deep, diverse class here in the commercial deal. Another class that, boy, you can go 2 or 3 different ways and not be wrong. It is nice that we have judges that do seem to be very very staunch in their conviction of what they want in one. So it doesn't a class like this, if you're not pretty sure of the type of cattle you like, you could spend a lot of time out here looking at them, second guessing yourself.
And that's exactly it. You could spend all day just looking at one class and picking them apart and looking at their good things. But when it comes down to it, you make a decision on what works in your herd, and that's you stand behind what you look at. And I'll say I've never really judged many shows before, but when you do, I feel like you stand behind what you pick, and that's just what you got to do.
Well, I haven't judged a ton in my life. We've done a few. I always think that the easiest thing to do is go out there and use them like you would like to own them and breed them and And I honestly think that when it comes down to the little things, whatever is important to you, it's usually what makes you a dollar. If you're selling commercial bulls, boy, you need them things structurally correct, with a little more wolf to them and all that. If you're selling high-end show females, once again, you like them structurally correct. But you might not need as much muscle as some guys. If you've got a little more look and all that, and there's a lot of different ways to turn a profit in this industry. And so yeah, as long as you are staunch in the belief of wherever your market is, I think generally they kind of sort themselves when they come to you.
I do agree with you on that immensely, and it just depends on what you have in your herd and what you're trying to do. And I think here today you could go a whole bunch of different ways. Depends on the person, but for sure there's some really good females out here today.
Oh, without a doubt, and that is something I love about what we do. We mess with a lot of cattle, a lot of sale cattle, a lot of show cattle, and with that being said, we have a lot of good people come through that give us a hand with them and make it possible for us to do what we do. And some of the best conversations that I've had is sitting there around the lunch table or dinner table and just talking type and kind of cattle and what you believe you can make work for you. And to me, I think that's this is a little more high end version of it. I think especially when you get a couple out here, looking at them together, I think they're discussing them, amongst themselves just like they would at the dinner table, and then I think they go ahead and describe them to you, just like you would, sitting there describing one that a calf that you saw in your pasture that you really like, and I like that I don't know, one-on-one, personal approach that judges like this bring to it.
Unimpressive one here to lead things off. I think one that just blends the most things together so well. Attractive in terms of her kind, big in terms of the turn to her rib. We love her silhouette. We love her outline. I think when you put that one on the lead, she proves herself to be one of the more flexible ones in the bunch. The young lady's red heifer in second. We love the look. We love the feature to her. She's so good from her jowl down into her chest. I think that one's got so much feature to her. She's long spine, square hipped. She does want to just get a shot rigid every now and then in terms of her angles, but I think that's one that certainly reads really positively in terms of her look. The silhouette to her, that's a real nice show cow there to go second. The young lady's black heifer in third, one that I think, again, genuine in terms of her rib shape. I think that one's bold-bodied. We just want to pull that one apart in terms of her hip, give her a little bit more flexibility off those rear two. Young man's heifer, young man's black heifer with the white udder, again, one that you like the added length of body to her. She's got some look. She just wants to get rigid at the backside of her hock. We just want to free her up there, give her a shot more comfort when we put her on the move. Big-bodied black heifer next, again, one with some look to her, one with some dimension. Just wants to get coarser out of her shoulder, wants to get a shot more upright in terms of her knee, but I think that's a big-bodied, big outline there, one to go next. The Sarah-headed female preceding her in class, again, one that when you get her parked, I think this one gives you a pretty good look. You like her underline, you like her hip. She's got some look to her, but again, when you put her on the lead, that one just wants to get awkward, wants to fight the ground. And then we round out with, the black heifer with the yellow tag following next. Again, a big-ended one that's got some muscle shape to her, got some performance to her. We just want to change the way that one blends together. We want to change her in her front end, give her a shot more balance for that one to go up any higher. And then the lighter red heifer to round things out. Again, one that's certainly long-bodied, got some grow to her, got some performance to her, got some width to her. She just wants to get a shot tubular, a little shot more parallel, particularly out of the center portion of her body. We just want to unwind that one in terms of her rear hock.
Thank you, Judge Allnut. So first in our second split was entry 92, Z-Bar Ruby 5001, exhibited by Paige Zimmer. Second in that class, Coming back is entry 87, Red Arrow Puppy Snugs 26N, exhibited by Joss Pittman. Third in class was entry 93, Diamond Team Miss 2506, exhibited by Callan Gardner. Fourth in class was entry 94, Mater Sheila 9N, exhibited by Ollie Medham. Fifth in class is entry 82, BB, exhibited by, that's a different class, pardon me. Fifth in class was entry 88, Z-Bar Slidin' in Style, exhibited by Erica Zimmer. Sixth in class was entry 89, Deeg Miss Indigo 102N, exhibited by Bryn Deeg. And seventh class was entry 91, Carmen from Carter Comla. And now back into the ring. Here are our top two from the previous two splits. First in is entry 81, Riverstone Armani, exhibited by London Matthews. And second in that first split was entry 85, FRL Nightbloom 611N, exhibited by Colt Hrebenek. And then from our second split, entry 92, Z-Bar Ruby 5001 from Paige Zimmer was first in class, and second in class was entry 87, Joss Pittman with Red Arrow Puppy Snugs 26N. This is your commercial Heifer Calf Grand Championship.
We're out here for,
With still quite a few classes yet to come, we're going to try to speed things along here. Really nice division of commercial heifer calves, not huge in numbers, but certainly some deep quality in it. We're going to use the black and white heifer to be your champion, and then the heifer out of the first class to be your reserve. So congratulations to those exhibitors.
So your champion commercial heifer calf is entry 92, Z-Bar Ruby 5001, exhibited by Paige Zimmer. And second in class, the reserve champion is entry 81, Riverstone Armani, exhibited by London Matthews.
Looks like we have commercial bull calves coming in, or steer calves. There you go.
We now have our commercial bull or steer calf class. First in is entry 95, Wicked Move, aka Blue, from Gina Sobkow. Next in is entry 96, PJH Espresso 42N from Peyton Hagel. And finally, entry 97, Fairlands Sold Out 1N, exhibited by Lily Howell.
So looks like a class of 3 commercial bull calves. Nice set of bull calves, especially for commercial calves. I don't think
if
it's going to
you're wanting to help support the,
I don't think it's going to take real long for them out here. They seem to be moving pretty quick, but I guarantee you this is not an easy set of evaluation on these calves. You know, between muscle and look and just different stages of development. I don't know if there's an unusable bull out here, in my opinion. Well, we got a big soggy one at the back, a little looser made, looser hided. In the middle, you know, kind of a stout made, trimmer one. And then in the front, kind of a nice boned, a little leaner made, but nice spined, a little more refined. Boy, for 3 commercial bull calves, that's a nice set of cattle.
And there are three calves that are 15 days difference in age, and there's not a whole lot of difference in age there, so I imagine you got to take that into a huge factor of play. And but what great bulls! I think you could walk them in any herd, just depending on what they have for EPDs and looking at their weights and such, and what you're looking for to use in your herd. But what a great set of bulls! Oh,
I think so for sure. I mean, this is another one of them classes that that comes down to personal preference and what you're trying to do on your cows. They're commercials. The viability, I don't know for sure. I don't know if we put them back on Angus cows, Hereford cows, whatever. If you were to purchase one of these bull calves, it really comes down to that more than anything. Where you're going to end up going on them. It looks like the way we're going to place them out here, it looks like I'm supposing they're going to turn this calf out on some big bulky ground pounders and so they're looking for a little bit more refinement or something like that. I didn't realize we had him turned off that whole time. Out here in this yearling heifer deal, again, stout set of females. No easy choices, very, very diverse. I got called out on my ground pounder comment. Apparently I need to define it, and I thought it was fairly self-explanatory. It's that big, broody, big-legged, big-footed, big-bellied cow that you walk out there and look at and go, whoa. That's what I consider a ground pounder. Probably not the most refined, probably not the sleekest built, but that one that you just know we're weaning off a big calf every single year off of that one.
Well, let's be for real here real quick and think about this. A ground pounder, it pounds the ground. and you're putting pounds on the ground, and I don't know what else to tell you, but I think that's the smartest thing I might have said.
I mean, I thought it was fairly self-explanatory. Apparently for some of the sit-ins we have. But with that being said, while they're doing this, I'm going to introduce Cole King. He's a friend of mine that come up from Texas. His daughter showed a heifer here today. She stands second in her class, real good female. His other little girl participated in showmanship the other day, and just going to try to get his take on what he thinks of his first time up here to, I mean, it's a different country and a different way of showing cattle. So here's Cole King.
Thank you, Mark. It's been an awful good time here. People of Bashaw and the whole deal, boy, they've been very, very welcoming and friendly, overly friendly, and the kids, boy, they have a good time. Be more to see. I don't know how this could apply. We don't have as many fit shows as they do here. It's mostly blow and go, but it's been an awful great time for the kids. Girls had a great time, and different cattle for sure, what they look for type and kind, but it's been an awful neat experience. I appreciate y'all having us and inviting us up.
Well, thank you, Cole, and we've told him for years about just how nobody up here is a stranger. If you're up here for 5 minutes, you have best friends. Here comes our judge right now.
Things off with here. I think one that combines so much power and performance with plenty of look and show ring appeal. We love her silhouette. We love her added hip and turn to her muscle. I think one that's big in terms of the center portion of her body, and certainly one that reads to be one of the more flexible ones. And we put them out on the lead here. Real nice one to lead things off with. The big white-faced heifer in second. Boy, you sure like this one when you get her parked. I think she's long-bodied. She's pulled apart in terms of her hip. I think she's got a lot of volume and mass to her. She gives you plenty of a look. I think she's tidy enough in terms of her jaw and chest. When you put this one on the lead, though, she just wants to fight the ground and get ever so awkward when you put her on the lead. Fresh made red heifer in third. One that you certainly like the look from. I think she's good in terms of her front 1/3. I think she's good in terms of her hind leg. Just one that doesn't balance up in terms of extras the way the top two heifers do, but I think a really fundamentally good one there to go third. The black heifer that goes fourth, I think you like her extra volume, you like her extra width. When you put this one on the lead, she just wants to get outside herself. We just want to square her up in terms of her rear too, but I think a heifer that has some genuine squareness, levelness to her hip and top. We round out with a heifer with a white face that, again, I think from a muscle composition, you certainly like the density this one has. I think she's clean, elegant, and tidy through her front 1/3. She just wants to get, again, tight through her hock, a little tighter at the ground. We just want to square her up in terms of her hip. But I think, again, an impressive set of cattle.
Thank you, Judge Blair Allnut. First place in our first heat of the junior yearling heifers in the commercial division is entry 98, CD Dixie Erica 4142, exhibited by Sienna Borison. Second in that class was entry 102, Fairland Pandora 3M, exhibited by Lily Howell. Third in that class was entry 101, FRL Miss Maple 427M from Colt Hrebenuk. Fourth in that class was entry 100, Redbine Riptide 300M, exhibited by Joni Page. Fifth in class was entry 99, Dolly, exhibited by Ellie Anderson. We now have split two, the commercial junior and yearling heifers. First in is entry 103, ZMA Miss Rockstar 450M from Paige Zimmer. Next is entry 104, Riverfront Birdie 59M from Dryden Robertson. Following her is entry 105, Fairland Essence 10M from Reed Howell. Following that is entry 106, PCF Millie 74M from Taylor Reed. Entry 107 is a scratch, and so the class is complete.
Oh, yeah. So out here in this yearling heifer split in the commercial deal, boy, once again, I mean, diversity is going to be a word I'm going to use probably too much today, but I think quality goes along with that word. There again, depends on what you're going to do in your own operation. Boy, you can come out here in this split and you use one that you can put right back in your herd and immediately go producing commercial calves. You can use one out here that you can mate on her and expect to raise high-end show females that you're going to sell for a premium. And in all honesty, I don't think you'd be wrong doing a few different things like that. I mean, there's and like any show, there's a difference in hair quality and condition and all that. I don't think of these 4 females out here. If somebody told me that they could use any one of these females in their program, I'd believe them.
And everybody's got their favorites, and I've kind of watched these females show all throughout the year. And there's one out here. I love this female, and she's really cool. And I think there's something you could really use a lot in her, and I could use her to my advantage in my herd, and she's one I'd love to have in my herd. She actually comes to the top of this class today, and I just think she's super cool.
Another real nice one here at the top end of things, and I commend the young lady. We're kind of in the dog days of summer now, and to keep one that fresh and that attractive this time of the year is certainly a challenge, and she's done that. We love her from the side, how that one blends out of her chest back into her forearm. I think that one's good in terms of her hip, good in terms of her outline. Big leg mobile one to lead things off. Good one there. Heifer in second, one that, from a sheer product standpoint, I think she carries a shot more genuine muscle mass and shape to her than her class winner does. She just wants to push out a shot more chest, isn't quite as flexible when you put her on the lead, wants to get a shot round out of her hip, but I think that's a genuine bull-bodied one there to go second. Young man's heifer in third, one that you sure like her, when you study her from the side, that one's massive in terms of her silhouette. She just wants to get plenty out there in terms of her condition. Again, we need to roll that one up, just tidy her up. She a heifer that would just want to change the coordination, particularly out of her front two when we set her on the lead. But again, I think that's a big square-ended one. We round out with a heifer that's got a nice hair coat on her, wants to get a shot rounder in terms of her hip, wants to get a shot rigid on the backside of her hock, but I think one that's certainly long-bodied, got some muscle to her, got some look to her. Really nice group of 4.
Thank you, Judge Allnut. So first in that class and coming right back in is entry 106, PCF Millie 74M from Taylor Reed. Second in class is entry 104, Riverfront Birdie 59M from Dryden Robertson. Third in that class was entry 105, Fairland Essence 10M from Reed Howell. And fourth was entry 103, ZMA Miss Rockstar 450M from Paige Zimmer. We now will welcome back our top 2 from those previous classes. Entry 98, CD Dixie Erica 4142 for Sienna Borison. And then second in that first split was entry 102, Fairland Pandora 3M from Lily Howell. And then from our second split, first was entry 106, PCF Millie 74M from Taylor Reed. And second, 104, Riverfront Birdie 59M from Dryden Robertson. This is our commercial Junior Yearling Heifer Championship. Also, at your earliest convenience, at the announcer stand, Janet is sitting here with me, and she has all the money from the bracket. So those who showed in the bracket, and pretty sure almost everybody gets a little bit of prize money.
If you advance out of your first class, starting there, you get money.
Yeah. So if you advance in your class, you got a little bit of money. So make your way up here, and we'll give it out to you at your earliest convenience.
again, I think there's high quality cattle out here that rack back out here for another division champion, and I think only the 2 classes, but I'm really happy with the way those winners shaped up, as I am with the ones in second. I think a bit of difference in terms of kind and utility, maybe in terms of her class winner, but I think quality nonetheless. Ultimately, I think it's kind of going to come down to a type call in what direction you want to go. You've got the more show heifer of the 2 in second. In the stout-made Burley one there to win the first class. I think both cattle are flexible when you put them on the lead. We're going to take one more look at them, and then we're going to go show you what one we like best.
Well, it looks like we're going to go out here and use our commercial, and looks like it's going to be the Reed girl. That's a
Your
very good
champion,
heifer,
junior
Taylor,
commercial yearling heifer is entry
and it looks like
106.
the class winner
PCF
from
Billy,
our,
74M
first
from Taylor
class,
Reed.
And who's that?
And then your reserve champion.
Sam Morrison. And
Entry
I
98,
feel like it'd be
CD
remiss if we
Dixie
didn't,
Erica, 4142 from
opposite
Sienna
ends of the
Boris.
spectrum cattle-wise, but both good quality cattle. I mean, but both of them you'd like to take home. Just opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to build, frame, body, and all that. But there's nothing wrong with that. You know, especially in a show that with these numbers, you know, you can't always get hung up on type and kind. You know, you got to sort the better ones to the top, and sometimes they don't.
We're now
make it
into
out.
our commercial intermediate yearling heifer class. This will be our championship for the intermediate yearlings. First in is entry 108, Boss Lake Miss L 415M from Tavian Yoder. Second in is entry 109, Maglepie Berry from Everly Taronchuk. Following her is entry 110, Bar CL Maiden 4420M from Carly Clark. Following her is entry 111, Pods Sarah's Dakota Princess 34M from Taylor Reed. Entry 112, Viridian 193M from Piper May. Entry 113, Fisk Susie Q 415M from Blake Fisk. And entry 114, 1 Ulima 22M from Jackson Denchikoff. This is your commercial intermediate yearling class.
Boy, stout set of yearling commercial females come out here. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if the commercials maybe haven't brought the heat today so far.
Well, when you have the ability to cross cattle and get different breeds and perspectives into these cattle, and you can kind of breed them for what you're looking for, something maybe a little more fancy or a little more showy, or something that's going to put pounds on the ground and has the power and the muscle mass. And I think it's real neat that you can cross these cattle and still promote and display them on what you have and what you're raising.
Oh, for sure, and you can tell looking at these cattle the difference of philosophy in mating them. I mean, not even just color, but you know, build, stature, frame. You know, that everybody has a different market that they're marketing to, and I think you can see the influence from front to back of where these young people, you know, hope to end up being with their herd and, you know, in the near future.
And that's exactly it. And standing here on the outside, I see some cattle in here, and some look like maybe they're going to try and raise some real fancy show cattle, and others are just there to raise the real good beef cattle. And I think either way, there's good cattle, and everybody's got to do something because it's needed in the industry everywhere.
Oh, for sure, and you know, I mean, like I said on the group before, you know, that I think there's one in here that has a home every place. I think I think a cow man will come in here and we'll pick out a different one of these, and for for a valid reason, and that's the nice thing about it, for these young people. I hope there's somebody back there, when they come out of the ring, telling them that your animal still has value. Just these judges, have a little different priority today, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's what makes this industry go round. Is standing there and going, hey, today wasn't my day, maybe tomorrow will be, and we haul a lot of cattle for people, and that's a conversation I get to have more times than not with people. Is hey, just because today didn't work out doesn't mean your animal's bad. We go back home, we feed a little different. We get a different judge, and the outcome could be completely different in a short amount of time.
And that's exactly it here in this game. You try your best, and as you show up to these things, you learn and take what you can. Take what happens here and take it back and learn, and hopefully you can change things and make everything go a little bit better.
Yeah, without a doubt, and that's I think our judges today, they're I don't think they're flying through it. I think they're giving these cattle a good look, and I think they're just trying to sort to the top the ones that they feel that they can make work, and that's just so much diversity that's in this. I know we sit around and when we get sell cattle in, and we love debating on which one's going to be the high seller, which one's going to work, I never cease to be amazed at how some cattle come on and surprise you and outperform maybe even their breeding, and this is a tougher deal in these commercials, because we don't have the genetic consistency that we tend to have in the purebred deal. It looks like we're going to be down to a Baldy that has a lot of white on her, and I guess we got two Baldies out there. I'm curious, what do you figure the influence is on those two? Do we think we have a semi-influenced one in front?
Yeah, I think, the female in the front, she's got some semi-influence, and you move to the female in the back there, and I know that she has some main influence, and I'd like to think a little bit of semi-influence, but I don't know for sure.
She's out of a Simmental bull.
She comes out of a Simmental bull, and I know she's part main.
And I expected Jaden to say I know she's good because she's got some semi in her, and I really didn't hear a lot of pushback from Nikki on that one. Well, that's a cross you don't see all the time. Maine Hereford Dam, sired by a Simmental, and we're getting some breeds in there together that you don't normally see in your crossbreeding program.
That right there just about seems like everything I've worked on, from Maines to Herefords and raising Simmentals. So, what a way to be.
It's a bold new world when it comes to cattle, and we predominantly
again close pair here at the top, and if you again wanted to switch them up, I probably wouldn't argue too much. It certainly kind of came down to, I think, from a type standpoint, we appreciate this class winner and just what she brings to the table. I mean, that one's proud in terms of her look and feature. She's big and round in the center portion of her body. We really like the set to her hind leg. She does want to get a little round in terms of her hip, and maybe awkward at times when you set her in motion, but I think that one, brings a lot of hard-to-make quality to the table. The white-legged heifer in second, one I think certainly gets elevated in terms of her size. I think one that's long-bodied and extended. She just wants to get a shot rounder in terms of her shoulder, wants to roll out a little bit more than we'd like, wants to just get a shot plainer in terms of the center portion of her body. But we sure like the hip, we like the hind leg, we like that one when you put her on the lead. The black and white heifer coming out next, you sure like the added volume, the substance that one has, but with that, I think that one's wanting to just push out a shot more added condition. We want to lean that one up, particularly in her chest, particularly on the outer edge of her shoulder. We just want to pull that one back, but I think that one does have some added go to her, some added look. A nice heifer there to go third. Young men's black heifer proceeding next. I think one that gives you just a practical look in terms of her rib shape, in terms of her hip. One that, again, when you put her on the motion, she wants to get a shot awkward up the ground. We just want to change her in terms of her foot and toe size there. But again, I think one that's just practical in terms of her build. Another black heifer to follow next. One that I think has some go to her. Has some natural substance to her in terms of shape and dimension, but again, one that we just want to change in terms of her hock, change the way that one gets out and moves. Young lady's red heifer following next. Again, I think one that's long in terms of her spine, long in terms of the center portion of her body. She just wants to plane out, wants to get a little tighter in terms of her hock. We round out with the Speckled Park female that, again, has plenty of look, plenty of freshness to her, has some length of spine, just doesn't want to balance up to get up with the heifers at the top of the class.
So our champion commercial intermediate yearling heifer is entry 108, Boss Lake Miss L, 415M from Tavian Yoder. Second is entry 111, Pods Sarah's Dakota Princess, 34M from Taylor Reed. Third in class is entry 113, Fisk Susie Q, 415M from Blake Fisk. Entry fourth in was entry 114, 1 Ulima, 222M from Jackson Denchikoff. Fifth in class was entry 110, Bar CL Maiden, 4420M from Carly Clark. Sixth in class was entry 112, Viridian, 193M from Piper May. And seventh in class was entry 109, Magopie Berry from Everly Taronchuk.
Boy, talk about another stout class of commercial females. I gotta say, I'm glad I'm not the one that's out here sorting these, because boy, there's too many good options of where
We're now
to go
into
when it
our
comes to
commercial senior yearling heifer division. This is the one class in that. So entry 115 is Miss PCC Latte, 106M from Scarlett Fowler. Second in is entry 116 is a scratch in this class. Second in is entry 117, Rolling FTCC Marmalade, 10M from Joss Pittman. 118 is also a scratch in this class. Entry 119 is CD Linda, 4200 from Darren Walker. Following her is entry 120, RF Scream, 4126 from Cade Rancier.
out here in this group of.
Okay, we're gonna say 120 is a scratch as well.
Of
entry
commercials,
121 is Olive from Savannah Elliott, and entry 122 is PLC Ruby 421M from Dallas Sailor.
I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't mention the diversity of cattle that we have out here. Nikki just commented it, the way they're lined up. It almost looks like a printer ran out of ink going forward. And but you know, there's no doubt that the first two there, they once again be relatives. So you can see the PCC influence in the first two. You know, this is where you earn your money when you're judging a livestock show, because this is one of those classes. I'm guaranteeing you somebody is going to disagree with you, and nobody's going to be right, because these are just such good livestock that are out here in front of us. And it looks like we have a decision, and it looks like we're gonna use what I would say a Simmental influence one to win the class, and line the Charlotte behind them.
really attractive, well-designed one here to lead things off. We like the shoulder design. We like the added look, the amount of substance and volume this one has. While still maintaining somewhat show ring look and extras to her. Just a pretty logical spot to lead things off with. The beige heifer coming next. We sure like just the softness to this one. I think this one's good in terms of her muscle pattern. I think she's good in terms of the center portion of her body. Again, we just want to roll this one up in terms of her condition, tidy her up from her underline through to her chest. But I think a good built one, a good built flexible one there to go second. The smoke colored heifer next. Again, I think one that's fresh in terms of her condition. We like her look. One that just wants to get a shot rounder in terms of her muscle, wants to get a shot harder in terms of the center portion of her body, but one that I think certainly genuine to go third. The black heifer next, I think one that certainly gets advantage in terms of the robustness to the center portion of her body. I think that one just a shot bolder sprung. Got some top shape to her, but again, we just want to change the way this one gets out and hits the ground, particularly out of her rear to pull that one back in terms of her condition, freshen her up, particularly on the top side of her neck. We round out with one that I think again is extended in terms of her body. I think one that's good in terms of her hip. I think one that can get out and move with ease. We just want to give her a shot more turn to her, both her upper rib cage and her lower cage, make that one a shot more genuine for her to go any higher, but a really nice set.
So your champion commercial senior yearling heifer is entry 119, CD Linda 4200 from Darren Walker. Second in is entry 115, Miss PCC Latte 106M from Scarlett Fowler. Third in class was entry 117, Rolling FTCC Marmalade 10M from Joss Pittman. Fourth in class was entry 121, Olive from Savannah Elliott. And fifth in class was entry 122, PLC Ruby 421M from Dallas Sailor. We're now into the commercial 2-year-olds. First in is entry 123, Fairland Barbie 36L from Sadie Howell. Following her is entry 124, Analef Baby Jane 305L from Gina Sobkow. Following that is entry 125. Oh, I'm forgetting the progeny. On Fairland Barbie, the progeny is Fairland Sold Out 1N. And then we have entry 125, Pretty Lady 90L from Ella Grant. And finally entry 126, HLCC Duchess 8L from Colt Hrebenik with calf at side, FRL Night Bloom.
So here we are right here in are these 2-year-olds or matures? 2-year-olds. Wow. There's a lot of growth and maturity in these 2-year-old cross or commercial females. I think we must have practically every bull calf we had in the bull calf class back out here, which I'm sure our judges remember, but that's always a tricky one when you bring a set of cattle that you've already looked at and placed back out, and have to look at them again. You know, you add the bull component to or the cow component to it, but it's never easy. I remember not too many years ago, you could show heifer calves and at the Charolais Junior National, and then show them on the side of the cow. And we had a heifer calf that wins the calf division, and then the her and her mother win the pair division, and we had to make a choice how we wanted to show them. If we wanted to show them as a heifer calf and a cow without a calf, or as a pair, we showed them as a pair, and it ended up working out well for us. But it's never an easy decision. Cole and his girls and Rebecca have been lucky enough to show a couple of really nice pairs last couple of years. They've won the state show down there in Texas with Angus pairs 2 years in a row, and we're right there in the hunt right behind the female that wins the year before and the one that's reserved this year. And so, you know, in their short amount of time showing, they've had
Just a
a good
reminder,
experience.
if you did any advancing in the bracket yesterday, come to the announcer stand, talk to Dan, and get your prize money from the bracket.
So Cole, is it you or Rebecca that love the pairs?
Honestly, I don't think anybody loved the pairs too much. It's just something. First one literally walked her in the barn about 4 or 5 days for her, and the calf didn't mind being halter broke and took her to the pair show. And second one the same thing, and I don't think it always works out that way, but they just kind of wanted to be show cows, I guess, sometimes, and look pretty good. So that's how it got there.
Well, that's no kidding. They got to want to do it, boy. You get these pairs out here, and the cows wanting their calf, the calf's wanting to nurse, and it can go from being a fun family event to a train wreck pretty quick like.
I think a really unique one here to lead off, and I'll admit that one just a fun one to stand off of and look at. I think that cow is so right in terms of her outline, in terms of her silhouette, the way that one reaches out of her front 1/3. I think she's right in terms of her hip and hind leg, the way that one can move. And I know we talked about it in the bull division, but I think that calf is every bit as good in terms of quality to rival mom, if not maybe even a genetic improvement. I think a really nice one there to go ahead and lead things off. Probably the contest really comes between 2 and 3, and ultimately I think we just felt a little more utility to the cow in second. Shot fresher in terms of her condition, attractive in terms of their kind. You can see the resemblance into them. I think they're good built and flexible. Just a nice, good built pair to go second. The problem pair certainly lies in third, and I know there is undeniable how much performance and red meat goes in that calf, but I think when you send off them and study them, I don't see quite the youthfulness that we had in our top 2 pairs there. I think the cow, we just want to freshen her up in terms of her condition, tidy her up in terms of her chest, but I mean, there's no doubt, that cow has done a whale of a job raising this bull calf. We round out again on another practical design pair. I think a calf that's got some robustness to his muscle shapes and performance and grow. I think mom's done an awesome job maintaining. I think a cow that's long-bodied, got some reach, got some bone and foot to her. Just doesn't want to balance up to quite the same as the 3 pairs above her do, but 4 really impressive sets of cows out here.
So first in our first split of commercial 2-year-olds is entry 124, NLF Baby Jane 305L from Gina Saab cow. Second was entry 126, HLCC Duchess 811 with calf at side FRL Nightbloom from Colt Hrebenik. Third in class was entry 123, Fairland Barbie 36L with calf Fairland Sold Out 1N from Sadie Howell. And fourth in class was entry 125, Pretty Lady 90L from Ella Grant. We now are into our second of split of commercial 2-year-olds. First in is entry 127, RF Ruby 3156 with calf at side Z-Bar Ruby 5001 from Paige Zimmer. Entry 128 is PJH Miss Mocha 42L with calf at side PJH Espresso 42N from Peyton Hagel. Following her is entry 129, Hazel with calf at side Peanut from Hayden Kamla. Finally, entry 130, Mater Sugar 49L with calf at side Mater Ghost Rider 32N from Stella Mater. This is our second split of the commercial 2-year-olds.
So we were just talking, boy, the commercial division's picking up the slack in this pair deal that we talked about. There not being near as many as what there's been in the past. But I think it's a true testament to the quality of the breeding programs that we can actually have this many two heats of 2-year-olds. We still have a heat of matures coming out. But like we were talking about, you know, the pair deal is never an easy thing. You have to be for sure dedicated and like we said, not just the time put in on them, but well, you haul these calves that are gaining fast and stress them and all that, and well, you got to be pretty eagle-eyed to make sure you keep them calves healthy. You know, I know Cole, when he was at the Angus Junior National this past year, you know, we talked quite a bit about, you know, how that calf was doing and you know, whether or not she was getting a little droopy or not, and that's just something you always keep your eye on, isn't it, Cole?
Yeah, it seemed like pretty easy to get sick up there. Baby leave the barn, 30, 45 days old in our case. Probably a little bit young. Calf looked pretty good, and cow want to be a show cow, so that makes it fun. But there's a lot of big ones out. Interesting, a lot more pairs here than you see back home. You don't see too many pairs, mostly breds. They don't let them show for the Supreme. That might have something to do with it, or overall. But there's plenty of them here, nice ones.
Oh, for sure. You know, the breeds are so different at home. You know, up here every breed has a pair class, and that class gets a show for champion female. You know, at home it's only in select breeds. You know, I think Charolais, Red Angus, I believe the Keys and Maines. Really, I believe the Simmentals they get the show for champion female. You know, Angus, Hereford, you know, maybe the Shorthorns, they get to show for champion female, but Angus and Hereford, they don't. They have their own pair class, and it's nice to be able to recognize those pairs. We've always thought it would be beneficial to let them females come back out there and compete for champion female and show off what they can do.
Yeah, it's real nice to see. There's a lot of really complete cows, and then they come back around as pairs, and they've made just great cows, a lot better as show cows than they was at show heifers. Maybe, you know, it gives the kids another chance to show their cow without, you know, reinvesting in a new project.
Oh, for sure. I can think of a few females, both up here and in the States, that were phenomenal bred heifers that win as breds and come back and win as pairs. It's a little tougher, you know. A lot of times to keep these heifers fresh enough to where they can compete as breds, you know, they end up being a bit lean when they go into production, and so sometimes you end up playing catch up on that first calf where you know that female that maybe had a little more feed in her ends up holding their condition a little bit better and being able to come back in pretty good quarter. Looks like we've sorted them here, and we're going to get some comments from our judge.
Really nice top pair here. I think, you know, again, some trade-offs amongst the pair of them, but I sure like the balance, the completeness of that cow to come out on top. I think that's a cow that gives you plenty of look from the side. You like how robust she is in terms of her hip and just how powerful she is. I think a cow that's certainly flexible enough. And when you study her calf, I think that's one that, you know, not only does he have some performance and grow in him, he's got that, you know, extra shot of pride and look out of the front side of his skeleton that he gets from mom. I think that's, you know, just a real well-balanced pair to lead things off with. The cow in second, I sure like the flexibility that this cow has in both her and the calf do as well. Just a little looseness in terms of the center portion of their body, the added forerib, the added, you know, flank. I think that's a good pair right there that give you some look. We just want to tidy that cow up in terms of her udder, give her just a shot more youthfulness, but that one's surely done, you know, a fantastic job in terms of raising that calf a foot. You know, following next, a black cow that you sure like, you know, just how square-ended that one is. I think that's a cow that has some density to her, has some top shape. She's given that added power and ruggedness to the calf. We just want to freshen the pair of them up, just give them a shot more look and feature. We round out with, you know, certainly a functional cow to round things out that's certainly done her job more than well enough when you study that calf and the added look and grow that it's got. We just want to change that one in terms of udder quality, give that one just a shot more muscle and go for her to, surface the ones up to the top of the class. But a really good set of 2-year-old cows again.
So first in our second split was entry 130, Mater Sugar, 49L, with calf side Mater Ghost Rider, 32N, from Stella Mater. Second in class is RF Ruby, 3156, with calf side Z-Bar Ruby, 5001, from Paige Zimmer. Third in class is entry 129, Hazel, with calf side Peanut, exhibited by Hayden Kamla. And fourth in class is PJH Miss Mocha, 42L, from with calf side PJH Espresso, 42N, from Peyton Hagel. We now welcome in our top 2 pairs from the previous 2 classes. Here they are again. Here's entry 124, NLF Baby Jane, 305L, from Gina Sobkow. Second in class, entry 126, HLCC Duchess, 8L, with calf side FRL Nightbloom, from Colt Hrebenuk. Then for the previous class, entry 130 was first Mater Sugar, 49L, with calf side Mater Ghost Rider, 32N, exhibited by Stella Mater. And second in class is entry 127, RF Ruby, 3156, with calf side Z-Bar Ruby, 5001, from Paige Zimmer.
Well, this is another one of those that I don't even think I'm gonna give a good guess at what's gonna happen because
your champion commercial 2-year-old class.
You could argue either way for either one of the pairs or either one of the reserves that have got along here. I mean, I think that the female in front, boy, you bring a little bit more power. We don't know. How they're 2-year-olds. We don't know the distance and age. We don't have a program here with us where we can see it, but a little more power, a little more condition, and all that. A bull calf that is a very nice calf. I believe he's a calf that ends up winning the bull calf division. Then female and back that. Boy, she's putting a lot into that bull calf, and we didn't get to see that bull calf come out in the bull calf class. I guess in my opinion, I'm going to give a little bit of a nod to the udder quality on a rear female, but we're fixing to.
Well, the water sure gets deep out here in the commercial 2-year-old side. And I think, again, some differences, largely maybe in terms of utility on the top 2. I think, the cow that wins the first class, I mean, you just like that one's smoothness, the way that one balances, and puts so many hard-to-make trades together. You love her in terms of her hind leg, the way that one gets out and reaches. And again, I think all the hard-to-make quality she's injected in terms of that calf of foot. The cow of the second class, you talk about one that's maybe just a little more revved up in terms of genuine power, performance. I think a cow that's got an extra gear in terms of the muscle shape, and certainly followed that through until that calf of foot. Certainly a pounds heavy pair, that I think don't sacrifice any look, but certainly inject a lot more intangibles in terms of just power and performance. Some unique trade-offs. We're going to take one more look, and then we're going to go show you our champion for the day.
As they go out and make their decision, I think they probably know what they're going to do, but I think it's close placing in their minds. I think they're actually gonna give them another look and talk about it just a little bit more. And looks like we're going to use a pair that yes, that's a Highland
2-year-old cow is entry
that ends up
124
on the top side of
NLF Baby
she
Jane, 305L,
half
exhibited
Highland
by
cow, I
Gina
believe,
Sobkow.
that actually my brother-in-law raised.
And reserves entry 130, Mater Sugar, 49L.
That's not a
Stella
first.
Mater.
It'll have to be a second, I guess, if a Highland has ever gotten a part of
They will be back
the commercial deal.
shortly, but we got the mature cow class
I'm sure
to
we will.
finish
I'm
up,
sure.
and then
Maybe
we'll be in our
console him a
commercial
little bit
championship.
from the earlier class or two where he didn't get along as well. That's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. I once again, it's a good thing we're not putting money on this because I'm pretty sure I'd have to be asking a friend for cat food on the way home. You just don't always expect to see that happen. very, very good pair without a doubt. A lot of power, a lot of bone, a lot of performance, and doing a very nice job with that calf. And boy, the one that comes in second, I'm pretty sure there's a multitude of breeders that have made him outside the ring, wanting to buy some genetics off of that one.
I will say the reserve there is a pretty nice cow. The other one nicer in her own right. Maybe the udder a little better on her. Maybe that got them caught a little bit. That's why we hired somebody to give an opinion, I suppose.
Oh, for sure. That's what we talked about today. I mean, we're out here, celebrating the diversity of the beef industry. And if anybody wondered, I get
This
paid
is
an
your
extra
mature
link every time I say
commercial cow.
diversity.
One entry into this class. Entry 131, Rivendell Athena Blue 19G with calf at side Rivendell Athena 33N, exhibited by Jessica Davey.
Again, only a single entry out here, but I think regardless if you had a 1 or 100, I think this cow is functional. I think this cow is practical. I think this cow does a lot of things right. You sure like the added look. She's got the extra length of body. I think a cow that's got a nice udder and a good foot underneath her. And I think when you study her calf, I think you can see, that extra look, that extra feature coming through to the calf, but I think that one might even be a genetic improvement just in terms of the way it ties its neck into the top side of its blade. Good hipped calf head side. Like I said, just a really good functional type of livestock out here in the mature side of things.
So your grand champion, mature commercial cow, is entry 131, Rivendell Athena Blue 19G with calf at side Rivendell Athena 33N, exhibited by Jessica Davey. So she will be back in shortly right away here for our commercial championship. Okay, where are
Here we have. I'm probably fixing to have to jump off here, but here we are for a champion commercial drive. Boy, I tell you what, the commercials have brought the heat today. Man, there's some good looking, sound, powerful, functional females that are out here.
So our grand champion, this is our commercial championship class. Our champion heifer calf was entry 92, Z-Bar Ruby from Paige Zimmer. And our reserve champion heifer calf was entry 81, Riverstone Armani from London Matthews. Then from the junior yearling heifers, we also have from our commercial bull class, entry 95, Wicked Move, aka Blue, from Gina Sobkow, and Fairland Sold Out, entry 97 from Lily Howell. And Gina's bull calf is at the side of her 2-year-old. Our champion junior yearling heifer was entry 106, PCF Millie 74M from Taylor Reed, with calf at side, and reserve champion was entry 98, CD Dixie Erica 4142. Then our intermediate champion was entry 108, Boss Lake Miss L 415M from Tavian Yoder. Our reserve champion was entry 111, Pods Sarah's Dakota Princess 34M from Taylor Reed. Our senior yearling champion was entry 119, CD Linda 4200 from Darren Walker. And our reserve was entry 115, Miss PCC Latte 106M from Scarlett Fowler. Our champion cow was entry 124, NLF Baby Jane 305L from Gina Sobkow. And our reserve champion was entry 130, Mater Sugar for 49L from Stella with calf side Mater Ghost Rider 32N from Stella Mater. And our mature champion was entry 131, Rivendell Athena Blue 19G with calf side Rivendell Athena 33N from Jessica Davey. This is quite the class of commercial cattle, and this is our grand championship. Let's get a round of applause for these great heifers.
Well, why I can only imagine they're going to spend a little bit more time on this because it was an exceptional set of females. I think our judge would comment.
Once we get all these commercial females out here, I think it's really special that the kids get to show as a whole part of this, not just a section and then segregated at the end. The commercial industry is such a big part of what we do within the beef industry, and I think what we have out here not only represents that, but also represents a little bit of show cattle as well. We are here at a show, and we are participating in a cattle show, and so the cattle that we have out here, I think, have maybe just a little bit extra look to them, but still have not sacrificed on that soundness, the presentation of them. And just overall, I think quality cattle is what we've ended up out in this lineup here, right from our heifer calf down into our mature cow. I think at the end of the day, there's about 3 or 4 that kind of play into discussion here. We'll go take one more look, pick you a couple champions, but a really, really nice set of commercial females and bull calves that we've ended up with in this drive.
As they take another look, a little bit of background, Nikki did some research.
Thank
in
you
our
very
research
much,
department.
Stacy Young.
We have a rather extensive research department, and the pair that wins a 2-year-old deal and is champion female, her grandmother was
Your
shown here at the
champion commercial female is entry 124, Gina Sobkow with NLF Baby Jane 305L.
Her grandmother was shown here in 2001.
And sticking with the cows, your reserve is entry 130, Mater Sugar 49L with calf side Mater Ghost Rider 32N, exhibited by Stella Mater.
And that, my friends, is why they don't bet on show cows. Those are 2 extremely good females, and probably the deepest set of breds that we've had come out here. And I want to say congratulations to all these exhibitors. Boy, I tell you what, I'm sure it will get tougher as we go, but that's pretty deep water right there.
Yeah, if that's the way it starts, it's going to be an interesting go here today.
I guess, what do we have coming up next, Nikki? The purebreds. Oh, so the heat should be coming. I'm curious to see if we're as well represented in the purebreds when it comes to pairs is what we're out here today with these crossbreds commercials. It seems pretty late in the day. I'd have to go back and look. It seems pretty late in the day to have our first pair winning a division, winning a show. Glad to see it happen. Exceptional pair. Exceptional one standing there being reserved. Very curious where we're going towards the end. If in judging these things, and I think we've all seen it. We've all experienced it. You whether you're judging or showing them, it seems like you start out on a certain path, and the cattle lead you in a certain direction. you become more or less critical on certain things as you go, and I think we've all even in some of the shows we're showing down there, you see guys start out a certain direction and you're like, all right, we got them figured out, and at some point they something hits them hard, midway through, and I'm not saying priorities change, but you maybe become a little more critical on a bread, or give a little more maybe value to one that's already in production with a coupon on the ground. Cole's sitting here with me right now. But they show a heifer calf that ends up being reserve female at Houston 2 years ago. Comes back this year. I think a better animal all around, and ends up winning division, but that's as far as she gets, and different judges, yes, and all that, but I think if we were all questioned going into Houston this year, I think we thought we had a better shot, didn't we, Cole?
Yeah, I think so, but some judges get out there and maybe start out one way and you think you can follow, and maybe that's really not their type and kind. They're just giving respect to what they feel like is the best they got out there in front of them, and then get off in it, and they, like he said, see something that hits them pretty hard and get going that way, and then maybe be a little more critical on some that look a lot like what they started with.
Oh, I agree, and that is the beauty about this deal. I don't know if there's any guarantees going into it. We all like to believe that we've got the best one standing there in the barn, and it's there's no way we're ever gonna find one as good, and I think it comes down to a lot of times to what somebody has going on at home, and their cow herd and their business, their marketing program, I'm very happy to see people out here that are staunch in their conviction, and it seems like they're going down a path that they really think that is going to get them to. I mean, they've got a. So, Nikki, will they end up judging the Supreme, or do we have a different judge for the Supreme?
We usually have a different judge for the Supreme every year, and it's usually a panel. There's usually about 3, I would think. I think there's 3 adult judges, and then our champions from the judging competition.
Oh, very well. Yep.
From the junior and the senior come in.
Oh.
Usually goes.
That's awesome. I guess I hadn't paid enough attention the last couple of years. I didn't realize how it was. So, I mean, you have to believe that they have that in the back of their mind. They're trying to set the panel up with as stout a set of females that they're going to have to look at, and so boy, that's going to be some tough work for whoever is going to be on that panel, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, and a couple years past, we had some alumni that have shown in previous years come and judge it. Last year we had the Halls, I think, came out from Saskatchewan. So it really could be anybody to come judge the Supremes later on.
And they're very good. They kind of keep that close to the vest. But much like in the bracket show, they can keep a secret on that stuff better than the CIA does, and then I think that's good. I think it's good because we like to always think that everybody's getting a fair shot, and a lot of times the best way to do it is to keep it under wraps until right there at the end. I know we end up showing a lot of Supremes down there. The Supreme deal started up here way before it started down where we are, and the Supreme is I don't know the right way to describe it.
So we've got some checks up here.
It's what I would like to describe as maybe a dangerous mistress, because after we win our breeds or our brackets here, our divisions or whatever, and we're flying high, and then we go out in the Supreme, and if you don't win the Supreme, you're set back, and we spend a lot of time telling the different friends that we deal with that, hey, you got to realize it was tough to just get out here and be in the Supreme, and so I like Supremes, and I'm torn on them. because it's we've won enough of them that I love the flying high, but we've also been standing there, one out and probably more of them, and you gotta dang sure keep telling yourself, hey, there's good livestock brought out here. When you get down to one, in a large group of good cattle, it doesn't. The judge isn't always right when it comes to down the road production, but they are the official that day, and we have to respect what they do.
I think I think more so down in the States, Mark, at those Supremes, it's just from the show itself that you guys are exhibiting. Like, unlike Agribition, where we have all across Canada, at Farm Fair we have all across Alberta that people qualify for it, and I think that is something that's pretty cool. But it's always been one of those things, I know for Agribition for sure, is that guys have in their mind that if they won their breed at Agribition, they have a way better shot.
Well, and you're 100% right, and a perfect example when my wife's father, Howard Snyder, brings a Charolais pair up for us, and she would have actually qualified multiple times. She qualified at the Charolais Junior National that year when she wins. She qualified at Farm Fair when she wins the Charolais, and we actually made the decision partly because we were exhibiting cattle in Louisville, Kentucky at the North American, and we couldn't make it up in time to show her in the breed show. And she was up, but we couldn't be up there in time to help show her in the breed show at Agribition. And that was something I was told, if you don't have that Agribition jacket on, you can't win. And a very good friend of mine, Dennis Sarenko, that is no stranger to Supreme Champions, told me, it ain't about that, it's about quality, and he was 100% right. She ends up winning that year, and we were blown away on so many levels, but it kind of dispelled that myth that if you don't have that Agribition jacket on, you're not going to win. And in actuality, the first time I actually came up to Agribition, I remember Rambo winning the Supreme Bull Show, and I don't believe they showed him at Agribition that year. If they did, I don't think he won. I need somebody with a little more Hereford history up here to correct me on that, but I don't know that he did.
And if I remember correctly, Mark, that was a pretty memorable Supreme for you and Jade after, because didn't it end in an engagement at the Supreme party with that white cow?
Ended or began, I guess it depends on exactly how you want to look at it, I have a lot of history up here in Canada. We're Americans, we're Texans, and then we're Americans, however you want to put it, but I wouldn't say this is my second home, because if I had choices, it'd probably be my first home. But economic things and all that keep us from moving up here. But without a doubt, I'd say there's a higher percentage of what I consider true friends up here in Canada than what I necessarily have at home. And I know I have a larger extended family up here by a long ways, and it. I will tell you, it doesn't take much to be sucked in by Canadian kindness and fellowship and all that. I said before, at least the Canadians that I've been fortunate enough to know, they don't know a stranger. When they meet you, they're a friend. They want to hear your story, and they want to help you do things. And I say without a doubt, if the economic situation was different, I believe we'd have a little farm up here, and we'd call ourselves Canadians. My wife always jokes that I better stick around for a while, because it ain't gonna take her much time to cut tail and come back to Canada if something ever happens to me.
I don't know. She's getting pretty weak. I don't think she'd survive a Canadian winter anymore.
I don't know about the Canadian winters. I've been up here for a few of them, and but I tell you what, a good hot tea at lunch and maybe a heated tractor, I think you can survive. It's just all about what your endurance is. People say it gets hot where we come from. It does, but it doesn't last forever. And days like today, you know, they're worth $1 million, you know, cold days. I mean, you see all these people out here. I don't know what crowd size, you know, is like, you know, from year to year. It seems to me like the participation has picked up, you know, over the last couple of years, and not just exhibitors, but actually crowd size.
You know, Mark, getting back to the weather down in Texas, I've actually experienced a couple of those Texas snowstorms where you told me we won't be able to get to town today for feed, so we're going to have to ration it for a few. And that was one of the craziest things I've ever heard in my life, when it was just like a little touch of snow.
Well, you know, a quarter inch of snow will put every Texan in the ditch, and so that's. I'm not necessarily going to say it's worse than it is up here, but our driving habits are way under what they are up here. I've personally rode back from Agribition with multiple different people, and thought I was in a Formula One car, and thinking to myself, boy, if we're in Texas, we'd be in the ditch and calling for help. Looks like we're getting ready to start our purebred heifer calf division. I'm sure we're going to be announcing some ownership and ages here in a minute. Cole's been a resident of that area we're in way longer than I have, and I know he's personally witnessed more old farmers in a ditch on a heavy rain than snow up here.
We're now back into the inn, and it's time for the behemoth of the day, the Purebred Show. First in is entry 132, RWG Goodnight, not N411 from Keston Holman. 133 was moved to a different class, and so next in is entry 134, Hillcrest Tip Top 502 from Daniel Pearson, and entry 135, Red Ridge Classified 1N from Lexi Dietrich.
Yeah, I know Mark says it's a lot colder up here, but where we work, we've had a bunch of them come from New York and all over Canada and part of Alaska, and it's not cold all the time, but when it's cold, they're sure pretty quick to grab a jacket too.
I'm pretty sure I was a piss poor Canadian when I was down there for the snow, and I grabbed a pair of ski pants right away.
Oh man, I don't know why it's so cold. It just the wind will cut you, maybe a little more moisture in the air. Or just flat not used to it because it comes in brief spurts generally. It don't get cold and stay cold, but man, it'll get your attention. Had 3 heifer calves come in here, and the purebreds, a Gelby and 2 Angus, I believe. They go from April to February. It's interesting, the size difference and going along through them.
We go off, and we lead off with one that I would just dub kind of the combination heifer of the group. I think one, you love the shape to her silhouette. You like how level and extended she's out of her hip, the way that one flexes when she gets out on the lead. I think she's proportional in terms of the center part of her body. She maybe doesn't have just the most overwhelming amount of look to her, but I think that's one that when you study her from the side, that one is so balanced. The unique one to me, I think, is the heifer in second. I mean, that is a dense-made, burly type of female that's got some added bone, got some added foot. I think that one's really just kind of fun to break down when you study her. She wants to get a shot coarser over the top side of her neck and the way she attaches out of the top side of her blade. I think she's just fighting a bit of disadvantage here in terms of age.
She just doesn't balance out of the center portion of her body the way the class winner does, but I think that's the female that's got a lot of future to her. We round out with, again, a good practically designed one. I think one that has some look to her, has some turn to her rib. When you get behind her, we just want to pull this one apart, give her a shot more hip, give her a shot more turn to her stifle down low.
So in our first heat of purebred heifer calves, in first place was entry 135, Red Rich Classified 1N from Lexi Dietrich. Second was entry 132, RWG Goodnight N411 from Keston Holman. Third was entry 134, Hillcrest Tip Top 502 from Daniel Pearson. And that will be it for our first heat. Now coming in is our second heat. First in is entry 136, LFE BS Sunshine 102N from Dyson Duliger. Next in is entry 137, Red River Rock Yukon 593N from Sydney Van Sickle. Entry 138 is a scratch in this class, and so finally entry 139, Deeg Miss Sage 13N from Dane Deeg. This is split 2 of the purebred heifer calves.
So, Mark, now that you're back, I have a question for you two. Is it pecan or pecan?
Well, I mean, I think any text will tell you pee in a can, so it's got to be pecan.
I'd have to agree. I don't know how this is even a debate still after all this time. If y'all need some clarification on language and pronunciation, you'll find the best here, right here.
Breaking away from that, I don't know how many people out there are listening to this that haven't had the joy of experiencing cow camp, or maybe they have young children and they're they're thinking about coming up to all breeds one year. For years before I came, all I heard is about cow camp, and we're sitting here, being a part of the female show, but or the heifer and bull show, but what they do for the little guys, the guys that aren't old enough to be out here showing, or even if they are, they don't feel comfortable doing it, and some dads would control it, or call it controlled chaos, but cow camp is one of those things where every little guy that comes, they spend multiple days in there, and my little ones are in what they call sand camp right now, and boy, there's no better place to bring your kids, even if you don't have a heifer to show, bring your kids and be a part of this.
It sure does open it up for the little ones. They come and not quite big enough to
Well, I
do
think a
something.
pretty logical spot to begin with. I think a heifer that's pretty tough to create. I think that one's wide at the ground. I think she's wide at her chest, that she's wide over the top side of her spine. A heifer that's got so much product to her. I think she's flexible enough. We love the shape to her hind leg. We like her hip. I think a heifer that when you set her up front, she's maybe not the most tidy, but I think that one is extended and gives you such a good look from the side. Really happy with that one to lead off the class. Bit of a closer call here between 2 and 3, and ultimately I think we landed on the black heifer that just got a little bit more go to her, got a little bit more product down the top side of her skeleton. I think it's stalemate. Burley one that you sure like the added turn to her rib. When you put that one in motion, she wants to get a shot courser and roll out of her shoulder a little more than we'd maybe deem necessary. One, we want to change the way that one meets the ground. We round out with a red heifer that, again, from the side, you really like how attractive this one is. I love the way she blends and how smooth she transitions from her chest back into the middle portion of her body. I think she's good in terms of her rear rib and flank. When you get behind that one, we just want to pull that one apart, give her, a shot more muscle both up high and down low.
Thank you, Judge Allnut. So first in is entry 136, LFE BS Sunshine 102N from Dyson Duliger.
now we have a time-honored tradition in livestock showing. One gets loose and the fishing for the halter. Nope, we have a catch by the exhibitor. That's a good catch. I tell you what, that's the stuff that keeps it interesting at these deals. Gives us a little bit of levity between classes and all that. Looks like we have this will be our second class
All right.
of
So,
purebreds.
in that previous class, entry 136, LFEBS Sunshine 102N from Duliger was our first place. And then second place was entry 139, Deeg Miss Sage 13N from Dane Deeg. And third in class was entry 137, Red River Rock Yukon 593N from Sydney Van Sickle. We are now in our third and final split of purebred heifer calves. In first is entry 140, Red River Rock Goldie 507N from Ainsley Van Sickle. Second in is entry 141, LLB Lavender Lady 30N from Luke Henderson. Entry 142, Deeg Miss Sage 3N from Bryn Deeg. This is our third and final split of purebred heifer calves.
All right, third and final split, and Nikki just brought it to my attention that Jaden isn't here now, but he might have a chance of coming out on top with the Simmentals in this class. It'd be fitting that he isn't here to brag about it, but we'll give him a pass on that.
But this is a purebred Simmental at the very end, not a full-blood Simmental.
Well, there's a famous singer that has a line that says, "I've seen the worst and the best, and I didn't know the difference." And maybe that does apply to Jaden. I mean, we don't know. He's a full blood guy. There's a lot of full bloods up here. Is this? We think this is Simmental, the black one?
No, it's an Angus that won this class. Come on.
And poor Jaden, disappointed again.
Only 3 heifers, but again, a trio that I think once again you could kind of jockey around, and I would understand that. I think the black heifer that wins, overwhelming in terms of the center portion of her body. I think that one's massive in terms of just her overall build. I think she's elevated in terms of her skeleton. She's got some grow to her. She has enough look to her, though she maybe isn't the most tidy from her jaw down into her chest. But I think one that when you get behind her, she's got plenty of go to her. Flexible when you put her on the move. Just a really logical spot for us to begin to lead off with. The red heifer in second, I mean, that one's revved up. That one's got a lot of go to her in terms of the muscle product. You set her down the top side of her spine, and she's opened up. I mean, that one's got a big turn to her lower stifle, a big turn to her rib. I think with that added product, though, in power, she does want to get a little rounder out of her shoulder, wants to get a little coarser up high. But again, a heifer that's certainly got a lot of grow to her. We round out with the red heifer again. You like the added length of spine to her, how elegant that one is, particularly through her front 1/3. With that, I think she just doesn't have the massive turn to her to balance up to go any higher, but through really nice heifers once again.
So in our third and final split of purebred heifer calves, first was entry 141, LLB Lavender Lady 30N from Luke Henderson. Second in class is entry 142, Deeg Miss Sage 3N from Bryn Deeg. Third in class is entry 140, Red River Rock Goldie 507N from Ainsley Van Sickle. So now we'll bring all those first and second placers back in. From our first split, entry 135, Red Ridge Classified 1N from Lexi Dietrich. Second was entry 132, RWG Goodnight N411 from Keston Holman. For the second split, first was entry 136, LFE BS Sunshine 102N from Dyson Duliger. And second in class was entry 139, Deeg Miss Sage 13N from Dane Deeg. And finally from the previous split, entry 141, Luke Henderson with LLB Lavender Lady 30N. And second was entry 142, Deeg Miss Sage 3N from Bryn Deeg. This is your champion purebred yearling heifer calf class.
Well, but before Nikki comes in with a little bit of statistics,
Probably a bit more variety in terms of this lineup. I think some differences in terms of the type and kind and maybe overall utility to them. The heifer that wins the first. The heifer that wins the first class, you like that one smoothness, the way that one balances from the side. You like the shape to her underline. I think just a really well-built, complete type of animal to win that class. The heifer out of the second one comes to you a little bit more product, a little bit more revved up in terms of muscle and mass. I think she's big in terms of her hip. She's wide at the ground. She does that, but maintains enough balance of the center portion of her body, enough look out of her front 1/3. Just a really unique one there to win that second class. And then we round out the third class winner of the day, I think, with one that just really practical in terms of her build. Maybe hits you a little bit more conventional in terms of her look and design. But I think one that you sure appreciate the shape to her underline. You like her out of her hip and her hind leg. With that being said, we're going to take one more quick look and show you the two that we like best.
well, I think it's a good place for them to look at them again because that's a good set of females. I gotta point out. I know you shouldn't pick favorites, but this young man's showing the second place in the second class. We have our champion comes out of the second division or second class, Simmental female. Mickey Ross is over here lamenting that Jaden's going to have one to,
Your champion
to harass her about.
136, LFE BS Sunshine 102N from Dyson Duleger. And reserve was entry 135, Red Rich Classified 1N from Lexi Dietrich.
Anyways, where I was going with that is there was a young man in the second place in the second class, and I noticed him whenever we've judged a few of these deals this week, and he comes out in a junior clipping class, and I told my partner that we were judging with. I said, "Man, I like this little guy. You know, he's out here. He comes with a little hop in his step, and truly a testament to what it is. To be here. Showing your livestock, doing it yourself, and I mean, from the first time he walked out until just now, you can tell he is loving being in Basha, and there's nothing beats that.
Now into our purebred bull and steer calf class. In first is entry 143, AJA Maximus 537N from Ty Jungman. Second in is entry 145, LLB Profile 126N from Luke Henderson. And we'll see if he arrives maybe later, but it looks like entry 144 may be a scratch in this class. I've got it from ringside. It is a scratch in this class.
So, Mark, I'm not sure if you've seen
the bulls in this class, and your class is complete.
Mark, I'm not sure if you are reading the show program correctly, but we could potentially have a purebred steer in this show.
Really?
They could have entered it like that.
Oh my Lord. I'm not really sure the marketable worth of a purebred steer at this point, but
two bulls that I think are both versatile
I'm
in their
game.
own right. We elected to go ahead and use the bull calf that I think just a little more genuine in terms of its power and product. I think that's a calf that's got a lot of shape down his backside and in through his lower quarter and stifle. We sure like the shape of his hind leg, the way that one gets out of moves. The bull calf has plenty of maturity to him. I think just a pretty nice way to lead things off here with the bull calf in second. Probably a shot longer bodied, a calf that's got a lot of look to him. He's up-headed and attractive, but I think a calf that just wants to get a little flatter in terms of his muscle composition, doesn't want to have quite the product and go that the class winner does.
So your champion, purebred bull is entry 145, LLB Profile 126N from Luke Henderson. And your reserve champion purebred bull is entry 143, AJA Maximus 537N from Ty Jungman.
You can't understand nothing he says.
And so we're moving our purebred bred heifers, I believe Nikki says. Boy, honestly, I'm anxious to see these things come out here. And watching the showmanship and the judging contest and all that, you get to see a lot of great females come out. And I don't know about everybody else. As much as I love doing this and working on our own cattle, I love seeing good cattle. I love it when good cattle come out in front of you, and you're able to see just how refined.
Just another announcement here, folks. The food truck will be leaving the premises.
How refined and how good you can get these purebred cattle. You know, the base, the seed stock of what it seems like everybody's trying to do, and it looks like the 3. I don't know if it is a class of 3 is what we're starting with. This is no letdown right here. One more of those things that I don't know. I don't know if there's an easy decision out here.
Now we're into our
so
first
far the way
split
they
of
come
junior
to us,
yearling
boy,
heifers.
they sure come to us sound,
First in
functional,
is entry
soft-bodied,
146,
attractive
SLC
cattle,
Xanadu
and the purebred
177M
deals.
from Keston Holman.
Something that'll always be near and dear to my heart.
Next in is entry
You know, I
147.
think in my life I've experienced the same thing
Wildwood
most people
Creek
have. We've all
Rachel,
shown a steer here or there.
5'6", Tennessee Walter.
We like the fun of dealing with a crossbred, but
Entry
but
148 is
you know,
a scratch
the
in
meat
this
and potatoes
class,
of this
and so
industry
final heifer in
is the
149,
purebred cattle and the seed stock that come from them.
Miss Stealth,
And
3AM from Steve
you've got a little tougher road to hoe, in the purebred side, because you can't get outside of your breed. You have to keep those things purebred. You have to focus on a lot of stuff besides even the phenotypical part. You have to focus on the genetic profile of them and all that, and it throws you a curveball a little bit. And so when we see these purebred cattle come out here, I think you got to take your hat off to them, because you're working with a few more parameters, outside of your commercial sector.
Mark, while we were talking about good cattle and stuff like that, like you guys see more cattle than anybody going through your barn every year. What is top sire right now that's going through your guys' barn on the back side of these females?
On the Hereford side of it, it's I guess it's going to be a little bit of a double-edged sword. It for the past 5 years, it's pretty much held steady. Marksman, American Classic, Catapult was very strong for a while and has kind of faded away. The up-and-comers are Red River and some bulls like that. Looks like we're fixing to get some remarks from our judges, so I'll back out here for just a minute.
Well, I think we go off and lead off with the one that I think is just so well balanced, so complete in terms of her kind. I think that's a level-hipped, big-backed individual that maintains plenty of look to her. I think one that you sure like to turn to her rib, how genuine she is, particularly down low. I think that's a real nice spot to lead things off. The heifer in second, one that I think, we sure, kind of tied into early on. Sure like this one from a silhouette standpoint. I think that one's, big in terms of her rib shape. We sure like her underline. She just wants to get a little up there in terms of her tail head, wants to run downhill, and we just want to pull her apart in terms of her front 1/3, particularly on the top side of her shoulder blades. We round out with another black heifer that, again, long-bodied, has some look to her. We just want to pull that one apart in terms of her pin set, give her a shot more hip for that one to go up any higher, but another good trio of heifers.
So first in our first split of junior yearling heifers is entry 149, RLEA Miss Stealth 38M from Sage Snyder. Second in class is entry 146, SLC Xanadu 177M from Keston Holman. And third in class is entry 147, Waiwa Creek Rachel 5624 from Tennessee Wolter. Now into Heat 2, entry 150, Red Pass Rosalie 71M from Heidi Pass. Next is entry 151, Red Arrow Gypsy 25M from Gina Sobkow. Third in is entry 152, Brooking Beauty 4200 from Owen Wilms. Next is entry 153, CML Pearl 442M from Aubrey Fraser. And finally, entry 154, Red River Rock Chief Fayette 4209M from Ainsley Van Sickle.
It's a very nice set of bred heifers to come out here and start off this purebred deal. Boy, I tell you what, the Charolais have been remarkably strong here. They're always good. You know, sometimes they don't get their just deserves. You know, in these yearling heifer deals. Obviously, there's no shortage of Supremes for Charolais pairs. But the Charolais have been very strong today. I don't know if he'll continue in this class, but boy, there is definitely no slouch there. And that's a breed that's near and dear to my heart. We grew up showing Charolais, have had some of the best experiences of my life showing Charolais. So, boy, I see a good white one. I'm always drawn to him. With that being said, there's a good black one out here. These reds are dang sure representing the Red Angus breed well. This won't be easy. I think they have an idea where they're going to go. They're not going to take too long, I don't think, because I think these cattle have hit them pretty hard and pretty fast today, and they seem to be moving through them pretty quickly. You know, when we started this off air, Nikki asked Jaden, which he'll be back in a little bit, I'm sure, about some of his most interesting experiences down helping us, and even though it's a short amount of time, we try to pack a lot of experience in a very short amount of time. We run a lot of cattle through our place, go to a number of shows, and you know, some of my best experiences have been coming up here and helping a few guys like Dennis Sarenko and LaFrance family at Wheatland, and of course my in-laws at Northline, and
well, a pretty logical
yes,
spot
prime time. I can't forget about prime time.
So elegant
Walter Polachuk
and that one's so flat in terms of her shoulder. She's good in terms of her angles. She's bold in the center portion of her body. So fresh and lean in terms of her condition. That's one there that we like quite a bit. I think that one's flexible off both ends. Just a real logical spot to lead things off here with. The Charolais heifer in second, definitely the powerhouse of the bunch. I think that one's, you know, big in terms of her amount of product. I think she's big over the top side of her spine, big in the turn to her muscle and stifle, big in terms of her rib cage. We just want to lean this one back, tidy her up in terms of her chest, back into her underline. But I think that's the female that fits together really proportionally. really well balanced for one that's as far out there in terms of muscle and mass. The red heifer next, I think again one that has some added shape, particularly over the top side of her skeleton, has some depth of body. She just wants to get a shot flatter in terms of her rib. Doesn't want to have the muscle and bone that the heifers above her do, but I think again a really complete made heifer. The red heifer following suit. This is one. This is the type of heifer that I really enjoy in terms of her freshness, in terms of her extension and look. Again, I think a female that's level in terms of her hip. She just doesn't want to have the massiveness in terms of the center portion of her body at this stage of the game to balance up the way the heifers at the top of the class do, but I think that's the one that's got plenty of upside to her, plenty of future to. We round out with a heifer that, again, we just want to pull back in terms of her condition, one that wants to get round at the base of her shoulder and wants to just roll over when we put her in motion. But I think a heifer that, again, you talked about one that's genuine in terms of her muscle pattern. This is her.
Thank you, Judge Allnut. So, first in that class was entry 152, Brooking Beauty, 4200 from Owen Wilms. Second in class was entry 153, CML Pearl, 442M from Aubrey Fraser. Third in class was entry 154, Red River Rock Chief Fayette, 4209M from Ainsley Van Sickle. Fourth in class was entry 150, Red Pass Rosalie, 71M from Heidi Pass. And fifth in class was entry 151, Red Arrow Gypsy, 25M from Gina Sobkow. We're now into our Junior Yearling Championship. From our first split is entry 149, RLEA Miss Stealth 38M from Sage Schneider. Second in class is entry 146, SLC Xanadu 177M from Keston Holman. And third in class is entry 147, Then from the second split, first was entry 152, Brooking Beauty 4200, and second in class was entry 153, CML Pearl 442M from Aubrey Fraser. Our Junior Yearling Purebred Championship.
We're out here in this yearling purebred division, and history'd say from what we're looking at today that this division is going to be awfully tough in the champion drive. Just looking at them, looks like we have two Charlet. Do we have an Angus and is that a Semi or a Lemmy? That's second in the first class. Not real sure, but. Exotics were very well
Another
represented.
division, and I think, though maybe limited in terms of class breaks that we had, I think high quality nonetheless, and presents itself kind of a unique challenge when we go through them. That young lady's white heifer that wins the first class, I think that one's so nice in terms of her head and skull shape. It's so refined, but good in terms of her running gear, good in terms of her mass. I think that's really just kind of a fault-free type of heifer to win that first class. We land on that Angus heifer out of the second class, and that's one you sure have to like, particularly from the side. I think that one's elevated and extended, so fresh in terms of her condition, but massive in terms of her underline, the shape of her underline. I think that's one that you like a fair bit. With that being said, I think the battle really kind of came down just in terms of quality and eliteness. It got a little tougher there in that second class, so we're going to keep them two heifers together to be our division winner.
Okay, entry 152 is your champion, Brooking Beauty, 4200 from Owen Wilms. And your reserve champion from the same class as entry 153, CML Pearl 442M from Aubrey Fraser.
Jaden Warren, while you're standing here right now, I want you to know that was an Angus.
Yes, but in second place was that great Charlet heifer.
Had to throw the Simmental shade in there. That's we're gonna. I got a prediction. I'm gonna throw one out there. We're gonna have as a Simmental dark horse that's gonna come in here and I think is gonna upset the whole mix. I really do believe that. I've seen a few
We're now
good ones
into our
walking around
first
here.
split of intermediate yearling heifers. First in is entry 155, LLB Idle D, 415M from Lee Sholgan. Next in is entry 156, Red River Rock Jupiter, 4160M from Sydney Van Sickle. Next is entry 157, GLL Miss Page, 427M from Peyton Verbonic. Entry 158 is a scratch today. Next is entry 159, CHM Lady in Red 27M from Reese Morrison. Next is entry 160, PJH Miss Abigail 2M from Peyton Hagel. Following her is entry 161, LLB Bella 97M from Julie Murphy. And finally entry 162, Black Gold Miss Flirt 276M from Finn Pratt. Your first heat of intermediate yearling heifers.
So, Mark, I believe before our champion drive, we were talking about the amount of cattle you guys drag out to a show. And I remember correctly because it was a big string. I guess it was the second show I went to with you guys was Fort Worth that year. And we had 41 head and 10 people.
Pretty good numbers back then, I think. I mean, now I do think it's hard to believe that anybody would take cattle out with anything less than one person per head. But back in those days, I thought we were living in high water. I mean, or high cotton. You know, it's changed so much. Now we look at our numbers and we think, boy, if we take, if it's any more than three head per person, we don't know how we're going to get anything done. I don't know if they just built them tougher back then or what. Maybe so.
I just think we couldn't find the help, actually, is how it went. Because that was only 10 years ago. We're not that old.
Well, you know how, I mean, with our RCS North and RCS South, it's always been about the bottom line. And so maybe we couldn't find the help, or maybe the numbers just didn't add up.
Just had to cut expenses there a little bit.
Oh, exactly. It's always about leaning the budget. That's I think everybody kind of understands that. You know, it's what do they call it, balling on a budget. You know, we I don't think any of us have ever been one of those operations that had endless resources. Doesn't mean you're not going to put your best foot forward. And I guess I've been lucky to have so many good people. Both be friends and be willing to come down and help us, attempt to achieve the things that we're fighting for, and that's why every time we have our little sit down after a show, I want to dang sure and letting all the people around us know how much I appreciate them, and because there's no way any of us could do what we're doing without a huge support system, and we've just been blessed with a better one than some people at times.
Well, even just the involvement over the years at RCS South, like I remember back then, the wash rack wasn't cement. If you had one that was a little on the spooky side, it could be an interesting afternoon fixing the wash rack.
Well, I mean, my parents started this business almost 40 years ago, and me and Jade have taken the reins of it, the last about 6 or 8 years, and the one thing we never really wanted to commit to it because we weren't 100% sure we were going to be doing it in the future, and so I guess after about year 30 we decided this might be something that's going to catch on, and so
I'll admit,
yeah.
Freshness is probably a bit of a wash here on the top end of things, as all three heifers we'd like to just roll back and tidy up. But I think the red heifer that wins the class, in terms of balance and proportion, it fits her the best. I think that one's wide at the ground. I think that one's big back. I think she's genuine to the shape of her underline. She gives you more than enough look. And when you put her on the lead, she gets out and travels. Good enough for today. The young man's heifer in second. Again, one that just wants to get out there in terms of condition. We want to refine her in terms of her chest and underline, tidy her up on the top side of her skeleton. But I think one that remains good built and flexible, particularly at the hock. Young lady's black heifer coming out next. Again, you love the look, you love the extension to her. I think one that gets a little flatter in terms of her muscle. With that, she wants to push out plenty of condition. We just question how genuine that one is in terms of her muscle mass. Want to refine that one from her chest into her underline. Young lady's red heifer next, a big-ended, wide-based one that, again, I think has some natural power and dimension to her. She just wants to get a shot coarser in terms of her front shoulder, wants to get out and travel the ground with some awkwardness when you put her on the lead. Young lady's black heifer, again, I think one that has some growth to her, has some extension to her. I think one that, has some internal dimension to her as she's bolt and sprung. But again, one that when you put her in motion, she wants to get a shot awkward out of her front end, shot awkward at the ground. Young lady's black heifer next. Again, one that, probably goes up a frame size, and I got no question with that. About the overall size and dimension of her, I think she's bolt sprung. She just wants to get a shot lower tying out of her skeleton. One that we just want to tidy up in terms of her navel, and one that we just want to realign in terms of the way her hock sets into her hind leg, give that one a shot more comfort and flexibility. The young lady's red heifer that comes next, powerful, bold-centered, one that has, plenty of shape up high, but one that just wants to get too north-south in terms of her shoulder and knee. We just want to free that one up, give her a shot more reach, particularly out of the front side of her skeleton.
So first in that very competitive split was entry 162, Black Gold Miss Flirt 276M from Finn Pratt. Second in class was entry 155, LLB Idle D 415M from Lee Shulligan. Third in class was entry 160, PJH Miss Abigail 2M from Peyton Hagel. Fourth in class was entry 159, CHM Lady in Red 27M from Reese Morrison. Fifth in class, entry 157, GLL Miss Page 427M from Peyton Verbonic. Sixth in class was entry 161, LLB Bella 97M from Julie Murphy. And finally, seventh in class was entry 156, Red River Rock Jupiter 4160M from Sydney Van Sickle. Now into split 2 of the intermediate yearling heifers. First in is entry 163, Youngdale Christina 55M from Myra Murray. Second is entry 164, Dusty's Countess 4049 from Keelan Eaton. Following him is entry number 165, Riverfront Annie K 453M from Greeley Robertson. Entry 166, Danes Miss Bride 1M from Peyton Verbonic. Next is entry 167, Grills Rosebud 2426M from Cheyenne Simmons. Following her is entry 168, Greenwood Miss Essence 69M from Bronwyn Zwicker. Following her is entry 169, KCF Queen Elegance 401M from Callista Chester. And finally entry 170, BCC Lady Wren 4102 from Landon Brandel. This is split 2 of our final split of the intermediate yearling heifers.
something we haven't talked much about here today is all the volunteers and the staff that and sponsors that go in to make this happen. And I'm not even going to attempt to list them all. I don't have a list in front of me, and I'd have a very hard time, calling out everybody. We sat here and got to watch. I don't know if it's caught on camera, but one of the Amazonian women that do a lot to make this go around, Dakota Wilson. Or Dakota Wilson Hunker, just literally jumped off the top flight of the bleachers, and these people, that's a small thing for what she does. She seems to jump buildings with a single bound, with all they do here. And the committee, Janet Kerr, Dakota Hunker, David Snyder, I don't know that he does that much. Jelaine Jacobs, Justine Bullock, Dina Young, Kirk Wildman, Jill Wildman, Dawn Wilson, or Dirty Dawn as we like to call her, Tracy Dietrich, Cecilia Fleming, Rick Fleming, and Jackie Northey. And none of these are newcomers to this. These people have been given this their all for, I don't know, 3-4 decades now. And if you have any doubt on how much they love this and love the children here and love the camaraderie, then you'd be wrong. I mean, they give it their all. They live for this all year long. Most of them have children or grandchildren. Some of them great grandchildren competing here, and they're still doing everything they can for every kid. And once again, if anybody has the opportunity that hasn't been to all breeds before. Even if you don't bring cattle, even if you just bring children, to come and experience it and get to know other beef cattle youth that I promise you will be their best friends late in life. I don't think I've ever met anybody that's ever been to this that doesn't talk about 10, 20 years ago, coming here, showing cattle, and it being the best experience that they ever had. And I can concur. I mean, we've got a lot going on at home. We've got a couple of awesome girls at home, Lucy Perez and Dakota Noble that are at home, and Stephen Roop, a neighbor of ours that they're flagship in our business right now. Keeping everything going so we can come up here. But me and my wife, decided a long time ago that the connections you make, the long time friendships, the family, atmosphere of it, our business, if it does survive, will not be what it is if they don't have those connections. And so we take a little time out of our schedule. I think it's time well spent. I'd encourage anybody, if they ever have the opportunity to, like I said, come here, bring cattle, bring your children, or just come here and have some good livestock camaraderie for a few days. I promise you, we won't experience this, but when you're calving out cows and it's 30 below, you'll be thinking about coming to this deal, and I have no doubt about that. We're in another split of yearling females here. Looks like we washed all the color out of this crowd here. We're pretty much all black in this one. We don't have Jaden here right now.
I
with
believe
us.
this is a full Angus class by the looks of it here.
Is
Quickly.
it? Is it?
There's one that we might be a Semitol on, but other than that, it is all Angus.
Poor Jaden. We need to get him back in here to defend himself. He's pretty much defenseless.
He does get quite vocal about his Simmental love, especially when it comes to seeing.
We're sure pretty content leading off the class. So this heifer, just from a look and design standpoint, we sure like this one. She's square-ended. She's good in terms of her underline. She's not the most wild-looking and extended, but I think one that gives you enough look and flexibility out of her front end. Heifer in second, one that we sure like, just the added degree of freshness. I think this one's really genuine in terms of her presentation. We love the shape to her underline, the way that one blends together. I think one that's good in terms of her hip. Certainly sound and flexible. One that, just really comes together quite nicely to go second. Heifer in third, again, I think as we kind of trend down the line into some heifers that are rolling out some more added condition. This one fits the bill next in terms of freshness, in terms of look. I think she's still good in her jaw and jowl. She might have a shot of added chest, but I think that one's genuine in the boldness to the center portion of her body. We like her in terms of her hip. We like her in terms of when we put her on the lead. Just a real nice one there to go third. Heifer in fourth again. I mean, from a type and kind standpoint, you certainly gravitate towards this one. She's got some added look. She's got some feature. When we put this one in motion is when things just kind of come into play and become questionable. She wants to get outside of her skeleton. She wants to get, just a little bit messier in terms of her underline, in terms of condition. We want to tidy her up in terms of her chest all the way back through her underline. But I think that one is square-ended. I think she has some look. We just need to wool that one up. Young lady's heifer next, long-bodied, good hipped. I think a heifer that when we put her in motion, she can have a tendency to want to get a shot awkward at the ground, but I think one that's certainly long, one that's got some look to her, just doesn't have the extras that the heifers above her do. The Cowboy coming out of the lineup next, one that you sure like, the power, performance, the amount of muscle and product this one has. With that, she just wants to roll out of her front shoulder, wants to get a shot courser there at the top side of her blade. The young man coming out of the lineup next, again, you like the squareness to this one, the levelness when he gets this one parked. One when we put in motion, she just wants to roll off her front blade. Heifer that, again, we just need to woe up in terms of her condition for her to go any higher. We round out again with one that gets plenty functional in terms of her kind, has some length of hip, has some look, just doesn't have the extras that the heifers above her do.
So first place in that split was entry 170, BCC Lady Wren 4102 from Landon Brandel. Second in class was entry 163, Youngdale Christina 55M from Myra Murray. Third in class is entry 168, Greenwood Miss Essence 69M from Bronwyn Zwicker. Fourth in class was entry 167, Grills Rosebud 2426M from Cheyenne Simmons. Fifth in class was entry 166, Dane's Miss Bride 1M from Peyton Verbonic. Sixth in class was entry 165, Riverfront Annie K 453M from Bob Robertson. We have 7 in that. 7 was entry 164, Dusty's Countess 4049 from Keelan Eaton. Finally, 8th in class was entry 169, KCF Queen Elegance 401M from Callista Chasser. We're now into our intermediate championship. So first to win the ring and from the first split was entry 162, Black Gold Miss Flirt 276M from Finn Pratt. He's joined by the second place from that group, entry 155, LLB Idol D 415M from Lee Shulgin. And then from the second split, once again, 170, BCC Lady Wren 4102 from Landon Brandel. And Youngdale Christina 55M 163 from Myra Murray. This is your champion intermediate yearling heifer.
Again, kind of a division with some give and take and maybe just differences in terms of her class winners. But I think both represent, quality of cattle that can be challenging to create. We land on a big, stout, powerful red heifer to win that first class, and I think that one's opened up at the ground and up at high. I think one that, just certainly is big-ended, certainly, has a shot more product to her than maybe her heifer out of the second class does. With that, I think she doesn't have quite near the look, wants to come off a shot courser in terms of her kind, but I think quality nonetheless. Young man's heifer in second, one that, is woed up in terms, and just fresher in terms of her condition, fresher in terms of her look and feature. I think one that, you certainly learned to like quite a bit, just how square-ended and level that one is. Does she get out and stride with the most ease? Maybe not, but I think in terms of her angles and build, that one's plenty good. Just a really unique set of cattle out here for another division.
So your champion is entry 170, BCC Lady Wren 4102 from Landon Brandel. Your reserve champion was entry 163, Youngdale Christina 55M from Myra Murray.
Well, that was a stout division for not having just a ton of cattle in it. What almost looks like we're shifting gears
You
just
may
a little
think
bit.
that the show is almost over, but is it in fact not? Because we are now into the biggest class of the day, the purebred senior yearling heifers. Here is Heat 1. In first is entry 171, Rust MS Beauty 422M from Riley Borison. Entry 172 is CHM Duchess 22M from Reese Morrison. Next is entry 173, Red Diamond T Countess 2447 from Cowan Gardner. Entry number 174, LAR Emmy 421M from Riley Kamla. Entry 175, JLA Hope 69M from Sarah Jane Razika. Next is entry 176, FRRL Malibu 420M. And finally, entry 177, Red River Rock Marigold 484M from Carson Van Sickle. It's your first split of the purebred senior yearling heifers.
I don't think she is. I think they have her looking that way. Like they dug out some blood.
Quite a bit of hair left.
Yeah, and I think they just did a little tight clip and Nick dug around a little bit more. It's that exactly.
Hips there.
It's that exactly right there where I always will maybe leave them a little high, because I would rather something be a little fluffy there than look like they're breaking like that. In this in this class of yearling heifers, I don't know if it's as deep a class as we've seen, but I don't know what y'all think. I could see us a champion coming out of this class. There's one in here that boy, if she don't hit you hard, then you ain't never been hit hard, I don't think.
I believe you're right there, Mark.
That's
pretty tough.
yeah, and with that being said, we were. We might have had a hot mic moment. We were having a little bit of the honest banter that we have back and forth, and there's no doubt that we love this business. You know, literally every good friend I have is right here in this business, and so we like sitting here talking about it. We like talking about all the stuff that we do to cattle. You know, at the end of the day, whether we did a good thing, did them justice, or whether we came up short, and that's the beauty thing of it, because we can sit here and discuss it, and actually I think have a good time, you know, and learn something. You know, maybe get better at the end of the day, huh?
Oh, absolutely. You get to watch all these and make critiques of it. It's a little harder when you're standing there just looking at them by themselves and work on them so much at the barn, and you get a little blind and throw them out there and see how they stack up. But a whole lot easier to look from the outside than it is maybe sometimes when you're the one clipping on them.
I've got to tell you a story on my friend Cole here. We've been friends and doing business going on about 3 years now, maybe a little bit more, and Cole's never had a shortage of wanting to own good Angus genetics, and there's a guy in Indiana who's raised some very good livestock named Jake Cunningham, and he shows some very, very good females from Jake, and we might get interrupted on the story, but I'll finish it after our judges talk. But they go to our state show this number of years ago, and they have a little bit of a tough go. We all do, every now and then. And they come home and they do a little bit of feeding on them, and they maybe a little more feeding than cattle need. And we go to a show here in September and have a little bit of a tough go again, and that would have looked like it was going to be a tough year. And we're just going to give some comments.
Well, it was as logical as placing as there's maybe been all day in terms of the heifer that comes to the top of the class. So elegant, so refined, so smooth in the way she lays her blade into her. We love the way the shape of her underline lays. We love her in her rear rib and flank. She's good in terms of her hip and hind leg. She's flexible. She's fresh and lean. Just a real neat way to kick things off here. The heifer in second, one that kind of comes with some trade-offs. I think that's a heifer that's high tying and attractive in terms of her front 1/3. She's fresh enough in terms of her condition, big enough in terms of the center portion of her body. When we put that one on the lead, once again, she just wants to get awkward as when she surfaces with the ground. But I think that's a big hipped, robust one there to go second. Young man's heifer in third. Again, you like the turn to that one's rib, the center portion of her body. I think she's long and extended, particularly in her hip and loin juncture. She does want to get a shot flatter in terms of her rib, wants to get a shot upright in terms of her shoulder and just roll off at the base of it. But a neat one there. Young man's black heifer. When we get this one parked, shoulders back, I really like the way this one comes together. We love the shape to her underline, the look that this heifer has. We love the shape of her hip. When we put this one in motion, again, she just wants to get a shot awkward there at the ground. We maybe just want to change her up in terms of the way her feet are created, but I think that's the one there that has some depth of rib, has some look, has some doability. The red heifer coming out of the lineup next, again, one that, has some boldness to her rib, has some shape down the top side of her spine. She does want to get restricted out of her front 1/3. She wants to get a shot straighter there at the point of her shoulder and knee. We want to just freshen that one up in terms of the top side of her neck, roll that one up in terms of her condition, just to give that one a shot more flexibility when we put her on the move. Young man's red heifer next. Again, I think one that you like, the added length of spine this one has, the shape and structure of that one's hip. I think it's right in terms of her hind leg, and I actually think this one can get out and move with ease. She, once again, though, just wants to give up a shot of look, wants to get a shot more upright in terms of her shoulder, and doesn't want to balance out of the center portion of her body like the heifers above her do. We round out with a heifer that when we put her on the move, this one just wants to struggle, particularly out of both ends. She wants to get round and upright. We just want to loosen that one up in terms of her hock and pastern set, but a big-ended one that has some genuine muscle and punch to her.
Thank you very much, Blair. Placings in class number 30, split number 1. First place, entry number 171, Rust Ms. Beauty 422M from Riley Borson. Second in class, CHM Duchess 22M from Reese Morrison. Third, entry number 177, Red River Rock Marigold 484M from Carson Van Sickle. Fourth, entry number 174, LAR Emmy 421M from Riley Camlaw. Fifth, entry number 173, Red Diamond T Countess 2447 from Callan Gardner. Sixth, entry 176, FRL Malibu 420M from Colt Rabenek. Seventh, entry number 175, JLA Hope 69M from Sarah Jane Rizika. We're going to be seeing the entries from Riley Borson and Reese Morrison back for the championship, but we've got a few heats to go yet. Heat number 2 is in the ring. Leading off, entry number 178, Red Wilbar Sioux 832M from Kylie Wilms. 179 is Red Rich Firefly 141M from Lexi Dietrich. 180 is Red Aram Emerald from Dallas Sailor. 181 is Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia 435M, exhibited by Nevada Murray. 182 Teron Jaybird 64M from Casey Adams. 183 Riverfront Rosebud 432M, Paisley Robertson. 184 CFRPCC Black Reputation from Tulsa Smith. And 185 RF Scream 4128 from Abby Rancier. This is heat number 2 out of 5 in the senior yearling purebred division.
Boy, this is exactly what I would have expected from these senior yearling purebred females. Boy, I mean the depth is unquestionable. I mean we don't have the diversity. I think that's another nickel for me that we had as far as color and breeds and all that in some of the earlier classes and divisions. But boy, I tell you what, you want to talk about bone, muscle, volume, look, get out and travel, nice spine. You don't have anything knuckling up in their tops. These are good females. But
That's because they're mostly all Angus except for 2 Semitals at the back.
and NCRS or sorry, NRCS is not looking for a whole lot of sponsorship from the Simmental side of the beef industry up here. Oh, it's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. But we were talking before they talked this last deal. Anyways, Cole and them had some real nice wolfy heifers and all that, and they got a little bit of feed into them, and they didn't take it well, and it's funny how sometimes when one door closes, another door opens, and they end up buying a heifer off of the Sturzbach family out of Ohio, raised by Tim Clark in Virginia, and it's funny. It's funny how when things look the most bleak at a certain point, I would guarantee you that Cole thought, very beginning of September, it was going to be just a pretty tough go, and they end up getting this heifer down, and she ends up being, I would say the what will end up being the patriarch of their girls herd going forward. Anyways, he ends up kicking them breds out that got a little bit on them, and we go out to look at them after they've been kicked out for a little over a month, and he's like, man, look, that's the best they ever looked. And I said, yeah, they sure do. He goes, man, I messed up. And he goes, I shouldn't have fed them very hard. And I've got a friend that shows Simmentals and Cimbras in Texas named Joe Seal, and he told me one time that every lesson in this live costs you something. And so I told Cole, I said, well, Joe says every lesson costs you a little bit. He goes, well, that was a dang expensive one. I said, well, I bet you learned it well. And it was a good lesson learned, and what looked like a bleak year starting out turned into probably one of the better beginnings I think that they've had.
Yeah, that gal come on pretty nice and special. The other 2, I'd sure like to have them back, and one of them we kicked out ended up being the pair that wins the state show for us a couple of years later. Turns out if you just turn them out and quit feeding the dang thing, they're easy doing. Some of them Jake's got, they don't have to eat a whole lot. That's real hard to understand. We hadn't been showing cows as long as Mark has. Hard, expensive lessons, but yeah, the heifer calf made a nice cow. It worked out.
Oh yeah, that's it's amazing what these livestock will do if you let them just go out there and perform, and there's no amount of feed that'll replace God-given quality in these things, and I am a firm believer that everything has their time. There's heifer calves that peak, and there's yearlings that boy, if you hammer it on them too hard, they'd never be anything close to what they could have been.
Yeah, we've had a couple that get red and start looking right, and they just have to stay skinny because they're just not made to handle a lot of feed. They get along too easy, kind of a testament to the Angus breed, I think, and a bunch of them, they're very easy doing. The Herefords, I think Mark's got, he can't push on them too hard. They kind of got to wait and get bred and get a little hair on them, and they look completely different than if you tried to show on them pretty hard.
Well, that's what the Angus breed gives to us is efficiency, cow power, functionality, soundness, some of those traits that I think we've all seen in the Angus breed that have been fudged on a little bit, over the years. Not in your basic cow herd, but in the show ring, and so it is nice to see the Angus influence on the industry, being respected like it is. Looks like we have our placings in this. this is a very tough class at the top end. Honestly, I think they're going to look at these a second time. I don't think they're going to switch anything, but I do think they're going to look at them real hard here one more time just to make sure they got it like what they want, and we're going to have remarks from our judge right now.
Again, I think the contest draws a little tighter here at the top and some give and take, but the young lady's heifer that wins. I think that one's so overwhelming in terms of her muscle mass, but still flexible and agile when you ask her to go. I think one that has some look to her, just huge in terms of her hip, huge in terms of her lower quarter, big in terms of the center portion of her body. That's one that we're quite happy to lead things off with here. Young lady's red heifer in second, the fresher of the two, the one that has just a shot more look and style and refinement to her, particularly out of her head and chest and the front side of her skeleton. One that we like, the lower shape she has, both to her muscle pattern and rib. One that we just want to unwind in the center portion of her body, just give her a little bit more freedom there. But I think one that you sure got to like, just the look and style too, to go second. Young lady's black heifer next. Again, I think one that you like, just the balance from the side, the way this one comes together. I think she's got some rib shape to her. She's got some levelness. We just want to back this one off in terms of her condition, freshen her up through her chest and through her underline. The problem heifer is really probably the heifer next. You get this one parked, and I sure like the amount of added capacity and rib this one has. It's going to put her in motion. This one wants to get a little rigid out of the backside of her hawk. She wants to get a shot upright out of her blade and just roll out the base of it. But I think that's a big ribbed, high volume one with a level hip to go next. I certainly commend the young lady for her presentation. Sure got a nice hair coat on that one. Young lady's heifer next. Again, I think one that's a shot bigger in terms of the frame size and elevation. I think one that just wants to get a shot flatter in terms of her muscle composition. We just want to lean this one up in terms of her condition. But I think that's one that certainly got some internal dimension to her. Young lady's red heifer next. One that gets a shot more conservative in terms of her size, and therefore I think becomes, just a shot more conducive to being quicker. She wants to get a shot rounder at the base of her shoulder, wants to get a little more upright in terms of her rear leg and hock, where we just want to protect her. But I think that's a square-ended one that has some capacity to her. Young lady's black heifer neck, shoulders back. We sure like this one. I think she's got some shape to her underline. We like her levelness to her. Again, we just need to pull this one back in terms of her condition, freshen her up, give her a shot more feature and ladylike character. But I think with that, she does want to get a shot coarser in terms of her blade and the way she rolls out. Young lady's red heifer to round things out again. I think one that you like the internal dimension to. I think this is a female that's large in terms of her size, has some internal capacity to her, level hipped. But again, she just wants to get away from us in terms of condition, particularly through her chest and underline. We want to give her a shot more turn to her lower quarter and stifle.
Okay. Okay, so your first place in that class is entry 185, RF Scream 4128 from Abby Rancier. Second in class was entry 178, Red Wilbar Sioux 832M from Kylie Wilms. Third was entry 183, Riverfront Rosebud 432M from Paisley Robertson. Fourth in class was entry 182, Teron Jaybird 64M from Casey Adams. Fifth in class is entry 181, Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia 435M from Nevada Murray. Sixth was entry 179, Red Rich Firefly 141M from Lexi Dietrich. Seventh was entry 184, CF RPCC Black Reputation 237M from Tulsa Smith. And finally, entry 180 was 8th with Red Emmerly 29M from Dallas Sailor.
We got to be getting down to how many more splits do we have before our pairs, Nikki? It can't be too many more.
Oh no. This class, there are 5 heats in there.
5 more splits.
Now
Oh,
into Heat 3. Here's entry 186, Red Rich Passion 227M from Wyatt Sailor. Second in was entry 187, LFE 37M from Maddie Ferentz. Entry 188, Andy Valentine 4010M from Faith Shulgin. Entry 189, Red Sprucefield May, JNF 10M from Quinn Peterson. Entry 190, FCC 1K Betty 2M from Sadie Howell. Entry 191, Mater Violet 84M from Hawk and Mater. And entry 192, Murray Magnolia 4M from GW Murray.
now I spoke too soon. Apparently, we have 2 more heats of these yearling heifers, and I mean, before I give my opinion on it, I'm going to ask Cole. You know, what do you prefer showing? I know I don't want to taint the pool here before
got
you.
a
So what do you prefer
Visa
seeing out there
debit
as far as a
card.
yearling heifer?
Sitting up here.
Heifer,
so
heifer
check
calves
your
or
wallet.
yearling heifers? What do you
See if
prefer
you're
hauling?
Down a debit card. I don't know where I found.
I think you got to haul your breds or yearling heifers. Too much projection in the babies for me. It's easy to pick on them. You can kind of go any way you like. Once they get to be bred and start bellying down a little bit and get some hair on them, there ain't much projection anymore. You kind of got what you got at that point. I feel like you stand a better chance running one of them than you do as a calf.
Well, that's I mean, obviously Cole and us talk a lot, and maybe that ends up influencing our mindset. You know, we take 23 head to the Hereford Junior National this year. We show 2 heifer calves. Everything else was an April bred or older. Looks over at comments from the judges, and we'll continue to submit.
A really nice top pair here, and I think we're really content with our class winner. That's a big-ended, powerful one there to lead things off, but I still think feminine in terms of her kind. I think that one's refined in terms of her head and neck. I think she's good in terms of her underline, but certainly shapely over the top side of her spine, base wide, just kind of a unique one there to lead things off with. Young man's heifer in second. We sure like the length of spine this one has. We like the condition. I think she's certainly fresh enough in terms of her composition. She gives you enough look. At times, she does want to just get a shot restricted in terms of her knee and the way she comes out of her front end. But I think the young man's done certainly a nice job with that heifer. Good one to go second. Young lady's red heifer to go third. I think she gets advantage just in terms of smoothness and the way that one lays out of her blade. We like the way she comes out of her chest back into her forerib, but I think one that just wants to get plenty out there in terms of condition. Again, we just want to refine her in terms of her chest and underline. Maybe give that one a shot more, turn to her lower quarter, but I think that one's sure flexible, mobile to go next. The young lady's black, white-faced heifer next. That's a big-ended, powerful one to come out of the lineup next. I think that one's, again, big-footed, has some bone underneath her. She fits together quite proportionally. But again, she just wants to get a shot coarser, particularly out of her head, neck, and shoulder. We just want to rearrange that one in a shot smoother manner for her to go any higher. The Hereford heifer coming out of the lineup next. Again, in terms of hip and hind leg, we sure like this one. I think that one's, flexible off her rear too. The problem just kind of arises out of her front 1/3 where she wants to get a shot rounder, shot more upright. We want to just trim her down in terms of the top side of her neck to give that one a shot more look, but I think that's a dense made one there. The red heifer coming out of the lineup next, again, one that once again just wants to get out there in terms of condition. We want to roll this one back in terms of her front 1/3 and the way that one blends out of her underline. I think that is a bold-bodied one that has some internal dimension to her. We sure like the turn to her top and hip. We'd just like to see a shot more of that one down low, particularly out of her lower muscle and stifle. We round out with a black baldy heifer that, again, the young lady's done a nice job with. We sure like the added look and refinement this one has. I think she's up-headed and gives you a real nice look when she gets her part. She just wants to get a shot more restricted out of her rear leg. Doesn't have the turn to the center portion of her body to balance up the way the heifers do above her. But I think a long-bodied one that certainly gives you a good look when you study her from the side.
So first in that class was entry one. Was entry one. First in class was entry 191, Mater Violet, 84M from Hawk and Mater. Second was entry 192, Murray Magnolia, 4M from GW Murray. Third in class was entry 189, Red Sprucefield May, JNF 10M. Entry fourth in was entry 187, LFE 37M from Matty Ferentz. Fifth was entry 190, FCC 1K Betty 2M from Sadie Howell. And sixth was entry 186, Red Rich Passion 227M from Wyatt Sailor. And finally, entry 188, Andy Valentine 4010M from Faith Shulgin. Now into Heat 4 for the senior yearlings. Entry 193, Red Pass Miss Lucy 89M from Sophie Pass. Entry 194, W2 Dreamer 407M from Marley Waltz. Entry 195, GHR Pulled Mitchie from Cole Bodell. Entry 196, AJA Zella 410M from Josie Jungman. Entry 197, Cades Miss Enchantress 16M from Dayton Wilson. Entry 198, Miss Prairie Cove from Indy Fowler. And finally, entry 199, AJA Zella 408M from Ashton Jungman.
So this will be the second to last split of yearling heifers. I'm going to give me another nickel on this because we're back into our diversity. And it almost looks like a DEI program from the U.S. But I think we got us, looks like we got some reds, some limmies, some semis, an impressive Charlet. This might be one of them classes that I might go against what I normally would. I might put a little bit of money on this one.
I think this is basically a dice roll.
I don't know. I think this is a very well represented class of yearling heifers that every breed should be able to be proud of this.
Could one say showing cows is a complete crapshoot? You never know exactly what's going to happen, and it could go any way in this class here right now.
Oh, for sure, and my Lord, I mean, it just depends on where you want to go in the industry. This is what it gets tough about because we have judges out here that are selecting the type they like, and they're not necessarily tasked with trying to find the best representative of the breed. And so, it leaves a lot of subjectiveness to it. I once again, that's why I talk about, and then this is like a full day of Supreme Champions because you're showing multiple different breeds against one another. Breeds that are meant for different things, and it's one of those things where when you watch a class walk into, there's going to be some disappointment. But by the time we go to Farm Fair, Lloyd, Aggravation, some of these females that may have stood third in class may be breed champions. Maybe winning their respective divisions. May win their first lady breed. There's some of the stuff that is just so subjective at this point. You know, I always remember the last time I remember the Charolais World Show being up here. Came up and helped a great friend named Casey Phillips, and he had a really good yearling heifer, and she ends up winning the yearling division. I believe Harvey's would have had champion bull and female that year on a pair and a 3-year-old, and good friend of mine named Dennis Sarenko had a couple of yearling heifers, and boy, he had one gnarly haired one. I mean, this is one of the worst haired Charolais animals I've ever seen in my life, to the point that her nickname was Curly, and that not only stuck with her throughout her show career as a pair. Every time she had a calf, you know, I don't even remember what her registered name was, but everybody knew Curly, and Curly didn't get along that day, and we go to Agribition, and Casey didn't bring his heifer, so we helped Dennis, and danged if Curly didn't end up winning the First Lady deal. I really don't remember. I don't know if she wins the Charolais that year or if she's reserved. Ends up being Supreme Champion as a 2-year-old. Ends up raising, I believe, 2 more Supreme Champions, wasn't it, Nikki? You know, and just a testament to, you know, sometimes, you know, sometimes these things get a bad look. It doesn't mean the judge, you know, was wrong. It doesn't mean the cattle were bad. It just means that sometimes it wasn't their day. And I think
An impressive one to lead things off with, and I think one that has as much look and feature as any, but balances it out with a big end, a big middle, you know, big leg. I think that one's pretty unique as you get her parked and study her. I think she's feminine and good looking. She does have a tendency, I think, to want to just travel on her outer toe when you put her on the lead, but I think that one there, it's pretty impressive, pretty hard to make, and certainly pretty fun to look at. Young men's red heifer in second, just a functional, practical type of livestock. I think one that's, you know, arrives here pretty logically just in terms of flexibility. Soundness, I think that one's got some jam and go to her in terms of muscle and product. She doesn't have the look and feature the class winner does, but certainly one that I think balances together quite nicely. Really logical spot to go second. Young man's black heifer, a little bit more, you know, conservative in terms of her frame size. I think with that, she has a real nice outline. She maybe just doesn't want to hook up and balance right behind her shoulder as well as the 2 above her does, but I think one that, you know, certainly comes together nicely. Big red heifer following her next. That one's overwhelming in terms of body mass. I think that one's, you know, got some substance with that. She just wants to get a shot jammed up on that front end, wants to get a shot shorter back, and doesn't want to flex and travel out of her rear leg and hock as well as some. But that is the one that is bold-bodied and maintains plenty of look to her. Young lady's red heifer coming out of the lineup next. Again, I think smoothness, you know, a blade and the way that one blends from shoulders back is what arrives her here pretty comfortably. I think one that's good in terms of her lines, good in terms of her hip. She just doesn't have the massive turn to her muscle in lower quarter that some do, but I think that one's, you know, good in terms of her build. Young lady's black heifer next. I think one that has some genuine muscle shape and product to her, particularly up high. I think that one just, you know, wants to get a shot coarser in terms of her blade. We just want to loosen that one up when we put her on the move. Young man's black white face heifer next. Again, a long-bodied one that, again, has some grow to her. We just want to soften her up in the center portion of her body, unwind that one in terms of her hock for her to go any higher, but a really, really good group of cattle again.
Thank you, Judge Allnut. In Class 30 purebred senior yearling heifers, first place honors go to Indy Fowler, entry 198, Miss Prairie Cove, 417M. Second place goes to Cold Bodell with GHR Pold Mitchie, entry 195. Third place goes to Ashton Jugman with AJA Zella, 408M. Fourth place is Marley Waltz with W2 Dreamer, 407M. Fifth place, Sophie Pass with Red Pass Miss Lucy, 89M. Sixth place, Josie Jugman with AJA Zella, 410M. And running off the class is Dayton Wilson with Cade's Miss Enchantress 816M, entry 197. We move on into our next split of senior yearling heifers, and first in the ring is Garrett Rosico with JLA May 15M. Next in class, entry 201, Kaylee Clark with KT Sage 4026. Next up is 202, Callista Chesser with Doug Red Tramp 202M. David Rosica, entry number 203, JLA Promise 3M. Next in class is Resh Noble with Black Gold Lindgren MS Soda 4M. Then next up is Colton Downing with Maeve, that's entry number 205, and rounding off the class with Anna White with YR Pandora Red Velvet. Judge, your class is complete.
So, Mark, we were talking about some fitting out here. And, you know, the TikTok trend going on right now, it's called the biting list. It's the things you absolutely can't stand. So what would be some of yours being fitter of the year in 2023? What's your take on it?
Well, no, I'm going to keep bringing up that, Nikki. We've been friends a long time, and wow, you know, we keep bringing that up. You know, if we want to talk legitimately about do's and don'ts, I think it's the same thing in everything you do. It doesn't matter in what walk of life. The number one rule is do no harm. And I think when we start getting these things ready out here, you know, the number one thing that the number one thing that we always need to remember is you know, why are we doing certain things to the cattle when we get them ready? Are we doing it because everybody else is doing it? Are we doing it because we feel like we need to do it? Or are we doing it to benefit the livestock and benefit their chance of doing well? And you know, we've all been guilty of jumping the curb. I know me and the guys that help me have, you know, thinking we need to be bigger and better and bolder and all that so many times, and we've jumped that curb before. I don't feel like even when we jumped the curb that we did harm, and so to everybody out there, you know, that have children, that they're you know, the children are starting to learn how to get these things ready and all that. You know, if you want to know how to get one ready, talk to an old cow guy. An old cow guy is going to teach you how one is meant to look, and then you do that and make them look as natural as you can going into it.
Well, yeah, that's one of the things I learned when I was down at RCS is that we are making them look as natural as possible when we're getting them ready to head to the ring. That we're not fitting, we're not doing anything that's looking ridiculous. They are looking the most natural as possible.
And lines are important.
A big-ended one here to lead things off. We sure like the turn to this one's rib, the shape to her underline, the levelness out of her hip. Heifer that can certainly get out and travel with some flexibility and movement. We maybe would like to tidy her up through her front 1/3, refine her through her chest, and just tidy her up on the top side of her neck. But I think that's the female that reads with some genuine extension. And look, when you study her from the side, I think that one balances up quite well. Young men's red heifer next. I think, you know, a shot more moderate in terms of her size, but a female that's got some, you know, genuine shape to her muscle. I think a female that's got some rib shape to her, some look. She maybe doesn't do anything exceptionally, but I think she does a lot of things well for her to go second. Red heifer following her out next. Shot bigger in terms of elevation. I think one that's got a shot more look and refinement to her. She does want to just get a shot tighter out of her spine. We want to give her a shot more freedom and flexibility out of her rear too, but I think a female that's super fresh in terms of her condition. Young ladies red heifer coming out next. One again, got some grow to her, got some look to her. We sure like, you know, the shape and size of her muscle and composition. She does want to just get a shot plainer out of the top side of her neck. We want to tidy her up in terms of her navel, and maybe just increase her at the center portion of her body for that one to balance up anymore. But a nice one there. The black heifer coming out of the lineup next. Again, I think one that's big hipped, squared off and level there when you study her from the side. I think a female that just wants to get a shot coarser in terms of her head and neck attachment and the way she comes out of her shoulder. But then we round out, or we move into a red heifer that once again wants to get a shot rounder in terms of her muscle, wants to get a shot plainer in terms of her rib, but I think that one's long-bodied, got some, you know, reach and extension to her. And then we closed out with a black heifer that once again, got some length of side to her, got some length of spine. She just wants to plane out in the center portion of her body.
Thank you, Judge Allnut. First place honors goes to Resh Noble with Black Gold Lindred MS Soda 4M. Second place is David Rosica with JLA Promise 3M. Third place, Callista Chesser with Dunk Red Tramp 202M. Fourth place goes to Kaylee Clark with KT Sage 426. Fifth place goes to Garrett Rosica with JLA May 15M. Sixth place, Anna White with YR Pandora Red Velvet. Seventh place, Colton Downing with entry 205 with Maeve. We welcome now into the ring our senior heifer championship. Nope. Yes, it is.
Looks like you're getting on down to it, Mark. What are you saying now?
Out of our first split, we have Riley Borison with Rust MS Beauty 422M. Out of the same split comes Reese Morrison with CHM Duchess 22M. In our second split, we have Abby Rancer with RF Scream 4128. Second place in that class is Kylie Wilms with Red Wilbar Sioux 832M. In class three, first place honors went to Hawk and Mater with Mater Velvet Violet 804M. Second place in that class is GW Murray with Murray Magnolia 4M. In our fourth split, we have first place went to Indy Fowler with Miss Prairie Cove 417M, and second place went to Cold Bodell with GHR Pold Mitchie. And just named in our fifth split, first place honors go to Resh Noble with Black Gold Lindridge, MS Soda 4M. Second place goes to David Rosica with JLA Promise 3M. Judges, your championship class is complete.
So I think the best way, Nikki and Cole, to describe what we have going on right now is decisions. Man, I don't know that there is a female in this champion lineup that I don't think we could take home and mate on and produce something well.
It does look really easy. I'm pretty sure the one that's fixing to win this thing is going to be black or white. It's got to be.
Hey, you just stole my line.
All that stuff aside, boy, you can start at the very back, and you want to talk about a rock solid cow. Like if this ball hit the back of the line, if we don't see her back here as a pair or at Agribition, as a pair at some point winning something, then I'm going to be surprised. We move forward to the white one. I mean, if I'm a judge looking at these things, it's hard to not think about how many times that the Prairie Cove, the Bullocks have won Supremes in the last couple of years.
Though that white heifer right there was actually on the cow that they won Supreme with at Farm Fair last year, if I remember correctly. And her grandma also won a Supreme at Agribition and Farm Fair, I think, which is a Berkeley Ann.
And I don't know what rock you could be under here in Canada and not at least have an idea of that, And so then you move forward. You look at these black females we got going forward, and these things. They've got look, they've got power. You'd be lying to yourself if you think you're going to outpower the white one in this deal. I guess I do believe if you don't use that white one, we're gonna be real critical on structure and kind of the finer points, and read something into another one that gives you a reason not to use the power, the look, and the performance of this female. And I'll tell you, we've hauled a lot of white ones that were near and dear at my heart, and I'd take this old guy right here and I'd put her right there in with him and say, hey, this is a dang good Charolais, dang good beef animal. I don't even know if you need to say Charolais, but that's not slighting the cattle on either end of her. Oh, I think it's Simmental right here. If that ain't a Simmental. Oh, Nikki Ross has went ahead and admitted that we only have one Angus out here in the lineup, and I don't think that hurts their chances going down the road in the Supreme deal. The Angus.
You only need one. You only need one. It's the same for the Charolais out there. It's the only one. So it could be an Angus or a Charolais could dominate this.
I was wondering about this earlier. In the Supreme deal, it's not just the cattle that won today, is it?
No, it is cattle that have qualified throughout the summer. I believe the Alberta Junior.
Well, the water
all
definitely got
qualified
deeper here as we round out what I believe is to be the biggest division champion lineup we've had all day. And I think as you go through them class winners, I think there's some differences in terms of their kind, but I think in terms of fundamentals in what truly makes quality livestock, they share a similarity, even though their type and kind might change. But for us, we landed on one, quickly, easily, for where we were going to head for division champion. For reserve, it really opens up. There's a couple in contention, so we're going to go ahead and select our champion female or division champion. Take one more look about where we're going to go for reserve.
Your grand champion, senior yearling heifer, goes to Riley Borison with Rust Miss Beauty 422M.
Just like Nikki said.
We move in to a reserve champion, and we'll kind of just bring you ground level in the dialogue that we had amongst each other. For us, we felt it was between that black heifer out of Class 2 and this big white heifer out of Class 4. And I think there's some give and takes in terms of kind. We sure like the white heifer in terms of just how bold-bodied that one is, but maintains, so much look and look through her front 1/3. She's good in terms of her angle. She's good in terms of her hip. And then when we go back to the black heifer, I think that one's big, stout, powerful, full of body. Yet that one, when we put her on the move, she comes together so well and travels with so much authority and agility, kind of to the point where, I think that one kind of reads as a pleasant surprise when you put her on the move, where the Charolais heifer, when we put that one on the lead, she wants to get a little awkward. She wants to travel on the outside of her toe and wants to just get a shot lethargic, maybe out of her front shoulder. So that's kind of where we're at in terms of dialogue. We're going to take one more look at them before we go ahead and round out this division. But what a fabulous set of cattle. This has certainly been enjoyable.
Looking now for our reserve champion, purebred senior yearling heifer. And it'll be Abby Rancer with RF Scream 4128. Congratulations, Riley and Abby. We'll see them back for the championship in a little bit.
Well, here we are going into our cow-calf classes in the purebred deal. Looks like we have, would that be two Angus or an Angus and a semi that
Angus had one and a semi.
Angus and a semi. I tell you what, poor little Jaden, he's coming back strong. It's dang good females, boy. It looks like we're moving into a little more refinement. We seem to put a little more emphasis on power and performance early on. It seems like we're stepping into a little more performance.
We're going to now move on to the 2-year-old portion of our purebred show. And first in the ring is Keston Holman with his cow RWG Goodnight L415 and the calf RWG Goodnight N411 at side. Following them is Heidi Pass with Rainbow Lois 66L. Coming next in the ring is Tulsa Smith with her cow Moe's Paprika 303L. Following her is Bryn Yoder with Boss Lake Miss Martha 307L. And judges rounding off your class is Hiller Gardner with Red Diamond T. Lakota 2317.
So we're out here in our I guess this would be our 2-year-old purebred class, heat number 1. How many heats do we have of these? 2. Oh wow. Oh man. So these are what we've been looking for. Honestly, I don't know. I don't have a good feel for where we're going to go here as far as, you know, if a pair is going to be competitive here. I got to tell you, sitting here looking at them, I think there's 2 of the better females that have come out here that are pairs.
Well, and just from looking at results from past shows, I think our heat number 2 on the 2-year-old pairs is a pretty stacked class. It's going to be probably one of the toughest classes of the day.
Very well. That's I got to tell you, don't know how this class is going to turn out. My pick in this class, it would take a warhorse to get around her. I don't know if she's going to be the one that ends up the top, but boy, there's a pair out here that looks like a show heifer, built like a cow, udder that you love, this to me is where the meat and potatoes of this show is right here. You get down to this quality, this we're already in production. There's no guessing here anymore.
Well, As the judges place these, it is going to be an Angus and a Gelby pair to come in second by the looks of it.
Hey, I tell you what, we have Supreme at San Antonio with a Hereford heifer 1 year, and we have some friends and family have Supreme with a Gelby 1 year. Don't discount your Gelbys. I like me a good Gelby. Looks like our judges ought to be getting pretty close to giving their remarks. I gotta tell you, I sure expect this pair to be well, if she ain't in contention, here another couple classes, it's gonna take a hoss to beat her.
Pretty impressive pair here to kick things off with. I just think a pair you could send back and admire for days on end, just in terms of their look, their balance, their completeness, basic build. The cow comes at you in such a fresh and appropriate condition. A cow that's got some added bone to her. If we're going to be critical, we'd maybe like to see a shot more heel under that one, but still a big leg, big footed kind of cow to lead things off here. Red cow in second. Boy, I'm not going to lie. I don't know if I would need to make cattle any bigger than that one. That red cow's got a lot of grow to her, but she couples it with a big square end and a big turn to her muscle down low. And when you set her calf, I think that one, certainly breeds true to type and kind of just added density. We're going to be critical. We just want to reshape the teat structure to that cow, but I think that's a pretty neat pair there to go second. The red pair coming out of the lineup next, shot more moderate in terms of the kind. Again, cattle that have a big square end on them. I think they've got some shape down the top side of their spine. I think a cow that's got a good udder, practical in terms of her kind. I think both of them do just want to get a shot restricted out of their front 1/3. We want to give them a shot more reach there at their knee. But I think, a balanced type of pair to go third. Red Blaze Face cow now, done a whale of a job in terms of pounds and performance when you study that one's calf. Shoulders back, we sure like that cow. I think she's got a nice hind leg on her. She's square in terms of her hip and loin. I think you study that one's calf, and again, pounds heavy there. The cow just wants to get a shot coarser and cruder out of her front shoulder. Just wants to roll there at the base of it ever so slightly, but, a good, certainly a nice pair there. We round out with a hard-working black cow that I think, again, has some grow to her, has some spine to her. I think that, added frame size has been injected into her calf. The pair of them just want to get a shot harsher, maybe just a shot more rawer in terms of their condition for them to go up any higher, but I think that's a cow that's certainly done a good job raising a calf and sure looks nice while doing it.
Thank you, Judge Allnut. In our split one of the purebred 2-year-old division, first place goes to Bryn Yoder with Boss Leg Miss Martha 307M7L. With calf outside, Boss Leg Miss Martha 533 end. Second place goes to Keston Holman with RWG Goodnight L415. With calf RWG Goodnight N411 outside. Third place goes to Hiller Gardner with Diamond T Lakota 237.9. Fourth place goes to Tulsa Smith with Moe's Paprika 303L, and rounding off the class is Heidi Pass with Rainbow Lois 66L. We move now into our second split of purebred 2-year-olds. First in the ring is Cade Rancier with RF Scream 31221. Second in class is Lexi Dietrich with OAV Classified. Next in class is Daniel Pearson with Diamond T Pride 23172 with progeny Hillcrest Pride 504 calf at side. Fourth in the ring is Nevada Murray with DMM Christina 65L with calf Murray's Christina 76N. And rounding up. Next in class is Gracie Borison with KT Cream Soda 3203. And rounding off the class is Paisley Robertson with Brooking Rose 303 with progeny Riverfront 4 Mile 508 and at side. Judges, your class is complete.
Mark, when you're looking at this and you're evaluating these pairs, and you've looked at a lot of cattle and y'all been had a little bit of success at it. What are you looking for in a pair that you want to drag around?
You know, I think it's a little bit different than what you necessarily look for up here. You know, at home, we tend to lean a little towards more refinement and all that. Up here, I think, you know, power is what ends up getting you, you know, in that top end. But before you ask that, I was going to ask Nikki. You remember, is Elaine, wasn't it?
Elaine Hiller?
No, Elaine that ends up of Huey's and Primetime's ends up.
Eileen.
Eileen. You know, I've seen pictures. I wasn't there. You know, a lot of years ago. How do you think these pairs have progressed since that time?
Like, I mean, you look at it, like, Eileen was good for her time. Basically, the majority of the primetime cow herd now goes back to her the most. And we've hemmed and hawed about bringing and showing, but we calve too late to be showing here in Canada since we calve April, May. But there's some of those females that could compare to some of these out here now. But just breeding to different bulls throughout the years to bring that cow family up to snuff.
So it's interesting. I know this is getting off the original question, but when you bring up you know prime time and their April May calving, you know my father-in-law.
Kids in the barn, if you're in the championship class, we have this class and then one more to go before we go back in the ring. So please start making your way up to their hitching ring so our ringmen or our marshals can get everything figured out on our end.
He calves predominantly in April and May. They'll have some later summers. Why has prime time gone to that?
So we've gone back to calving in April and May, just because we're selling 2-year-old bulls. So we calve that time of year. Just more so, we used to calve March, April, but the snowstorms in March can be pretty bad up here.
Exactly.
And at the time, like, we used to calve January, February when they were showing a lot to basically every show in Canada. We'd be dragging the pot from Toronto Royal and all the way to Armstrong, BC, so and everywhere in between. So when primetime stopped showing, we switched and started calving later on. But then, we had a couple years where we had a few bad snowstorms, and when we're calving out about 220 cows, at the time we didn't have the greatest facilities to calve out in March in those snowstorms. And one of the last years, we had AI'd everything within 10 days, and we had about 80% conception, and we had a nasty snowstorm roll in, so then we switched things up.
Oh, well, I mean, obviously, yeah, that's you know, and then that goes back to you know what we're looking at here, you know, and you know, different decision that producers have to make, you know, a phenotype, quality, you know, genetic profile and all that, and the time to calve, it is one of those things that is a big influence, you know. I mean, you know, yes, you know, calving earlier, you may hit a more of a ideal calving season to sell bulls, you know, at a premium. But if you don't have the manpower, you only have to lose a handful of calves to change your operation and get you back to calving in a time that you really feel like you're not only maximizing your profit whenever you go to market those cattle, but also you're able to do stuff, you know, with not as much manpower.
Well, and I know for us back at home, like, we calve out 220 cows. We weed our bullpen down to the top 35 bulls. And everything else gets backgrounded in the feedlot there, and they never leave the farm.
Well, I mean, a strong culling process is what brings quality to the forefront. Looks like our judges have remarks on this class.
Well, again, the top end certainly not getting any easier to navigate through, but I think we're pretty content. We're pretty fired up on this class winner in terms of overall quality. I think that one's flexible when you put her on the move. I think that one's extended in terms of her look. The biggest advantage, you know, I think she's so fresh in terms of her condition, but maintains such a big outline, such a turn to her rib. And I think when you study her from behind, that one's genuine in terms of her muscle composition. You study her calf up front, and we sure love, the center body and rib cage to that one. One that has enough look and dimension. I just think such a well-balanced pair to lead things off here. The red cow in second, boy, there's some trade-offs that we would make, and I sure, can respect, the center body and massiveness to this red cow. I think she's big hipped, big bodied. We sure like, her added foot and bone. With that, she's just getting a shot farther along in terms of her condition. When we put her on the lead, she just wants to get outside her skeleton ever so slightly. One we'd just like to roll up and freshen up there. Her calf, I think, genuine in terms of the center portion of her body. Just wants to push out on that front shoulder ever so slightly when we ask her to go out and move, but certainly a dominant pair to go second. The black cow coming out of the lineup next. Again, we studied this one. I think they're fresh in terms of their composition. We like the added look that both of them have. Both of them possess. I think they're good built. We want to get critical on them. We just want to tidy that one up in terms of her udder. She just has a tendency to want to get a shot mature looking there. But I think that's another well-balanced pair to go second. Black pair coming out of the lineup next. Again, you like the added pounds and performance on that black bull calf. I think he's big hipped and square-ended. Cow's got some genuine go to the center portion of her body and rib cage. We like the taper to it, particularly up high. With that, we want to tidy her up in terms of her condition, tidy her up through her chest, lean that one up through her navel cavity, but I think another good pair to go there. Coming out of the lineup next, we hit a cow again. Big square-ended cow. We like her hip. She's tidy in terms of her udder. Just a cow that wants to push out a shot more chest than we'd like to see here today. Cow that wants to get just a shot up right there in terms of her front 1/3. We just want to relax her in terms of her knee and extend her head there at the point of her shoulder. But certainly a nice calf there at foot. We round out again with a hard-working cow there, cow that's got some added length of body to her. She just comes at you a shot fresher in terms of her condition, but she's done a really nice job raising a calf that, again, I think reads as a genetic improvement as we study that baby in terms of her design and structural build.
Thank you, Judge. In our second class of purebred 2-year-olds, first place goes to Cade Rancier with RF Scream 3121 with progeny RF Scream 5141 at side. Second place goes to Gracie Borson with KT Cream Soda 3203. Third place goes to Nevada Mori with DMM Christina 65L with calf Murray Christina 76 and at side. Fourth in class goes to Paisley Robertson with Brook and Rose 3030 with progeny Riverfront 4 Mile 508N. Fifth in class goes to Lexi Dietrich with OAV Classified. Rounding off the class goes to Daniel Pearson with Diamond T Pride 2327 with progeny Hillcrest Pride 504 at side. We move now into our champion 2-year-olds class. From our first split, in first place, Bryn Yoder with Boss Lake Miss Martha 307L with progeny Boss Lake Miss Martha 533N at side. Second place in that class goes to Keston Holman with RWG Goodnight L415 with progeny RWG Goodnight N411 at side. Just named in the second split, first place went to Cade Rancier with RF Scream 3121 with progeny RF Scream 5141 at side. And second place to Gracie Borson with KT Cream Soda 3203. Judges, your class is complete.
Well, as we get into this champion pair, I'm lucky enough to have some good friends shooting me text about our commentary and you know what, I don't mind calling them out. We got a great friend, an old friend, and when I come up here as a kid,
I think this has been a tremendous cow-calf show that we've seen here in this particular show. And I think the 4 that we've got out here are not only representatives of the classes and the quality that came out of those classes, but some relevance into the industry right now. I think when we look back, we had 2 really strong class winners. The pair out of the first class, that's a really nice matching pair, really balanced. As Blair commented, sure, we would like to see a little bit more heel on this cow, but just a really fresh, exciting pair there. And then the Baldy cow that came out of the second class, same thing. A female that's really fresh in her condition right now. I would expect both these pairs are going to make a run this fall, and I think they're right on track, where they need to be. And again, the Baldy pair that we've seen, a really nice matching pair. Females that, complement each other really well, are really youthful in their design, and I think overall our 2 class winners are definitely the favorites in our drive here. And with that, Blair will go show you the 2 that are champion in reserve out of this division, but a really, really strong set of pairs here we've seen today.
Looking now for our champion 2-year-old. And it will be Cade Rancier with RF Scream 3121 with calf RF Scream 5141 at side. Reserve honors go to Bryn Yoder out of the first split with Boss Lake Miss Martha 307L with calf Boss Lake Miss Martha 533 and at side. Congratulations, Bryn and Cade. We'll see you back in just a few short classes for our Purebred Championship.
And so, continue the story. So, dear friend named Casey Phillips that we've been long miles with, and I met young Casey and made him a bet a lot of years ago that I would bring a bred heifer up here and have Supreme with someday, and never did that. Did use a bred to be Supreme up here one year.
We move now into our final class of the day before the championship, the purebred mature cow class. First in the ring is Cole Bodle with GRH Pulled Calypso. Second in class is Kylie Wilms with Red Wilbar Bayberry 31K. Third in class is Shelton Grabler with Red 6 Mile Miss Minerva 66-7J with calf at side. Red CS Mr. Watonka at side. Rounding off the class is Ty Jugman with AJA Zella 803F with calf at side AJA Maximus 537N. As we see these cattle come into place, we just have a couple things to announce. If you haven't yet came and got your bracket money, come see us up here at the announcer stand. We'll get you your envelopes with your cash in it. And also, we would like to... during the break, we'll have about a 30-minute break in between our championship purebred class and the Supreme. If you guys could get your jackets and come into this ring so we can get a picture with all of our jackets on. Also, we have some NYC stuff to announce during the purebred championship class, which is the next class. So if you NYC participants want to come hang around for that, that's probably a good idea. Isn't this NYC? No. Never mind, it's just the come and go.
Come and go, yeah, and then the team.
And the teams.
Well, here we are. We're getting down to the short rows, and good pair class to finish out the day. To continue on that story about Casey, he apparently is listening. Apparently, he's mistaken my vernacular. I didn't say he must have heard that I said that a pair was unbeatable. I don't necessarily believe they are. It is hard to beat a good pair, and it should be because these things are already in production and all that. Casey must be forgetting the good he got done with a bred heifer at a world show one year. Didn't beat the pairs, but that was a phenomenal female. And I think that is one of the tougher things when you come up here and get to sorting livestock is you got to make some tough choices. If you're going to use a bred heifer, you got to almost have a crystal ball. You got to be looking way down the road and be reading udder quality, attachment, and all that. We got some marks from our judges, and so we're going to see what ends up winning this pair deal.
Hey, Mark, how does it make you feel that there's been over 700 people tune in throughout the day to listen to you talk?
Joy of his life. He's want to know what the changeover is from U.S. to Canadian, maybe.
I think a really well-balanced, complete pair to lead things off here. And I think a cow, as you break her down, I mean, that's just a good build. Fundamentally, I think that's good livestock right there to lead things off. A cow that's got some look, cow that's got some muscle, cow that's got some length of spine. We like her in terms of her udder. We like her in the center portion of her body. I think you study that one's calf, and that one sure doesn't disappoint. Again, I think that calf's got some look. She's got some freshness to her. She's got some go to her. We sure love the underline that one has. I think just a real nice pair to lead things off with. Pair in second, you sure got to give that cow credit in terms of the pounds and product being harvested right now.
We're going to start with our champion heifer calf, Dyson Duleger with LFE BS Sunshine 102N. Coming reserve in the heifer calf division was Lexi Dietrich with Redrich Classified 1N. Next up for our bull calves, first place in that division goes to Luke Henderson with LLB Profile 126N. Second in that division goes to Ty Jugman with AJA Maximus 537N. In our junior division, Owen Wilms with Brooking Beauty 4200. Second in that division went to Aubrey Fraser with CML Pearl 442M. Now we should. Champion in our intermediate division goes to Landon Brandel with BCC Lady Wren 4102. Reserve in that division goes to Myra Murray with Young Dale Christina 55M. In our senior yearling class, first in that was Riley Borison with Rust Miss Beauty 422M. Reserve went to Abby Rancer with RF Scream 4128. In our 2-year-old division, First in that was Cade Rancier with RF Scream 3121, and reserve was Bryn Yoder with Boss Lake Miss Martha 307L. And just named our champion mature pair is Kylie Wilms with Red Wilbar Bayberry 31K, and reserve champion went to Shelton Grabler with Red 6 Mile Miss Minerva 667J.
Well, here we are in our champion purebred class.
Okay, we have a couple awards that we're going to give out before we let our judges give their comments on this championship class. It's a pretty tough split, so I'm sure they'll take a little bit of extra time on it as well. Today we're going to, right now we're going to announce our come and go competition. If you guys could come up if you hear your name called, that'd be great. In the junior division, our champion was Bryn Degg with an almost perfect score. Reserve goes to Faith Shulligan. Our intermediate champion was Maya Mackey, and reserve goes to Hayden Kamala. And in our senior divisions, congratulations Taylor Reed for champion, and reserve goes to Casey Adams. We'd also like to announce our team challenge. Are they coming up too? And our team winner was team number 3 with team leader Riley Borison. If you guys want to come up and collect your prizes, that'd be great. I'm now going to hand the mic over to Lily Howell to give away the Gary Latimer Master Herdsman Award. So welcome everybody, Lily.
Well, good afternoon and hello everyone. My name is Lily Howell. I'm one of Gary Latimer's 12 grandkids. This is only a small portion of Papa's family, but family truly meant everything to him. He was a true family guy and loved raising and breeding purebred cattle alongside his family. He would love to see the top quality purebred genetics showcased in this ring right now, so it is only fitting to present his award during this Purebred Supreme Drive. It is an honor to be speaking in front of you all today about one of the closest people to my heart, my Papa Gary. With this being the second year of his prestigious Herdsman Award, it is important to highlight the one-of-a-kind herdsman he truly was. Papa was a unique herdsman who had a passion for raising cattle that he was so very proud of. This Herdsman Award goes beyond just having a tidy stall and because Papa believed that the cattle came first, and as long as they looked their best, that's what mattered. Papa knew how to market his cattle and the business side of the industry. From a young age, he had to learn quickly how to sell his cattle on the road. He always told us about a story when he was in grade 9 and was sent by train with 4 bulls to a show in Toronto and then had the same bulls to go to a show in Chicago. There was a 2-week break between the 2 shows, and he often told us about when he was sitting on a tack box after the show in Toronto, worrying about what his next move was and how he was going to even get those bulls to Chicago. He ended up taking those bulls to a horse race track until that show, but once he got there, the only way he could get home was if he sold all 4 of them. That is only one of the many stories about my Papa Gary Latimer. He was also the type of guy that you could sit and talk cows for hours. He was proud of all the cattle that he raised, from the Shorthorns to the Herefords booming in the 90s and early 2000s, and the Angus cattle that are well known today. Everyone that knew my Papa knew he was a very unique man and an even better herdsman. He was very passionate about breeding and raising purebred cattle and absolutely loved showing. He loved the social side too, about having drinks after the show and visiting with everyone. It is so special to all of us to see this award named after him because a herdsman like him is one of a kind, and he truly was one of a kind. I am honored and proud to announce the siblings that will be awarded the Gary Latimer Master Herdsman Award. They always have their cattle very well presented and competitive in the ring while they work together as a family. Congratulations to this year's deserving winners, Kylie Wilms and Owen Wilms.
Well, Nikki, while we have this lull, we're taking pictures. Just got off the phone, and I've been reminded that we need to mention some people that help us all the time. Family, the Beer Bully, Ted Simsel, people like that you know, without a doubt, we couldn't make our operation work without them. I know you've had your run-in with the Beer Bully a time or two, and she's hard to say no to. When she gives you a ring, you do not deny her.
That she is a beer bully through and through. I think everyone around RCS has been a victim to the beer bully herself. But I believe she said I was her favorite picture help for her calves because it stresses her out so much.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I'm not even going to question that. I mean, you know, when you know as well as I do.
Looks like we're ready for some comments on our champion purebred cow. Folks, here's our judge.
Well, today's definitely been a wonderful experience for both Stacy and I. This has been a highlight of our summer travels, without a doubt. And I think as we rack out here with our champion purebred lineup, I mean, the quality of cattle has just been impressive. I mean, it's been entertaining to assemble these cattle. You know, it's been exciting, the dialogue that we've had to have amongst each other just, you know, to get to this point, to make sure that we arranged them, you know, in a way that we felt comfortable with, has been enjoyable. You know, we're not going to tie up too much time, you know, just walking back through the cattle. I think they're incredible. I think they deserve that attention, but I also think it's getting hot and we need to wrap things up here. I do want to... you know, before I hand the microphone over to Stacy, I'd be amiss if I didn't thank the committee for welcoming us out here, allowing us the opportunity to do it. It has truly been incredible. If I could give, you know, just I'm definitely not the type of guy that's going to leave you with a big quotable speech here at the end. You're not going to find it on social media by any means, but this has been fun. This has been incredible. The lineup of cattle have been fantastic, and if I could leave you with any bit of a challenge, you young exhibitors, it would be to embrace this. As somebody that comes from part of the country where maybe agriculture isn't at the forefront of our society, it's incredible to see this. It's incredible to see the sponsors, the volunteers that make this all happen. and the opportunity that will come from this. Embrace it, pick up the ball, run with it, because regardless of what avenue of life and career you choose to take, it will pay dividends. It will prove to be beneficial. So that's about all for me. I'm going to hand the microphone over to Stacey, and she's going to wrap things up here, and we're going to go ahead and show you our champion.
As Blair alluded to, it certainly has been a surreal day. As I think Janet alluded to at the very beginning of the day, this show ring is no stranger to me. I came here. Blair told me I was going to cry. I came here in 1993 as a little girl. And for the next 13 years, this was my home. And the friendships and the relationships that we create here are more special than you guys will ever know. They will shape you, they will change you, they will make you happy, they will do everything. And so, as Blair put a challenge to embrace this, embrace the people that are here as well, because they are going to be more significant in your life than you're ever going to know. My sister and I, we competed in every kind of contest that there was here. Our names are on some of the plaques that surround the ring. That will be handed out here shortly. And as much as winning those plaques and awards were significant in our life at that time, it was the skills and the knowledge and the endurance and that really made us who we are. And so I think as much as you embrace this show and everything that goes with it, remember to embrace the people that are around you, because this show is special for so many reasons, and you guys need to remember that. We alluded to earlier in the day, the combination of the bred and owned and the commercial and the purebred show here that we end with, and a supreme show to follow. There's so many special things that make this show great, make Bashaw great, and I encourage you to remember that as you go home. The one other thing, I know we've got another show to go. We've got some champions to pick. There's 3 ladies that I think really need a really big round of applause. They were here when I came as a little girl, and they're still here today, and they're a big part of what makes Bashaw and this show special. And so if Dawn Wilson and Janet Kerr and Jackie Northey can stand up, and they all need a huge round of applause for the work that they do. They are the unsung volunteers of Bashaw, and I hope you all understand and realize the volunteer commitment that they've made to making these shows great. With that, as Blair said, it has been an amazing trip. I haven't been home in a week and a half, but it's always been highlighted and circled on the calendar coming here. The cattle have been great, the kids have been great, and with that, we'll go pick you a couple champions.
Thank you, Blair and Stacey. How about all of us around the ring give a hand for Blair and Stacey for coming out here and doing an awesome job evaluating these cattle.
If somebody would have set her other, I'm not saying she beats that one, but that's probably me. But that, if you set her other, I think that's good.
And it will be Cade Rancier with RF Scream 3121 with calf at side RF Scream 5141. Looking now for reserve. And it goes to Riley Borison with Rust Miss Beauty 422M out of the Senior Yearling Heifer Division. Congratulations not only to Riley and Cade, but all the kids out here in this ring. It's pretty hard to get an animal out and be this competitive. So congratulations to all of you who are walking right out of the ring right now. Reminder, everybody, we do want to take a big group picture in the show ring, so if you guys can all come with your green jackets, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Oh boy, I think they've done set it up for an amazing set of females to come out here for the Supreme Deal. Nikki, do we have a little bit of a break between this and the Supreme Deal?
I think they usually just take a quick little break and let the kids get organized here, and then we roll right into the Supreme.
Wow. So while they're taking this break, heck, I don't mind talking about a little bit of stuff that I think gets forgotten. You know, everybody that gets to come to these shows, you know, there's an amazing staff at home. That is, there are not many people up here that are calving out cows right now in our country. Fall calving has started. You know, a little bit dry, so putting out hay. You know, up here, I know a lot of people. It's been a good year. There's a lot of people got cows on grass. I've heard it's been dry in a few areas. So there's a lot of people that probably have somebody at home that is having to feed cows. Check waters. Check calves and all that. And as we're having a blast here, getting to visit with friends. See good livestock coming out. I think a lot of times it ends up being forgotten about the people that are at home they're keeping these operations going so that we can come here and spend this time with our friends and family and children.
And I fully do agree with you on that one, Mark. If it wasn't for the family at home, I couldn't be here watching this show today or helping fit some cattle there in the back. It's truly a blessing to be able to come out and come to these junior shows and stuff, but it wouldn't be able to happen if there wasn't somebody at home, and I think that's one of the more important things there is.
Oh, for sure, and obviously you can't walk around here and not have a healthier.
4:30 is our start time for the UFA Supreme Quest. 4:30 is when we want to do that. When do we want to do the picture, though?
We're going to go ahead and end the stream right now. Nikki said we're going to start up another one for the Supreme stream. And so for everybody that's tuned in to this point, please tune in here in a few minutes.
Yeah, they have 30 minutes of listening to your voice before Supreme starts.
Oh, my Lord, 30 whole minutes. I tell you what, we've got some stories to tell, don't we? So we'll check back with you guys here in a few minutes.